Chapter 1. The Urgent Meeting. On January 19th, 2004, corresponding to the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, with merely 2 days remaining until the Spring Festival, a time typically filled with celebration, an ominous cloud seemed to shroud the skies of Zhonghai City. The entire urban landscape was on high alert, anticipating the eruption of a significant incident. The conference room of the Zhonghai city government was filled to capacity with attendees convened for the meeting. As the year-end approached, all government departments had made pertinent personnel arrangements. Some officials were scheduled for rotation. Others were set to enjoy their holidays, all preparing for the joyous arrival of the new year. Everyone anticipated a cheerful celebration. However, just the day prior, Huang Wendong, a prominent entrepreneur and representative of the Zhonghai City People's Congress, was found murdered in his villa, which had also been thoroughly ransacked. Thus far, the police had only established a preliminary conclusion of homicide for financial gain, with no further leads in sight. In response, the Zhonghai City Party Committee and government convened an emergency meeting, presided over by Secretary Chao Exine, Mayor Liang Xiqing, Director of the Municipal Standing Committee Chen Fuping, Deputy Mayor and Chief of Public Security Long Gang, along with a host of other officials, were all present at the meeting. The only exception was Deputy Secretary and Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, Qin Zheng, who was unable to return from a meeting in the provincial capital. Despite this, every other government official was gathered in the conference room. As the year-end approached, such a grave incident in Zhonghai City had already alarmed the provincial committee. The provincial office in Linjiang had specifically contacted Secretary Chao Exine, emphasizing the need for strict oversight of the event, the immediate establishment of a special task force, and the urgent initiation of an investigation to meticulously scrutinize all suspects in hopes of apprehending the perpetrators, thereby providing an account to the citizens of Zhonghai and the nation. Furthermore, they cautioned against the potential repercussions of this incident, urging strict control to prevent the situation from escalating and to thwart any opportunistic individuals that at this moment. Secretary Chao Exine, the foremost leader of Zhonghai City, was visibly incensed. Having governed Zhonghai for nearly 4 years, he had implemented sweeping reforms upon taking office, resulting in rapid economic growth within the city, a feat attributable to his leadership. His future appeared promising, with expectations of a promotion to provincial office after the new year. However, the emergence of such a serious incident posed a significant threat to his achievements and constituted an obstacle to his aspirations, leaving one to imagine the turmoil within his mind. This case of Huang Wendong's murder has profound implications for our city's public safety, and the provincial committee is exceedingly concerned about this matter. This is an unprecedented major case in recent years, and the resulting impact is exceedingly adverse. Let us first allow Director Long of the Public Security Bureau to provide an overview of the case, Secretary Chao declared, casting a glance at Director Long Gang, who was equally troubled and drenched in perspiration, grappling with the unexpected developments that had taken everyone by surprise. Long Gang steeled himself to rise and present the case details. This morning, the Shuyuan police station in the Eastern District received a report regarding a homicide that occurred within a villa area on Shuyuan Street. The esteemed entrepreneur, Mr. Huang Wendong, was tragically murdered in his own residence. The estimated time of death for Mr. Huang was between 11 p.m. on January 18th, 2004, and approximately 1 a.m. the following morning. The deceased was found in the bathtub at the time of the incident, and there were no signs of a struggle. Our preliminary suspicion is that the assailant stealthily infiltrated the premises and, taking advantage of the victim's unawareness, swiftly entered the bathroom, forcefully submerging Mr. Huang in the tub with his left hand while wielding a knife in his right, repeatedly stabbing the victim in a single fluid motion, leaving no fingerprints behind. Furthermore, the entire villa was ransacked, and in a final act of departure, 2 bottles of floral spray were discarded, the pungent scent hindering the police dog's efforts. From the time of Mr. Huang's murder to the reporting of the crime, it has only been around 10 hours, and this is the extent of our current knowledge. Do you have any suspects? Secretary Chao resumed his inquiries. From the evidence at the scene, it appears the assailant was aware of the use of floral spray to deter the police dogs. The absence of fingerprints indicates that this perpetrator is quite skilled. However, the fact that the assailant did not flee immediately after the murder and instead ransacked the villa suggests that is atypical of professional killers. Therefore, we initially suspect that this may be an act of revenge, possibly orchestrated by a business rival. Having a suspect is a positive start. The Public Security Bureau should pursue this lead. I hereby officially announce the establishment of the 188 Special Task Force, with Director Long Gang of the Municipal Bureau appointed as the leader and Director Chung Liang of the Eastern District Public Security Bureau as the deputy leader. I urge you to act swiftly, and all departments must collaborate effectively. Let us work in unity to resolve this case and restore peace to society. After the meeting concluded, Director Long Gang promptly instructed District Director Chung Liang to form the task force, mobilizing resources to commence comprehensive operations. Chapter 2. Chain Reaction. As time slowly passed, many hearts remained suspended in uncertainty. In the office of the Eastern District Government Building, District Chief Wei Tian sat alone, silently smoking a cigarette, lost in thought. Today was supposed to be a holiday. Typically, at this hour, Chief Wu would be at home, joyfully preparing to celebrate the new year with his wife and daughter. Yet, at this critical juncture, he found himself unable to return home, let alone enjoy the festivities. Indeed, many others would also face a lackluster new year this year. Chief Wu, now 57, had served diligently in his position for over a decade. While he may not have monumental achievements to boast of, he had certainly demonstrated unwavering dedication and conscientiousness in his role, working tirelessly without complaint. Absent unforeseen circumstances, he would likely retire in a year or two, concluding his political career on a commendable note. Although Secretary Chow had not explicitly mentioned his name during the meeting, the incident involving Huang Wendong transpired within the Eastern District, effectively within his jurisdiction. Should this case remain unresolved, he would undoubtedly be held accountable, and Secretary Chow would likely target him first. Such a predicament could hinder his early retirement and severely impact his political legacy, potentially leaving a stain on his career. He had been waiting in the office for a phone call from Director Chung Liang of the District Public Security Bureau, eager to receive timely updates on the case. At that moment, Director Chung shared the same anxious sentiments as District Chief Wu, both consumed by unease. As Chung analyzed the situation, he busied himself with deploying personnel while intermittently reporting to his superiors. However, the inability to resolve this case cast a shadow over his future. In the office of Director Long Gang of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, 2 telephones along with his mobile phone rang incessantly. Director Long found himself overwhelmed, receiving calls from the Provincial Government Office and the Provincial Public Security Department, ostensibly to express concern, yet in reality, these calls added immense pressure. The greatest burden came from Secretary Chow of the Municipal Committee, who incessantly reminded him of the need to solve the case and demanded immediate updates upon any lead. Director Chun Fuping of the Municipal People's Congress also reached out personally, as Huang Wendong was a representative of the Municipal People's Congress. With such troubling developments, Director Chun remained vigilant regarding the case, needing to provide answers to Huang Wendong's family. Many others were also closely monitoring the situation, whether out of genuine concern, secret delight, or opportunistic intentions. It felt as though an undercurrent of tension was brewing, with the potential for unforeseen events to unfold at any moment. A prominent business leader in Zhonghai City, Huang Wendong's predicament stirred unease among local business owners, each harboring their own agendas. Some, fearful, contemplated how to safeguard themselves, wishing that Huang Wendong's troubles would not implicate them, for no one's connections were entirely untainted. Others, emboldened by the chaos, sought to seize opportunities to benefit from the turmoil, as if thriving in disorder. Meanwhile, Huang Wendong's family had not been seen since the incident, seemingly vanished without a trace, leaving no word behind. Approximately 10 kilometers east of the city lies a vast rural expanse, home to Chengjia Village, where the residents all share the surname Chung, said to be descended from a single ancestral line. This communal bond fostered a spirit of unity, with villagers always ready to lend a helping hand in times of need. As the new year approached, migrant workers returned home to celebrate the festivities. Though the holiday had not yet arrived, the village buzzed with excitement, and greetings were exchanged warmly. Many villagers had been away for months, with little opportunity to meet, making the new year a cherished occasion for reunion and joy. At that moment, a young man was busy cleaning his family's tables and chairs outside their home when a woman, around 40 years of age, passed by. Tiana, washing the table? She inquired. Yes, Aunt San. Has your household finished with the chores? He replied. Just a bit of cleaning left that your Uncle San is doing. I was thinking of heading to the small shop up front to buy a few things. Do you need anything while I'm there? No, thank you. I'm not sure what I need. Once I finish this, I'll ask my grandmother if she requires anything, and I can go pick it up myself. Indeed, your grandparents are getting on in years, and it is high time for you to lend them a helping hand at home. Once the new year has passed, your third aunt will assist you in finding a suitable young lady, and you can settle down, perhaps even welcome a chubby little one into the family, allowing your grandparents to enjoy their well-deserved peace. Then I must thank my third aunt in advance. Should there be anything I can assist with at home, please do not hesitate to ask. I am young and full of energy. Very well, I shall not keep you any longer. I need to head to the convenience store to purchase some items. You keep busy, and I shall take my leave. Understood. Tend to your matters. Do come by for a meal whenever you have the time. The young man before them is named Chung Tian, soon to turn 22 after the new year. Orphaned at a young age, he was raised by his grandparents. Although the conditions in the village were generally poor, Chung Tian's family had no labor force, relying solely on his grandparents to cultivate a meager crop for their sustenance. While neighbors occasionally offered assistance, everyone was struggling during those times. Thus, after completing middle school, Chung Tian resolutely chose to seek work elsewhere. It was not that his academic performance was lacking, on the contrary. He excelled in his studies. However, witnessing his elderly grandparents toil away at their age filled him with compassion, and he silently vowed to achieve success and earn enough to provide them with a comfortable life. At the age of 16, Chung Tian embarked on his journey of labor. Subsequently, through a connection, he apprenticed with a motorcycle repairman. After mastering the trade, he ventured to establish his own business, partnering with his cousin Chung Dong to open a repair shop. As Chung Tian began to earn money, he encouraged his grandparents to cease their strenuous labor. Yet, they expressed that after a lifetime of work, they were uncertain of what to do if they suddenly stopped. Eventually, they agreed to reduce their workload, and now, life for Chung Tian's family has gradually improved. Chapter 3. Eliminating Huang Wendong. The favorable circumstances were short-lived. A month prior, Chung Tian's repair shop found itself in the path of government redevelopment plans, necessitating demolition. While such undertakings are often seen as beneficial, the demolition company relentlessly suppressed compensation offers, employing intimidation and violence to coerce signatures from the locals. Many resisted. Yet upon learning that the orchestrator was Huang Wendong, a representative of the Municipal People's Congress, they surrendered, accepting meager compensation in hopes of avoiding further conflict. Ultimately, only Chung Tian's family stood their ground. However, that very night, a mob stormed into Chung Tian's shop, wreaking havoc and assaulting anyone in sight, leaving behind threats that further turmoil awaited if he did not comply. Chung Tian himself suffered injuries, and with his shop destroyed, he could no longer conduct business. His cousin, Chung Dong, infuriated, insisted on reporting the incident to the authorities, only to be intercepted and brutally beaten en route. In a moment of despair, Chung Tian, laden with resentment and humiliation, reluctantly signed the unjust agreement. To spare his family from worry, he and his cousin waited until their injuries healed before returning home. During their recovery, Chung Tian's feelings of oppression festered within him. The more he pondered, the more indignant he became. Having painstakingly built a modest enterprise, only to be cast back to square one, was an indignity he could not accept. Thus, a vengeful notion took root in his heart. He resolved to retaliate against Huang Wendong. When he shared this thought with his cousin, Chung Dong could scarcely believe that his typically genteel relative harbored such radical intentions. Huang Wendong held significant influence in the city, making revenge a formidable undertaking. Yet, reflecting on how Huang Wendong had forced them into financial ruin and rendered their repair shop obsolete, Chung Dong found himself unable to dismiss Chung Tian's resolve. Consequently, the duo began to conspire. They quickly established a plan to gather intelligence on Huang Wendong's whereabouts and daily schedule. They learned that he attended meetings at Sihai Group every morning at 9, with unpredictable afternoon engagements, but invariably dined at Sihai Restaurant at 7 in the evening, regardless of social obligations. After dining, he would frequent the Huangchou nightclub until 2 in the morning, returning home only on certain nights to his primary wife, while spending others with his mistress. However, he was perpetually surrounded by a retinue of henchmen, leaving little opportunity for action. Eventually, they discovered that on the 18th of each month, Huang Wendong would retreat to a villa on Shuyuan Street in the Eastern District, where he would remain unguarded until the following morning, when his subordinates would retrieve him for his return to Sihai Group. Cheng Tian deemed this an opportune moment and resolved to act on that very day. The two of them meticulously prepared, rehearsing their plan multiple times at home and strategizing for potential contingencies. In the 2 days leading up to their intended strike, they returned to their village, fabricating an alibi of celebrating the new year. It was not until the evening of the 18th that they covertly departed on a motorcycle. As they approached Huang Wendong's villa, Cheng Tian firmly grasped Cheng Dong's arm, insisting that he could undertake this mission alone. Cheng Dong, however, was resolute in his refusal, adamant about accompanying Cheng Tian. Eventually, Cheng Tian asserted, "We cannot both afford to be in peril. One of us must remain to look after the family. Success in this endeavor would be ideal, but should it fail, I shall shoulder the consequences alone, leaving you to tend to our family's affairs." With no other recourse, Cheng Dong reluctantly acquiesced. In accordance with their prior agreement, Cheng Tian stealthily infiltrated the premises and concealed himself. After what felt like an eternity of waiting, Huang Wendong finally returned. He dismissed his entourage and retreated to his study, engaging in a lengthy phone conversation before emerging and heading to the bathroom for a soak. Cheng Tian, uncertain of how long he had lingered in silence, cautiously stepped out when the villa was enveloped in stillness. He beheld Huang Wendong reclining in the bathtub, eyes closed, submerged in the water. Whether asleep or merely resting was unclear. With a short knife gripped in his left hand, Cheng Tian inhaled deeply and charged into the bathroom. Seizing Huang Wendong's hair, he forcefully pressed his head beneath the surface, while his right hand plunged the knife relentlessly into Huang Wendong, not relenting until all breath had departed from him. Exhausted, Cheng Tian collapsed to the floor, panting heavily. After an indeterminate period, Cheng Tian's racing heart began to steady. He rose to approach Huang Wendong, only to discover that he had succumbed to death. Paralyzed by shock, he stood frozen, grappling with the gravity of the situation. His initial intention had been to administer a discreet lesson to Huang Wendong, a means of venting his frustrations. Yet, in a tragic miscalculation, he had inadvertently taken a life. At a loss for how to proceed, Cheng Tian ultimately resolved, given the irrevocable nature of the act, to plunder Huang Wendong's villa. He gathered cash and valuables before exiting to reunite with Cheng Dong, and together they departed on a motorcycle into the night. Chapter 4. Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee Qin, January 21, 2014, the eve of the Lunar New Year. Today is a splendid day as the Spring Festival approaches, illuminating every household with lights and joy celebrated across the land. Everyone is enveloped in the merriment of this festive season, creating an atmosphere of exuberance. Amidst the lively scenes of recent days, Cheng Tian, who had spent several anxious and restless days, gradually lowered his guard and immersed himself in the joyous celebrations of the new year. He spent delightful days with family and friends, enjoying gatherings and toasting to the festivities, allowing himself to truly unwind. On the morning of the third day of the new year, a grand meeting was convened in the city government's conference room. Unlike previous gatherings, this meeting was presided over by Qin Zheng, the Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee and Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee. Among the attendees were Long Gang, the Director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, Wu Yuntian, the District Mayor of Dongcheng, and Cheng Liang, the Director of the Dongcheng Public Security Bureau. Several other agencies, including the Municipal People's Procuratorate, the Municipal Administration for Industry and Commerce, and the Municipal Local Taxation Bureau, were also invited to partake in the meeting. Without unnecessary preamble, Secretary Qin directly addressed the participants, first calling upon the 118 Special Task Force formed by the Municipal Public Security Bureau and the District Public Security Bureau. He demanded the task force commence their investigation from 3 angles. First, to meticulously examine the crime scene, ensuring that no minute detail is overlooked. Second, to investigate local influences to ascertain any potential conflicts of interest or retaliatory motives from hostile forces. And third, to explore the possibility of a robbery or murder executed by transient criminals. The municipal procuratorate initiated their inquiries, starting with Huang Wendong's Sihai Group, examining any recent conflicts of interest with other companies or affiliations with those in closer proximity, ensuring that all involved personnel were thoroughly scrutinized. Furthermore, they would delve into the forces behind Huang Wendong to determine whether any government officials were providing support. The Municipal Administration for Industry and Commerce began their investigation by assessing the registration of Sihai Group, identifying which of its recent projects were legitimate and which were acquired through dubious means, ensuring that all personnel involved were likewise examined. The Municipal Local Taxation Bureau would not only investigate Sihai Group, but also scrutinize Huang Wendong's other enterprises for any tax evasion. First and foremost, I need a comprehensive dossier on Huang Wendong, including his journey from humble beginnings to his current substantial wealth, along with an exploration of his background to ascertain any governmental or underworld affiliations. It is imperative to uncover any opposing forces present in Zhonghai and the potential avenues of benefit exchange with various individuals, as these inquiries will play a crucial role in resolving the case. I shall refrain from further elaboration. I expect all relevant departments to forego their holiday leave, and once this meeting concludes, commence investigations immediately. I desire results in the shortest time frame possible. This secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, affectionately dubbed Iron-Blooded Qin Zheng, is a paragon of integrity and decisiveness, known for his swift and unyielding approach. Having previously served in the Municipal Public Security Bureau, the Municipal Procuratorate, and the Municipal Court, he possesses formidable capabilities, having solved numerous complex cases. His ascent to this prominent position has been no small feat, and having recently attended a conference at the provincial level, he anticipated a promotion thereafter. Alas, with the emergence of such a situation, it is likely that his prospects for advancement to provincial office have been dashed. Moreover, during these past few years, while the economy of Zhonghai has experienced rapid growth, the public security in the region has also significantly improved. Incidents of home invasions and robberies have been virtually non-existent over the past 2 years. Thus, the sudden emergence of such a troubling event has left Secretary Qin quite exasperated. At this moment, Cheng Tian remains enveloped in the festive atmosphere of the new year, entirely unaware that chaos in the underworld is on the verge of erupting. It is only when his cousin, Cheng Dong, returns with news from the outside world that a sense of unease begins to stir within him. At this juncture, the two of them engage in deliberations regarding their course of action. Cheng Tian proposes that Cheng Dong should remain uninvolved, should any incident arise. As long as Cheng Dong remains resolute, he shall not encounter any trouble. Cheng Tian plans to leave their hometown and venture to a distant place, while Cheng Dong will stay behind to attend to some matters. This arrangement serves a dual purpose. It allows Cheng Dong to gather information for Cheng Tian while also ensuring that he can care for the elderly members of their family. Having reached this agreement, Cheng Tian prepares to make his escape. Chapter 5. Cheng Tian's escape. Thus, the decision to flee was made, without a second thought. Cheng Tian went directly to the train station to purchase a ticket on the earliest train departing from Zhonghai. Although he had been working for several years, this was his first venture beyond the confines of his hometown. As he sat on the train, lost in thought, watching Zhonghai, the city he had inhabited for over 20 years, fade into the distance, a tumult of emotions stirred within him, leaving him uncertain about his future. "Please present your tickets for inspection," announced the train attendant, jolting Cheng Tian from his reverie. He held the ticket in his hand and, to his surprise, realized it was destined for Guangzhou. He pondered the implications. Guangzhou? What could I possibly do there? Suddenly, a thought struck him. His childhood friend, Zheng Ming, was in Huizhou and seemed to be doing well. Resolutely, he decided to seek him out. After a journey of several hours, the train finally arrived in Guangzhou. Cheng Tian followed the crowd as they disembarked, made his way out of the station, and found a public phone to call his friend. "Hello, who is this?" "It's me." "Tian." "Meng, are you well?" "Tian, is that really you? What made you think to call me now?" "It's not convenient to discuss over the phone. Are you in Huizhou? Is it all right if I come to see you?" "Of course. You're welcome anytime." "Great. I'm in Guangzhou and will catch a bus to you shortly." "You're in Guangzhou? You're not joking, are you?" "I'm in Huizhou, Huiyang District." I'll come to the station to pick you up, so you won't have to wander around since you're unfamiliar with the area. All right, I'll catch a bus now. See you soon in Huiyang. Are you really not joking? See you soon. After hanging up, Chung Tian purchased a ticket to Huiyang and boarded the bus. When he arrived, Zheng Ming was already waiting eagerly. Upon seeing each other, they embraced warmly. When I received your call, I thought you were teasing me. I can't believe you actually came. I told you I would come, and here I am. What's wrong? Not happy to see me? Of course not. How can I not welcome you? I've been looking forward to your arrival. But now that you're here, is there something you need to discuss? It's a long story. When I have time, I'll explain everything. Let us grab a bite to eat first to satisfy your hunger. Then we can head to my place for a shower and some rest. Tonight, I'll officially welcome you. All right, this is your territory. I'm at your service. Thus, Chung Tian followed Zheng Ming to his residence. Chung Tian expressed a desire to call home and assure his family of his safety. Zheng Ming immediately offered him his phone, but Chung Tian declined, opting instead to find a public phone to call Chung Dong, reassuring him and inquiring about the family's well-being before returning home. Once Zheng Ming had settled Chung Tian in, he urged him to rest while he stepped out to attend to some matters, promising to return later that evening. Left alone, Chung Tian found himself in a new environment, contemplating the journey that lay ahead. Chung Tian lay in bed, unable to find slumber. Despite the fatigue from the long journey, his mind was clouded with uncertainty regarding his forthcoming endeavors. As he pondered, he ultimately succumbed to sleep. Regarding Zheng Ming, he and Chung Tian had been childhood friends and inseparable companions. Hailing from a neighboring village, their bond had flourished since their elementary school days, deepening with the passage of time. However, as they approached the culmination of their middle school years, an incident forced Zheng Ming to abandon his hometown and seek refuge in Huizhou. It was during the final days of their third year when, one afternoon in class, Zheng Ming overslept during his midday rest, resulting in tardiness upon his arrival at school. Consequently, the teacher imposed a punishment, making him stand outside the classroom while his peers cast curious glances in his direction. Unbeknownst to him, two classmates from the adjacent class, with whom he had a contentious relationship, seized the opportunity to taunt him further, exacerbating the existing animosity and igniting a fire of rage within Zheng Ming. At the end of the school day, Zheng Ming, fueled by indignation, confronted the two individuals from the neighboring class, although he initially found himself at a disadvantage. As the altercation escalated, in a moment of fury, he seized a nearby stool and struck one of them on the head, resulting in a severe injury. The sight of blood left the other participant in shock, while Zheng Ming, in a panic, discarded the stool and fled the scene. Shortly thereafter, the vice principal and the homeroom teacher from the neighboring class arrived, promptly calling for an ambulance and notifying both parties' families to resolve the matter. Upon witnessing the gravity of the situation, Zheng Ming's father offered to cover the medical expenses and additional compensation for recovery, hoping to bring a swift resolution. However, the other party, distressed by their child's condition, was unwilling to let the matter rest, leading to a heated argument between the families. Ultimately, the school found itself unable to mediate the conflict, resulting in a decision to involve the police. Upon arrival, the officers assessed the situation and suggested a private resolution, emphasizing that both boys were merely 16 and still students. Should the police formally document the incident, it would have dire implications for both, potentially leading to criminal liability and a tarnished record that could impact their futures. In a fit of anger, Zheng Ming's father declared that should his son be left with a criminal record, he would not pay a single cent. The opposing party countered, asserting their ability to cover medical expenses, but insisting that the adults must face consequences. In the end, the police proceeded to file a report, leaving both families in discontent. Chapter 6. The night market. At this moment, Zheng Ming was still hiding in Chung Tian's home, too fearful to return home or even to school. He had been sheltered by Chung Tian for 2 days, during which Chung Tian had to juggle attending classes while discreetly gathering information on his behalf, all the while maintaining an air of nonchalance. However, after 2 days, no good news had emerged. The opposing party remained resolute in their pursuit of the case. Chung Tian then suggested to Zheng Ming that they should find a place to hide, for the consequences of being caught at home were unimaginable. In the dead of night, Cheng Tian stealthily made his way to Zheng Meng's residence to speak with his father. At that moment, Zheng Meng's father was consumed with worry for his son's safety. Having heard nothing from him for 2 days, a situation that would distress any parent. Upon learning that Zheng Meng was unharmed, his heart finally eased. That night, Zheng's father took his son away from Zhonghai to Huizhou, seeking refuge with a distant uncle. This uncle, having faced financial hardships in his youth that prevented him from marrying, had ventured south to work and ultimately settled in Huizhou as a son-in-law, engaging in the seafood business. While he was not exceedingly wealthy, he lived a relatively comfortable life. Zheng Meng's uncle treated him well, having allowed him to work alongside him for several years before gradually encouraging him to establish his own venture. Zheng Meng's business began to flourish, and he frequently invited Cheng Tian to visit him. However, the case against Zheng Meng remained unresolved, preventing his return home. In a desperate move prior to the new year, Zheng's father had enlisted the help of a middleman to negotiate a settlement, which involved paying a sum to withdraw the case. Although a record remained, Zheng Meng was now considered a free man. Yet, as the new year approached, the seafood business was thriving, and given the short time since he had embarked on his own venture, he had not yet returned home for the festivities. Nevertheless, the visit from his good friend during this time felt like a blessing. After an undetermined period of slumber, Cheng Tian was awakened by Zheng Meng. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed that night had fallen, and his stomach began to growl. "Let us go. I'll take you out for dinner and give you a glimpse of the nightlife in the south." "All right, I'm curious to see what the nightlife here is like." Cheng Tian followed Zheng Meng to a bustling night market. Although darkness had descended, the streets were still teeming with people. "Boss, I'd like a bowl of frog porridge, a fried pomfret, a serving of spicy squid, a portion of pepper and salt shrimp, a dozen oysters, and 3 steamed blue crabs. Also a case of beer, please." "I thought you spoke Cantonese. Why are you using Mandarin now? Are you afraid I won't understand?" "Not all. I was speaking the vernacular before, in Guangdong. It's called the vernacular, while in Hong Kong, it's known as Cantonese. The owner of this night market is from Chaozhou, and they speak Chaozhou dialect. I can barely understand it myself, let alone speak it. It's quite lively here. Back in my hometown, it wouldn't be this bustling at this hour. This is just a small crowd. During the new year, most workers return home to celebrate. By the 8th day of the new year, when work resumes, the streets will be filled with people. That's when it truly gets lively. Those on the streets now are merely those who haven tea return home for the holidays. And they're mostly outsiders. True locals are quite rare. Let's not dwell on that. Let us indulge in some libations. After we finish our drinks, I shall take you to enjoy some other diversions. It appears that you have been thriving in these past few years. Judging by your mobile phone, surely it must cost several thousand? Having recently come into some money, you are now attempting to emulate the affluent, purchasing such luxuries for amusement. I must say, this device is rather impressive, offering convenience to make calls wherever one may roam. In a few days, once I collect my payments, I shall present one to you. No, I cannot afford such extravagance, and besides, I have little business to justify such a purchase. It would be a waste. Enough of this chatter. Let us enjoy some food and drink leisurely. Can we truly consume all this food that we ordered for just the two of us? Should it go uneaten, it would be a waste. Fear not. We shall begin our meal, and my cousin will be arriving shortly. If we find ourselves lacking, we can always order more then. Let us hold off on eating until your cousin arrives. There is no hurry. Do not concern yourself. We will start without him. He will be here momentarily. Here, allow me to serve you some of this clay pot congee. It is a local specialty. Do sample these seafood delights. If we find ourselves wanting, we can always order more. It is a rare occasion that you are here. I must ensure you are well taken care of. Indeed, it has been quite some time since we last met. Let's raise a toast." Just as the two friends were reveling in their spirits, Zheng Meng's cousin, Gao Ping, arrived in a flurry. Gao Ping, the son of Zheng Meng's uncle, had grown well acquainted with the ways of Huizhou. Currently, he was assisting his father, who planned to let him venture out on his own in a couple of years. "Apologies for my tardiness, Mengge. Is this the important friend you mentioned?" Gao Ping gestured towards Cheng Tian. "Greetings, I am Cheng Tian, having known your cousin since childhood." Cheng Tian stood and extended his hand towards Gao Ping. "Hello, Tian Yi. I am Gao Ping. Gao Ping promptly shook Chung Tian's hand, appearing youthful yet seasoned, having gained considerable experience in business alongside his father. Without further ado, Gao Ping sat down and shared a few beers with Chung Tian, then began to discuss seafood. Seafood is quite scarce in Linjiang province, not due to cost, but because many varieties must be consumed fresh. For instance, crabs cannot be eaten once they have perished. Although many rivers and lakes in the mainland also harbor crabs, their flavor pales in comparison to that of ocean crabs. Moreover, transporting delicacies such as squid, pomfret, and prawns from our region presents significant logistical challenges, requiring careful consideration of transportation costs and potential losses. It simply does not add up. While many seafood items can be transported via freezing technology, the expenses escalate, and the taste cannot rival that of freshly caught seafood. In our area, seafood is generally quite affordable, and we are fortunate to enjoy its freshness. Now, Chung Tian has only just arrived. Why burden him with such discussions? Let's focus on enjoying our meal and drinks, and later we can seek out some entertainment. Zheng Meng interrupted Gao Ping, urging them to drink. Although Chung Tian had absorbed Gao Ping's words. Chapter 7. Nightlife. The three had nearly finished their meal. Chung Tian had never tasted such seafood before. Even a rice porridge made with frog was a first for him, akin to a maiden embarking on her wedding procession for the first time. Brother Meng, we've had our fill of drinks. What shall we arrange next? Gao Ping inquired, gazing at Zheng Meng. That is a question for your brother Tian. He can decide what he wishes to do. You need not voice any requests. Everything is at his discretion, Zheng Meng replied, turning to Chung Tian. I'm content to accompany you both for a bit of fun. We should return early to rest. Meng, could you help me find a job in the meantime? I plan to stay here for a while, Chung Tian said. Let us set aside job hunting for now. Since you're here, I'll ensure you have a good time for the next few days. Trust me, my brother, you won't regret it. I'll take care of everything. Zheng Meng assured him. Very well, we shall do as you say. After all, we are childhood friends, Chung Tian conceded. That's the spirit. Let us go. We've finished our meal. I'll take you to karaoke for starters, and after we sing, we can head to the next event, Zheng Meng declared. With that, the trio arrived at a KTV establishment named Red Rose. Upon entering, the manager personally welcomed them. Mr. Zheng, Mr. Gao, it's been a while since you last visited. I missed you dearly. Today, I see you've brought a friend. May I inquire his name? This is Mr. Chung, a friend of mine who owns a seafood restaurant. Though young, he is quite accomplished, Zheng Meng introduced, though he himself was also youthful and well-versed in such social settings. Forgive my oversight, gentlemen. How would you like to enjoy your time today? I shall ensure Mr. Chung is treated exceptionally well. Any slight on my part would jeopardize my future business with you, the manager responded earnestly. Oh, Mr. Zheng, you flatter me. Every time you visit, I strive to meet your expectations. Today, I will personally oversee everything to ensure Mr. Chung has a splendid time. Please wait while I make arrangements, the manager said, bowing slightly before departing. Unbeknownst to Chung Tian, the manager returned shortly, this time accompanied by a dozen young and beautiful girls who lined up in the room. What do you think of these young ladies? If it do not meet your standards, we can easily replace them. The goal is for everyone to enjoy themselves, the manager said. Before he could finish, Zheng Meng stepped forward to assess the girls. He approached one and, without hesitation, placed his hands on her chest before taking her hand and thrusting her towards Chung Tian, who was still seated on the sofa, bewildered. This one looks quite pleasing. She has a good figure, he remarked, before turning to select a girl for himself and Gao Ping, leading them to the sofa to enjoy their time. The manager then escorted the remaining girls away. Chung Tian, still in a daze on the sofa, found a girl suddenly leaping into his arms, knocking him back onto the couch, effectively pinning him down. The girl, seemingly unperturbed, effortlessly leaned into his embrace, her hands instinctively exploring his chest. Chung Tian had never experienced such intimacy with a girl before. Suddenly, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Unwilling to remain a mere object of her affection, he shifted to sit on the sofa, only for the girl to gracefully settle herself upon his lap, her arms playfully draping around his neck as she teased. Why do you seem so shy, boss? Caught off guard by such an encounter, Chung Tian struggled to respond, stammering, I'm not particularly fond of this kind of setting. I merely came along for the socializing. Ultimately, he found himself engaging in conversation and drinks with the girl. In stark contrast, Zheng Ming and Gao Ping were lost in their own fervent revelries, their exchanges far too passionate to be captured in mere words. This experience profoundly challenged Cheng Tian's worldview. He was unsure whether it was his own inexperience or the city's vibrancy that had so thoroughly reshaped his perceptions. He had never realized that wealth could afford such indulgences. Time slipped away, and soon Cheng Tian found himself quite inebriated, his stomach heavy with alcohol. Zheng Ming and Gao Ping were engrossed in flirtation with their companions in a corner, their disheveled appearances quite scandalous. Cheng Tian called out to Zheng Ming, expressing his desire to leave, and the three of them eventually settled their bill and exited the KTV. Once outside, Zheng Ming inquired if they were hungry and if they wished to grab a late-night snack. Cheng Tian immediately shook his head, declaring, "I can hardly manage food right now. I just need to find a restroom." "All right, we'll take you for a foot massage, and then you can release your burden," Gao Ping remarked with a mischievous grin. "Where are you planning to take me?" "I just want to go home and sleep," Cheng Tian retorted. "Don't ask, just follow us. Rest assured, we won't sell you off. Besides, it's hardly the time for sleep." Zheng Ming chuckled, pulling him along. Reluctantly, Cheng Tian complied, and before long, they arrived at a foot massage parlor where a staff member greeted them and led them inside. After a brief moment, one of the attendants took Cheng Tian into a private room, closing the door behind him. As he surveyed the dimly lit space adorned with soft pink hues, he noticed a solitary bed and an adjoining bathroom equipped with a soaking tub. Cheng Tian stood there, momentarily bewildered, until a knock at the door snapped him back to reality. "Hello, I'm the technician for room 17, and I'm delighted to serve you. Let's start with a shower," she said with a welcoming smile. "A shower? What for?" Cheng Tian questioned, taken aback. "Don't fret, boss. I'll give you a quick rinse and then a nice soak to help you relax. We can attend to other matters afterward," she replied cheerfully. "Wait a moment. I thought this was just a foot massage?" Cheng Tian asked, confusion etched on his face. "The service you booked was indeed for this treatment, and the payment has already been made," the technician reassured him. "Trust me, my service will be exceptional. You will be thoroughly satisfied." "I'm afraid we didn't order a foot massage, did we? What kind of service is this? Am I even allowed to decline?" "This isn't merely a foot massage. This service involves bathing and relaxation through massage. If you desire, you may partake, but it also includes more intimate activities. As long as the owner is satisfied, that is what matters. The owner has already settled the bill, so you should simply enjoy the experience while I attend to your needs." "No, I cannot partake in this. This is absurd. Cheng Tian is still inexperienced and would never engage in such acts. Please, just consider it. If you refuse, my wages will be deducted. If you decline, I will accompany you in whatever you choose to do. Please, I implore you." The technician gazed at Cheng Tian with pleading eyes. Cheng Tian, unable to withstand such earnestness, reluctantly consented to receive a massage. This brought immense joy to the technician, who promptly expressed gratitude and assured exceptional service. The technician instructed Cheng Tian to disrobe and lie down on the bed. Cheng Tian, feeling modest, left on a single pair of underwear. As the technician commenced the massage, they began to engage in conversation, and Cheng Tian gradually found himself enjoying the interaction. As time passed, he relaxed further while the technician began to tease him, leaning against his chest, guiding his left hand to rest upon her bosom and gently caressing it. Simultaneously, her right hand began to explore his body. Overwhelmed by temptation, Cheng Tian impulsively removed the technician's lingerie, allowing his hands to roam freely over her form. As his hormones surged, mixed with the effects of alcohol, he felt an overwhelming urge to act upon his desires. The technician, noticing his intense reaction, did not retreat but rather became more accommodating, igniting an even greater fire within Cheng Tian. In a fleeting moment of clarity, Cheng Tian suddenly pushed the technician away and rushed to the bathroom, splashing cold water on his face in a desperate attempt to regain composure. After a considerable time, he finally calmed down and decided to send the technician away. He feared that if he continued down this path, he might lose control and engage in actions he would regret. She was accustomed to this line of work and might not mind. yet it was vital for him to conquer his own impulses. Chapter 8. The turmoil of the Jianghu in Zhonghai. Unbeknownst to him, Cheng Tian had spent a week in Huizhou, during which he had accompanied Zheng Ming in experiencing a few nights of what was termed nightlife. This exposure granted him a certain understanding of this realm, leaving him in awe of the sights and sounds he encountered. Zheng Ming, however, dismissed these experiences as mere trifles, hardly worthy of mention. The coastal cities have witnessed rapid development in recent years, complemented by the construction of numerous new factories, attracting countless workers from all corners of the nation, significantly boosting the local GDP. Thus, the so-called entertainment options for nightlife are abundant. In even more developed cities, the affluent social circles are beyond imagination. This realization evoked a sense of astonishment in Cheng Tian, who reflected that his journey to Huizhou had indeed been worthwhile. His hometown remained remote and impoverished, affirming the adage that poverty constrains one's imagination. While Cheng Tian was still in a state of disbelief, he received a call from Cheng Dong back home, who relayed good news from Zhonghai. Shortly after, the Municipal Political and Legal Committee Secretary, Qin Zheng, issued directives. Fresh developments emerged. As of yesterday, reports indicated that Huang Wendong, since taking over the Sihai Group, had launched extensive promotional campaigns and established several elementary schools in the East District, earning him the title of one of Zhonghai's top 10 outstanding young entrepreneurs. Through connections, he successfully secured a position as a representative in the Municipal People's Congress. Now, as a representative, Huang Wendong shed his previous restraint, embarking on his commercial era. He exploited his position to acquire numerous municipal projects, while simultaneously rallying the itinerant individuals and local thugs to form an organized crime syndicate. Through intimidation, threats, violence, and robbery, he emerged as the dominant figure in the East District, becoming a pivotal character in Zhonghai, where even small businesses depended on his favor for their survival. His profits were substantial, and he would annually donate a portion of his wealth and goods to local charities, merely to maintain a facade of philanthropy for the government. In reality, he was a figure of egregious criminality, infamous for his heinous deeds. With Huang Wendong's demise, the authorities began to unravel the layers of his operations, revealing a series of illicit activities. The Sihai Group had been investigated for tax evasion, leading to a cascade of related scandals. Subsidiaries of the Sihai Group, masquerading under the banner of the government, exploited demolition funds, employing violence against those who resisted their arrangements to coerce compliance from the marginalized, all in the pursuit of exorbitant profits. Additionally, the construction companies under the Sihai Group monopolized over 70% of the development projects in the East District, dominating nearly one-third of the entire construction industry in Zhonghai, thus establishing themselves as an unparalleled power. Huang Wendong, once thriving and influential, had the capacity to shake Zhonghai to its core with a mere stamp of his foot. Yet, who could have anticipated his ignoble demise? It is rather peculiar that Huang Wendong, once a formidable figure commanding respect and fear, with countless subordinates at his beck and call, found himself bereft of allies upon his demise. Instead, those who had once served him seemed to conspire with ulterior motives, eager to seize his wealth and territories, which speaks volumes about the nature of his relationships while he was alive. When such information reached Secretary Qin Gang of the Municipal Political and Legal Affairs Commission, he promptly issued a directive. The Sihai Group, along with its affiliated companies, was to be scrutinized for any involvement in illegal activities. Businesses deemed unlawful were to be shut down, and any individuals implicated were to be apprehended. Investigations would delve deeply into any collusion or financial exchanges involving the Sihai Group, with no leniency shown to those found culpable. As a majority of Huang Wendong's enterprises were situated in the Eastern District, the local police department found themselves inundated with tasks. Most of Huang's properties were swiftly sealed, and the number of his subordinates arrested was staggering. Tragically, many low-level employees, oblivious to the unfolding chaos, found themselves abruptly unemployed, provoking widespread public outrage and unease. The situation was so dire that Director Wu of the Eastern District felt a palpable sense of dread. The turmoil extended beyond the Eastern District, 3 companies in the Xiqing district implicated in collusion with Huang Wendong's Sihai Group were likewise halted and subjected to investigation, with their affiliated companies awaiting thorough examination. Other areas of Zhonghai were not spared from the repercussions, with countless individuals being taken into custody. Zhonghai appeared to be undergoing a significant upheaval. It was clear that the Huang Wendong Group had met its demise, leaving many to suffer in its wake. Meanwhile, numerous onlookers were keenly observing the unfolding drama, hoping to exploit the chaos to expand their own influence. Unbeknownst to the instigator of this debacle, Cheng Tian remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing the news, his only concern revolved around whether Huang Wendong's death would implicate him, as if the upheaval in Zhonghai had no bearing on his own fate. In a subsequent conversation with his cousin, Cheng Dong, he learned that the police had yet to uncover any viable leads in the investigation into Huang Wendong's murder, and progress on the case was stagnant. Cheng Dong reassured him that many enterprises in the Eastern District had been shuttered and were likely to be seized by the government, suggesting that there might be opportunities for development upon his return. At that moment, however, Cheng Tian contemplated the precariousness of his situation. Having only recently escaped, the prospect of returning amidst the investigation into Huang Wendong's case felt like a trap from which he could not evade. He advised Cheng Dong to remain in the Eastern District to scout for promising projects while simultaneously gathering intelligence on the ongoing investigation. Should the police fail to uncover any leads over time, he would consider returning, just to be prudent. Chapter 9. Return to Zhonghai time slipped by unnoticed. Cheng Tian had been in Huiyang for nearly a month. During this period, Zhang Meng had intended to take Cheng Tian on various excursions to broaden his horizons. Yet Cheng Tian declined. Deep down, he understood that as childhood friends, Zhang Meng would not hold any grudges against him. Throughout these days, every meal and entertainment expense had been covered by Zhang Meng. However, Cheng Tian's conscience weighed heavily on him. He felt a sense of guilt for having fled to rely on Zhang Meng. Although nothing had transpired yet, if trouble were to arise, it would inevitably implicate Zhang Meng. Cheng Tian had shared the entire sequence of events with Zhang Meng, only to have his concerns brushed aside with a casual assurance of "Don't worry, it's all fine." Feeling a burden of guilt, a few days later, Cheng Tian insisted that Zhang Meng assign him some tasks. Otherwise, he would seek employment elsewhere. With no choice but to acquiesce, Zhang Meng allowed him to accompany him on deliveries. As messages from Cheng Dong continued to pour in, it became apparent that the Huang Wendong case had seen a decline in attention due to a lack of new leads and the emergence of multiple new cases involving the Sihai Group and its subsidiaries, which required a substantial police presence. Consequently, the 118 task force had shifted its focus away from Huang Wendong's case. This was the most favorable news Cheng Tian had received during this time. Upon receiving this information, Cheng Tian immediately approached Zhang Meng for discussion. However, Zhang Meng expressed his concerns. "Tian, while returning now may seem safe, the future remains uncertain. Once the police in Zhonghai have settled their current chaos, they could redirect significant resources to investigate Huang Wendong's case. If you return then, and they uncover even the slightest clue, you would find yourself helplessly ensnared. I share your apprehensions, yet I cannot hide away for the rest of my life. I refuse to live in a state of perpetual subservience," Cheng Tian responded. Zhang Meng suggested, "I merely wish for you to remain here a while longer to observe the situation. It would not be too late to return when things settle down. Your impatience serves no purpose. Fortune favors the bold. If it is meant to be, it cannot be avoided. Besides, with the current turmoil in Dongsheng, there may be opportunities to seize upon returning. Once things stabilize, such chances may no longer present themselves. You are determined to leave, and I cannot deter you. Just remember that I will always be your brother, and rest assured, I will support you in any difficulties that arise. Do not worry, I will forever remember you. My dear brother, I will inform you at once should anything occur. As the saying goes, no banquet lasts forever." Ultimately, Cheng Tian embarked on his train journey back to Zhonghai, escorted by his steadfast brother Zhang Meng. Seated on the train, Cheng Tian's mind remained restless, swirling with myriad thoughts. What would he do upon returning to Zhonghai? How would he handle potential complications? As a loyal friend, Zheng Ming would never drag him down, should trouble arise. He had resolved to take full responsibility, firmly asserting that Zheng Ming was completely uninvolved. These overwhelming concerns only compounded Cheng Tian's anxiety, leading him to close his eyes and surrender to sleep. The train finally arrived at Zhonghai. After a month, Cheng Tian once again set foot on his homeland. Stepping off the train, he took a deep breath and declared, "Zhonghai, I have returned. Regardless of whether fortune or misfortune awaits, I am determined to venture forth." Cheng Dong had been waiting outside the station for quite some time. Upon their reunion, they embraced warmly. Cheng Dong assisted Cheng Tian with his luggage and led him directly to the hotel room that had already been prepared. "What are we doing at the hotel? Shouldn't I return home first?" Cheng Tian inquired. "I will introduce you to someone shortly. There is good news, but for now, do not concern yourself with it. First, take a shower and have a good rest. I will come and pick you up in the evening," Cheng Dong replied. "You started playing your cards close to your chest with me. What is it that you cannot disclose now?" Cheng Tian pressed. "Well, the other day, I ran into a distant cousin of mine. He used to be a small-time thug, but now he is affiliated with Brother Hao from Dongjia. I managed to connect with him and arrange for us to have dinner with Brother Hao tonight to discuss matters," Cheng Dong explained. "Who is this Brother Hao? Was he the area previously under the control of Gue Go, one of Huang Wenden's subordinates? Where did this Hao emerge from?" Cheng Tian queried. "You might not be aware, but after you went to Huizhou, chaos erupted in Dongcheng. Following Huang Wenden's incident, the local leader, Brother Bing, was also apprehended. Many of his underlings were either captured or fled, and those hiding in the shadows were too afraid to show themselves. This Brother Hao originally operated around the educational institutions, commanding a small gang of over a dozen. He opened several gaming rooms, internet cafes, and billiard halls nearby while collecting protection fees. Seeing the turmoil in Dongjia, he discreetly gathered some underlings to take control. However, he is cautious and hasn't dared to wave his flag, fearing police attention. Now he is keen to recruit those willing to conduct business in Dongjia. We could seek him out for a conversation. You've done well. Your time in Dongcheng has not been wasted. Very well, we shall meet him this evening." Chapter 10. Dong Street as evening fell. Cheng Tian had already risen and completed his morning rituals, preparing to meet the esteemed Hao Gu of Dong Street alongside Cheng Dong, who had been waiting. The gathering was set at the Qingyan restaurant, a venerable establishment that, while respected, did not rank among the top in East City. Cheng Tian found himself intrigued by the choice of venue, though he refrained from voicing his curiosity. Upon entering the hotel lobby, they were promptly escorted to a private room, where Cheng Dong's cousin swiftly introduced both parties. After exchanging a few polite remarks, they settled into the core of the discussion. Hao Gu initiated the conversation, stating, "Brother, you strike me as a young and accomplished individual. From now on, I hold sway over this area of Dong Street. If there is anything you desire or wish to pursue, do not hesitate to speak. I shall unreservedly lend my assistance." "Thank you, Hao Gu, for your generosity. I am merely striving to make a living in this region and will undoubtedly rely on your benevolence in the future," Cheng Tian responded. "Let us not dwell on pleasantries. My brother, I hope you will assist me in acquiring the Sihai restaurant. Consider it a favor to me, and from that point onward, your endeavors will be mine as well. Shall we prosper together?" Hao Gu proposed. "Hao Gu, you overestimate my capabilities. The Sihai restaurant is the premier dining establishment in East City, rivaling even the best in Zhonghai. Do you truly believe I am capable of managing such an enterprise?" Cheng Tian expressed his doubts. "Should you wish to take on the Sihai restaurant, we can certainly discuss any challenges that may arise. If you require assistance, I will be there to support you wholeheartedly," Hao Gu assured him. Hao Ji's words struck a chord with Cheng Tian, yet he felt compelled to voice his concerns. "However, I lack both manpower and financial resources. How could I possibly take on such a venture? If you're facing difficulties, please confide in me. I will assist you in any way I can. To be candid, although I have recently gained control over the territory in Dong Street, the government is currently cracking down on illicit activities. At any moment, the police could swoop in. Each day, I find myself on edge. Presently, the Sihai restaurant is closed, and the district government is in a quandary. They have sought to transfer it to 2 different parties, yet none possess clean records. Just as they were preparing to take over, they were apprehended. Consequently, no one dares to touch this hot potato. If you're willing to take it on, I shall handle all arrangements for you. If finances are a concern, I can facilitate a loan from the bank, and rest assured as long as I am here, there will be no disturbances, and I will not charge you a penny in protection fees. How good? I must voice a candid thought. Today marks our first meeting, yet you extend such a significant favor without any apparent benefit to yourself. This is... Chung Tian hesitated. To be honest, I had someone investigate you upon hearing your name for the first time. Your background is sufficiently clean, and assuming control of the Sihai restaurant poses no issue. My involvement is not without purpose. It allows me to gain favor with the district government, demonstrating my contribution to resolving this troublesome situation. Moreover, my record remains unblemished, which will lead the authorities to overlook my acquisition of Dong Street. I'm deeply grateful for Brother Hao's affection towards me. However, given the magnitude of this matter, I kindly request Brother Hao to grant me some time to contemplate thoroughly. Certainly, but you must make a decision expeditiously, as this situation holds significant advantages for you. Should this endeavor succeed, you and I shall become brothers henceforth. Upon returning to the hotel, Chung Tian and Chung Dong engaged in discussion. Chung Tian, however, sensed that the matter was not as straightforward as it appeared and inquired about the origins of the situation from his cousin Chung Dong. It turned out that Chung Dong had been gathering information for several days and had fortuitously encountered his long-lost cousin on the street a few days prior. This cousin, Wei Xing, had left school before completing middle school and had become entangled with local delinquents, frequently engaging in fights and causing disturbances. His family, unable to manage him, ultimately decided to leave him to his own devices. When they fortuitously crossed paths, Chung Dong felt compelled to greet him. Little did he know that this individual had somehow begun associating with Brother Hao, who had recently taken control of East Street, thereby amplifying his influence. Consequently, Wei Xing's status also ascended, and he began aiding Brother Hao in recruiting followers. As their conversation progressed, what initially began as a mere exchange of pleasantries unexpectedly veered into more significant matters. Reflecting on this, Chung Tian felt a sense of uncertainty. After all, it is rare for opportunities to fall from the sky. The sudden emergence of such a favorable circumstance in his life raised suspicions within him, leaving him at a loss on how to confront the situation. Chapter 11. Taking over the Four Seas restaurant upon returning to the hotel, Chung Tian and his companion began to deliberate on the matter at hand. Chung Tian expressed his skepticism, asserting that good fortune does not simply descend from the heavens. The sudden opportunity seemed too good to be true, leaving him in doubt, as if a hidden trap lay in wait. Conversely, Chung Dong was of the opinion that one must seize the moment, for fortune favors the bold. He argued that the situation clearly presented advantages for them, and questioned why they should not pursue it. After all, life itself is a grand gamble. Should they succeed, their lives would be irrevocably transformed. As the conversation progressed, a divergence of opinions emerged between the two. Chung Dong, dissatisfied with Chung Tian's hesitance, challenged him, asking if he was truly content to live a life of insignificance. Who would willingly choose a life of obscurity devoid of achievement? Chung Tian, with a serious gaze, inquired whether Chung Dong was genuinely prepared to take the plunge, expressing concern over the potential consequences of failure. At this point, we have little to lose, Chung Dong replied. What is there to fear? Even if we falter, we can always begin anew. However, should we let this opportunity slip away, it may never return. Indeed, the chance lay before them, and if they were to miss it, they could not predict when another such opportunity might arise. Chung Tian wrestled internally with his doubts, while Chung Dong remained resolute in his desire not to forfeit this chance, persistently urging Chung Tian to agree. Ultimately, Chung Tian steeled himself and acquiesced. As Chung Dong had articulated, he could not resign himself to a life of mediocrity. Taking a gamble, even with the risk of failure, seemed a preferable alternative to a life of unremarkable existence. If they triumphed, a future filled with promise awaited them. Once they reached a consensus, they resolved to take over the Four Seas restaurant and arranged to meet with Hao Ge the following day to discuss the specifics. After finalizing their decision, Chung Dong contacted Hao Gu to set up a meeting regarding the restaurant. They agreed upon a time and place. When they arrived at the designated location, Hao Gu wasted no time in getting to the point. Brother, I trust you've given this matter considerable thought overnight. To be frank, Hao Gu, after some reflection, I believe it may be best to reconsider, Chung Tian confessed. I am utterly inexperienced in managing such a large establishment. I lack the knowledge of operations and management. Even if I were to take over, it would likely lead to its closure. Hao Yi, recognizing Sheng Tianes aprenhun, konterid. What are you saying? Before we even open, you're already contemplating shutting down? This is hardly the spirit of a young person. Youth is about daring to dream and act, embodying an indomitable spirit. This world belongs to those willing to strive and fight. Rest assured, I will support you from behind. Having realized that his reservations had been uncovered, Chung Tian no longer hesitated. How good? Even if I were to take over the Four Seas restaurant, I still have no idea how to manage it. Do not worry, brother. As long as you are willing, I will take care of the rest for you, Hao Gu assured him. You will provide an investment of 200,000, and I shall devise a method to secure the remaining funds through a bank loan. As for the management, you need not worry. I possess the contact details of all former employees from the Seahai Hotel, and once you take over, they can be promptly invited back to work. Regarding governmental matters, there is no cause for concern. I will accompany you to the Industry and Commerce Bureau to register and obtain a business license. As for the Health Bureau and the Fire Department, it is likely that the process will merely be a formality. Director Wu of Dongcheng District is even more eager than we are. As long as we adhere to the proper procedures, I trust he will expedite the process, as he too wishes to see the Seahai Hotel open its doors as soon as possible. Chapter 12. Yin Tian Hotel, after all arrangements were made. Brother Hao began to set things in motion, while Chung Tian prepared to return to his hometown to gather funds. In truth, 200,000 yuan was a considerable sum for Chung Tian. Even borrowing might not guarantee he could secure such an amount. However, following the incident with Huang Wendong, he had discovered a substantial amount of cash hidden away in his home, which he had kept secret out of fear of exposure. Now, Chung Tian contemplated retrieving his savings before seeking additional funds, intending to supplement any shortfall from the hidden stash. Accompanied by Chung Dong, Chung Tian returned to his hometown, symbolically borrowing a modest sum from the villagers. As he had anticipated, despite the village's population, the financial reserves of rural families were limited, and he could only manage to borrow a small amount. As night fell and silence enveloped the surroundings, Chung Tian took out the suitcase filled with cash that he had brought back from Huang Wendong's residence. Upon seeing the stack of bills once more, he was taken aback. He had never before encountered such a vast sum of money in his lifetime. Striving to calm his excitement, he meticulously organized the cash, an astonishing total of 800,000 yuan, alongside several gold bars. In his earlier haste, he had overlooked the significance of the documents he brought back, now set aside and forgotten. Chung Tian extracted a portion of the money, assembling the necessary 200,000 yuan, and kept an additional 20,000 yuan on hand for contingencies. The remaining funds and gold were carefully wrapped and stored away, ensuring that neither his grandparents nor any outsiders would discover their existence, for the consequences would be dire. The following morning, Chung Tian summoned Chung Dong to accompany him to the city. He promptly called Brother Hao, arranging a meeting at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Having made prior arrangements, Brother Hao ensured that someone was readily available to assist with the necessary procedures. When it came time to register, the staff inquired whether they would be using the original name, Seahai Hotel. Chung Tian firmly declined. Huang Wendong was now a thing of the past, and this territory belonged to him, Chung Tian. There was no way he would retain the old name. After much deliberation, they unanimously decided to name the Hotel Yin Tian. Once the bureaucratic formalities were completed, the next step was to secure a loan using the business license, followed by signing a lease with the original Seahai Hotel property and paying the rent. Brother Hao then entrusted the remaining tasks to his subordinates. Once everything was settled, Chung Tian invited Brother Hao to visit the former Seahai Hotel. As they approached the entrance, they witnessed the once glorious establishment, now reduced to a state of neglect. Chung Tian stepped forward, personally tearing down the seal and opening the door, leading the group inside. Upon entering the grand hall, the visitors were astounded. It was their first experience within such opulent surroundings, adorned in resplendent luxury, befitting the status of the leading hotel in East District. As they strolled through the premises, marveling at the decor, Brother Hao remarked to Chung Tian, "Brother, look at this. This Yin Tian Hotel is already magnificent as it stands. There is no need for further renovations. We simply need to have the staff clean the place thoroughly, and you can choose an auspicious day to commence operations." Brother Hao's words hold merit. However, my companion remains quite oblivious to these matters and thus seeks your guidance. Well said. In a few days, on the 26th, which coincidentally falls on the 6th day of the lunar month, a fortuitous date indeed, you should prepare for the grand opening on that day. I shall assist in spreading the word and will endeavor to invite some prominent individuals to extend their congratulations. However, my acquaintance with influential figures is limited, so we shall see how many attendees we can attract. Let us each make our preparations, and I shall rely heavily on your support when the time comes. As for the Yin Tian Hotel, aside from changing the signboard, there is no need for further alterations to the interior. Renovations are beyond Chung Tian's financial means, and time is not on our side. With the opening date now set, everyone is eagerly anticipating the event. Chapter 13. The grand opening of Yin Tian Hotel in the blink of an eye. Several days had passed, and the auspicious moment for the opening of the Yin Tian Hotel had arrived. The entrance of the hotel was bustling with activity, and although no prominent guests had yet graced the occasion, the atmosphere was still vibrant and lively. Chung Tian and Chung Dong had arrived early, and the hotel's appointed lobby manager, accompanied by a team of waitstaff, was already at the entrance, eagerly awaiting to welcome the guests. Hao Ge had also come early, bringing along a group of his associates to extend their congratulations, creating a scene of jubilant celebration. Many of those who arrived to offer their best wishes did so out of respect for Hao Ge. Some influential business owners, unable to disregard Hao Ge's standing, sent subordinates to convey their greetings. Chung Tan, however, paid little heed to these formalities. He did not recognize the well-known figures present and was primarily focused on the grand opening ceremony. As the scheduled time for the opening drew near, an unexpected guest made an appearance at the Yin Tian Hotel. District Director Wu Yuntian arrived in person, bearing a floral bouquet to express his congratulations. Chung Tian promptly approached Director Wu to extend a warm greeting, and Hao Ge followed suit, inquiring if Director Wu would be willing to participate in the ribbon-cutting ceremony. However, Director Wu did not even spare a glance at Hao Ge. Instead, he took Chung Tian's hand and remarked, "I am here today primarily to meet the proprietor of Yin Tian Hotel. It is truly commendable for someone so young to achieve such success. In these turbulent times for Zhonghai, the future of its economy will depend on the efforts of young individuals like you. My visit today is solely to congratulate you on your hotel's opening. You need not concern yourself with me." After saying this, Director Wu made his way into the hotel. The remaining individuals stood in stunned silence, as Director Wu had neither indicated whether he wished to participate in the ribbon cutting nor shown any intention of departing. Meanwhile, the crowd erupted with excitement upon witnessing Director Wu's presence. Several business magnates who had been observing from a distance stepped forward to attend the hotel's opening and expressed their desire to partake in the ribbon-cutting ceremony, thereby elevating the significance of the occasion. Through this event, Chung Tian began to gain a modest reputation within the business community, finally establishing a foothold in Dongqing District. The ribbon-cutting ceremony concluded successfully, and all attending guests took their seats within the Yin Tian Hotel. On its inaugural day, the hotel was filled to capacity, a promising omen for its future. Chung Tian was then invited into a modest private room, where yet another surprise awaited him. Alongside the earlier seen Director Wu, several notable figures whom he had only previously viewed on television were present in the room. Secretary of the Municipal Committee, Chao Exine, Mayor Liang Xiqing, Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission, Qin Gang, Director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, Long Gang, and Director of the District Public Security Sub-Bureau, Cheng Liang. Among other government officials, Director Wu introduced each individual, prompting Chung Tian to hastily extend his greetings. Secretary Chow was the first to speak, saying, "Young man, you are impressive. It is quite remarkable for someone your age to possess such ambition. We are here today simply to congratulate you on the opening of your hotel. Please do not feel undue pressure. Due to our positions, we must be mindful of political implications and cannot participate in your ribbon-cutting ceremony. I apologize for that." To which Shengtan humbly replied, "Your presence alone brings great honor to my humble establishment. I am truly overwhelmed. I am immensely grateful that you have taken the time out of your busy schedules to grace us with your presence. Your words, however, leave me feeling utterly humbled. The young man before us is neither arrogant nor impetuous. He is grounded and steadfast, destined to become a leading figure in the commercial realm of Zhonghai. I have faith in your potential, so continue to work diligently." "I appreciate your kind words, Secretary Chow. I shall not fail in my duties and will contribute to the commercial prosperity of Zhonghai." At this juncture, Secretary Qin Gang from the Political and Legal Committee interjected, "Young man, in any endeavor, one must proceed with caution and purpose, taking measured steps. Should you encounter any challenges, do not hesitate to seek our assistance. We shall find a way to support you. However, remember this, never cross the boundaries of the law, for if you do, no one will be able to aid you. Why bring this up on the opening day of the hotel?" The young man thought, "Do not take offense. Secretary Qin speaks plainly and directly," said Secretary Chow, expressing his understanding. "We are committed to being law-abiding citizens, and we would never engage in illegal activities. So please rest assured, Secretary Qin. Remember the words you spoke today. If anyone attempts to deliberately obstruct you in business, do not hesitate to come to me. However, should you act recklessly, I will personally ensure you are held accountable." "Certainly, certainly," they echoed. "Now, we are merely here to show our support and enjoy a simple meal. You need not remain with us. There are many guests outside, so please attend to them." "Very well, but Secretary Chow, the private room you have provided is rather ordinary. Allow me to arrange for a better one that will surely meet your satisfaction." "There is no need for that. We are simply here for a casual meal. There is no need to complicate matters. Besides, switching to a more upscale room would attract too much attention. This arrangement is perfectly fine. You need not attend to us any further. Go and attend to your guests." Thus, Chung Tian was ushered out of the private room. Once outside, he let out a long sigh, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. The tension inside had left him sweating profusely on his palms and forehead. Had he stayed any longer, he might have been overwhelmed. After taking a moment to compose himself, he departed. Unbeknownst to him, all eyes in the hotel were focused on that inconspicuous private room. Although Secretary Chow's group had arrived discreetly, their presence did not go unnoticed by the observant. At that moment, many were speculating about Chung Tian's relationship with the municipal government, prompting a reassessment of his standing. Chung Tian, oblivious to these intricate dynamics, hurried to find Hao Gu, and together they made their rounds, toasting to the guests as a sign of respect. Little did he know that a certain girl had her gaze fixed upon him, unwavering. With the successful opening of Yintian Hotel, Chung Tian's previously anxious heart finally found solace. He and Hao Gu, along with a few others, sat in the hotel's office sipping tea. Hao Gu, basking in the glory of success, was in high spirits, as it seemed likely that the territory of Dong Street in the East District would soon be his. The two were deep in discussion about their next steps. Chapter 14. Targeting the Huang Dynasty nightclub, contemplating the importance of steady and gradual development after finally gaining a foothold. The group had finished their dinner when Hao Gu suggested they visit his establishment for some leisure. However, Chung Tian declined the offer, citing the recent busyness with hotel matters that had deprived him of proper rest. Thus, after their meal, they decided to take a stroll instead. As they walked and chatted, they soon found themselves at the entrance of the Huang Dynasty nightclub. Chung Tian gazed at the venue, reflecting that if it had not been for Huang Wendong's coercive tactics, he might not have found himself in this position today. Hao Gu, noticing Chung Tian's dazed expression, mistakenly assumed he was concocting another scheme regarding the nightclub. "Brother," Hao Gu nudged Chung Tian, "you should abandon any notions about the Huang Dynasty. The issues surrounding it, drugs and violence, remain murky and unresolved. Rumors suggest that there are even fatalities involved, alongside influential forces lurking in the background. Although some minor players have been apprehended, progress on the case has stagnated. You can only imagine how deep the waters run here. Chung Tian's mind was racing with an audacious idea. He was not only fixated on the Huang Dynasty nightclub, but also determined to systematically absorb Huang Wendong's enterprises. With all of Huang Wendong's assets currently frozen by the government, Tom was on his side. The extent of his eventual acquisition would depend solely on fortune, yet he dared not voice these ambitions just yet. How good? What would it take to seize the Huang Dynasty? He asked earnestly. Brother, to be honest, there are far too many big players eyeing the Huang Dynasty at the moment. With our limited skills, how can we compete with them? Moreover, the city is keeping a close watch on this matter. Otherwise, someone would have taken over already. Even if the opportunity arose, it certainly wouldn't fall to us. I never imagined I would transition from having no stake in the Sihai Hotel to becoming the owner of Yintian Hotel. Such chances are rarely bestowed twice. I firmly believe in the power of human endeavor. If one does not dare to strive, how can they claim what is rightfully theirs? Brother, ambition is commendable, but the Huang Dynasty is not what it used to be. If you wish to take a risk, that's your choice. While I may not be able to offer substantial assistance, I am willing to lend my modest support in this matter. I believe in the potential of human agency. The Huang Dynasty shall be mine, Chang Tian declared with resolute determination, his gaze fixed on the nightclub. The following morning, he sought out District Chief Wu to express his intentions. After listening, Chief Wu furrowed his brow, deep in thought. You should really approach Secretary Chow from the Municipal Party Committee about this matter. I am powerless to assist you. It's not that I do not wish to help, but the internal affairs of the Huang Dynasty are exceedingly complex. Despite its location in my district, the investigation is currently under the jurisdiction of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, and I lack the authority to interfere. I can, at most, introduce you to Secretary Chow, but I cannot guarantee the outcome. Thus, Chung Tian found himself once more in the presence of Secretary Chow, this time within his office. This experience served as a stark reminder of the advantages his current status afforded him, something he had never dared to dream of before. Upon meeting Secretary Chow, Chung Tian greeted him warmly and promptly articulated his intentions. With a smile on his face, Secretary Chow looked at Chung Tian and remarked, "Young people are indeed audacious and reckless, oblivious to the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. Secretary Chow, the Royal Dynasty nightclub will eventually open, as there will always be someone to take over. Why not me?" Chung Tian responded, "Young man, allow me to be frank. I can support the opening of your Yintian Hotel, as it reflects the face of the city and has the government's strong backing. However, the Royal Dynasty nightclub is another matter entirely. It belongs to the gray industry, which is fraught with peril. The government will not only refrain from providing support, but will also impose restrictions. Additionally, the gray industry is a mixed bag, filled with all sorts of individuals. I worry you lack the experience to navigate this world, and if things go awry, we cannot intervene, which would not bode well for you at this stage. Secretary Chow, I have considered your words. If others can take over and succeed, why can't I? Moreover, you know me well enough. Wouldn't you feel more reassured with me at the helm? I am determined to take this on and have prepared myself mentally. In light of my youthful ambition, I ask for your assistance to grant me this opportunity. While I can help you acquire the royal dynasty, I do not wish for you to wade into these murky waters. You must understand that once you step inside, it could lead to irreversible consequences. I have high hopes for you and do not wish to see you take this detour. You have a bright future ahead. Why cling to this? I am resolute in my decision, and I hope Secretary Chow will support me. Very well, I shall refrain from further discourse. You may approach Director Longang. I will explain the situation to him shortly, and he will assist you in making the arrangements. Thank you, Secretary Chow. You had a promising path ahead of you, but taking this step makes the outcome uncertain. I hope you will tread carefully in the future. Secretary Chow said with a hint of disappointment as he waved goodbye to Chung Tian. Chung Tian then made his way directly to the Municipal Police Bureau to find Director Longang. Director Long scrutinized Chung Tian and said, "Young man, I just praise your courage. It is impressive that someone so young can take on such responsibilities and open the Yuntian Hotel at this early stage. The Municipal Committee holds you in high regard. Yet, You are choosing to stray from a solid path to embark on a more perilous journey, which has disappointed the committee. I appreciate your concern, Director Long, but I am resolute in my decision. To abandon this now would feel like giving up, leaving me with regrets for my future. I kindly ask for your support. Since you are so determined, I shall not press further. I will manage the subsequent affairs of the Royal Dynasty nightclub. You can proceed through the proper channels. The future, whether it brings fortune or misfortune, rests solely in your hands. You may leave now. Director Long spoke with a serious demeanor, signaling the end of the conversation. Chapter 15. The Dynasty Nightclub. Without hesitation, Chung Tian promptly contacted Brother Hao. Upon their meeting, Chung Tian recounted the entire sequence of events to him. Brother Hao listened intently, his expression filled with a mix of surprise and contemplation. Brother Hao, it appears that taking over the dynasty is practically a certainty. What preparations do you suggest I undertake? Chung Tian inquired earnestly. I lack experience in managing such a substantial nightclub, and I find myself somewhat at a loss. But isn't the Red Rose your establishment? Brother Hao retorted. How did you manage it? The two venues cannot be compared. The scale of the Red Rose is insignificant next to the dynasty. One is in the heavens, while the other is on the ground. My venue is but a modest establishment. How could it possibly be compared to the grandeur of the dynasty? I refuse to accept that. I have already taken the reins, and you must assist me in devising a strategy. Otherwise, I fear I will be utterly lost. Chung Tian insisted. To be frank, I find myself somewhat in awe of your determination. Allow me to consider some solutions, Brother Hao replied. Brother Hao, with no other recourse, began assisting Chung Tian with the necessary paperwork while simultaneously helping him recruit staff. However, managing the dynasty was far more intricate than the previous Four Seas Hotel. Every procedure had to be meticulously followed, with no shortcuts, necessitating time and patience. Fortunately, this timeline allowed them to focus on recruitment. Finding ordinary waitstaff was relatively straightforward, and securing young hostesses posed no significant challenge. The real difficulty lay in sourcing managerial personnel, which would require considerable financial investment. As for security, Brother Hao assured Chung Tian that he could dispatch some of his associates to oversee the venue. A week swiftly passed, and many of the formalities were completed. Chung Tian also decided to rename the nightclub to Dynasty Nightclub. He believed he was finally prepared for the grand opening. However, Brother Hao had a different perspective. The nightclub was an upscale venue, and it was imperative that all staff undergo comprehensive training to ensure professionalism, thereby providing guests with a sense of comfort and belonging. This was not a place for the average patron. It catered exclusively to the affluent and influential. Moreover, it was essential to create an aura of anticipation. The establishment could not simply open without fanfare. Many eyes were watching, and the initial acquisition of the nightclub had attracted considerable attention. Thus, the opening needed to project an air of inevitability, which would also serve to deter any potential troublemakers. Ultimately, they decided to postpone the opening by another week. During this period, Chung Tian focused on overseeing staff training while Brother Hao spread the word about the upcoming launch of the Dynasty nightclub. As the day of the grand opening approached, the venue was bustling with guests, including several notable figures who came to offer their congratulations. However, the absence of any government officials sparked murmurs among the attendees. Brother Hao, concerned about possible disturbances, summoned dozens of security personnel to maintain order. Fortunately, the inaugural night unfolded without incident and proved to be exceptionally successful, with everyone preoccupied with the thriving business. Later that evening, after indulging in a bit too much alcohol, Chung Tian, Brother Hao, and their companions retreated to the office to relax and chat. Suddenly, feeling the effects of his drinks, Chung Tian excused himself to use the restroom. Upon exiting, he was unexpectedly approached by a girl who seized him in a fervent kiss. At that moment, Chung Tian found himself engulfed in a haze of confusion. Witnessing the girl's fervor intensifying, he gradually acquiesced to her advances, ultimately taking the initiative and engaging in a passionate embrace. Without hesitation, he led the girl to his resting place, and as soon as the door closed, their desires ignited like kindling, fueled by the effects of alcohol. leading them to a fervent encounter that lasted until exhaustion took over, and they succumbed to slumber in each other's arms. Upon awakening the next morning, Chung Tian discovered a woman nestled against his chest, peacefully sleeping. His head throbbed painfully, and the events of the previous night eluded his memory. He gently roused the girl beside him to inquire about what had transpired. She, too, appeared bewildered, leaving them both momentarily speechless. After a while, a flicker of recollection sparked in Chung Tian's mind, and he was about to voice his thoughts when the girl interrupted him. We're both accustomed to the nightlife. There is no need for such sentimentality. Let us simply regard last night as if it never occurred. However, as Chung Tian gazed at the blush upon her cheeks, he could not help but ask, "You seem reluctant to engage. Was this your first experience? Do you regret it?" With a glance at the bed, the girl, feeling a twinge of guilt, replied, "My decisions are mine alone. You need not concern yourself. Rest assured, I won't cling to you because of this, nor will I harbor regrets." Then, why the hesitation? Chung Tian pressed. "As I said, don't dwell on it. Consider it merely a chance encounter or a fleeting romance. You must know my name, but I am yet to learn yours." "I am Meng Yao," she replied. "To be honest, today is also my first time. Knowing this might ease your mind a bit." "You are indeed intriguing," Chung Tian remarked. "Fear not, our paths shall cross again." With that, Meng Yao dressed and departed, leaving Chung Tian alone in the room. He sat in solitude, contemplating the events of the past few days, realizing it was time to reflect and find clarity amidst the chaos. Chapter 16. Turf War days passed in a seamless routine, with Chung Tian diligently spending his days at Yun Tian Hotel and returning to the Dynasty nightclub by night. Just as he believed that events would unfold according to his plans, an unforeseen incident occurred once again. One evening, as Chung Tian lingered in the nightclub close to closing time, a gang armed with knives stormed into the establishment, wreaking havoc. Chung Tian, accompanied by his loyal aides, stepped forward to confront the assailants. However, whether it was due to their inexperience or sheer cowardice, the aides hesitated, leaving Chung Tian to fend for himself. As a result, he was brutally attacked, suffering multiple stab wounds, while the premises endured significant damage. By the time the police arrived, the perpetrators had already made their escape, leaving Chung Tian to be transported to the hospital for treatment. After taking his statement, the officers concluded that this was a premeditated act of revenge, and with no evidence at the scene, they assured him that they would follow up and notify him of any developments before departing. After receiving basic medical care, Chung Tian, lacking the luxury of time to recuperate, returned to Yun Tian Hotel and promptly convened a meeting. Brother Hao, having heard the news, arrived alongside General Manager Yang of the nightclub, and even Wei Zhao, the general manager of Yun Tian Hotel, was present. Reclining on the sofa, Chung Tian wasted no time and inquired about their perspectives on the previous night's events. Brother Hao candidly expressed, "It is evident that this was a calculated attack. The assailants came prepared, having thoroughly assessed our vulnerabilities. They struck swiftly and retreated just as quickly, leaving no trace behind, and all their faces were unfamiliar, likely to avoid detection. I suspect they were merely testing us to gauge our response to disorder. I will dispatch someone to investigate the identities of the culprits." Brother Hao's assessment was astute. The damage to the establishment was not catastrophic, and with a little tidying up, it would be as if nothing had happened. I surmised that their intent was merely to intimidate us, perhaps a classic case of striking fear into the heart of the tiger. We could resume operations at the nightclub at any moment. However, the crux of the matter remained the security issue. My subordinates had proven ineffectual, and in times of crisis, they were of no assistance, turning our expenditures into mere waste. I take responsibility for this situation. I will replace our current personnel with those capable of handling such incidents. I will ensure that those who fail to perform are dismissed promptly to prevent recurrence. Brother Hao admitted a hint of unease in his demeanor. Brother Hao, I harbor no ill will towards you. I am merely addressing the issue at hand, so please do not take offense. Moreover, in the future, when you send personnel, I kindly ask that they cooperate with me. In a nightclub of this magnitude, if everyone refuses to align with my directives, it renders my efforts futile, Chung Tian emphasized. acknowledging his oversight while vowing to improve. Is there anything else anyone would like to add? Chung Tian inquired, lighting a cigarette and surveying the group. Seeing no one willing to speak, Chung Tian took a drag and continued, then allow me to add a few words. General Manager Yang, as the primary authority of the nightclub, must be obeyed by all, including myself. Should anyone disregard his directives, he has the authority to impose immediate penalties, including dismissal on the spot. Should you have any inquiries, please feel free to approach me afterward. However, during the event, it is imperative to adhere to Manager Yang's directives. Manager Wei, as the principal authority of Yintian Hotel, possesses equivalent rights in management. Each of you must fulfill your respective duties to prevent a recurrence of similar incidents. Chung Tian paused momentarily, inhaled from a cigarette once more, and remarked, Manager Yang, the Wangchao nightclub shall suspend operations for 3 days. We shall reopen once we have restructured our arrangements. Let the staff take this opportunity to rest and regain their composure. Their wages will remain intact. Those injured yesterday should be adequately cared for, and medical expenses must be covered without hesitation. Let us address these matters first, and once everything is organized, we will notify them to return to work. Chung Tian then turned to Brother Hao and stated, Brother Hao, I must once again impose upon you the responsibility of overseeing the venue. I hope you can assign some capable individuals from your team to assist, as we still need to rely on your expertise for the time being. Chung Tian's trust in Brother Hao had waned through their interactions over the past few weeks. He had perceived Brother Hao as short-sighted and lacking ambition, indecisive in critical moments, preferring to remain within the confines of his own territory. He began to feel a growing disappointment. After the others departed, Chung Tian retained Chung Dong, as he found him to be the only reliable ally. He urged Chung Dong to seek trustworthy individuals independently, emphasizing the necessity of developing his own influence rather than relying solely on others. Chung Dong assured him of his immediate action. After organizing the affairs, Chung Tian took a moment to rest alone in the office at Yintian. He contemplated the events of the previous day, realizing he had not wronged anyone, suggesting that there were those who wished to impede his progress. Regrettably, he currently lacked the influence to assert himself effectively. Just as he became engrossed in his thoughts, an unexpected visitor arrived, the director of the District Public Security Bureau. Chung Liang, how are you holding up? All well? Director Chung Liang jested as he observed Chung Tian. I'm fine, not dead yet. What brings you, Director? To visit a mere unknown like me? You still consider yourself an unknown? Currently, you're the most prominent figure in the entire Dongqing district. Do you not realize how many eyes are upon you? Initially, the municipal committee advised you against involving yourself with the nightclub affairs. I trust you recognize the wisdom in that counsel now. Are you here to witness my misfortune? But given your busy schedule, it seems unlikely you have time for that. Indeed, I lack the leisure to indulge in your misadventures. Ordinarily, it would be District Director Wu's responsibility to check on you after your incident. However, your current status makes it inconvenient for him to visit. Thus, he entrusted me with the task of seeing how you are and to share some information. If District Director Wu cannot visit, what makes it convenient for you, Director Chung? Are you not concerned about what others might say? You are mistaken. As the director of the Dongshang District Public Security Bureau, it is entirely within my purview to inquire about the circumstances surrounding the altercation at the Wangchao nightclub yesterday. The police must understand the causes and details of incidents to effectively solve cases. Very well. If you have business to discuss, please proceed. I require some rest. You, young man, do not take advantage and then act innocent. Rest assured, our Public Security Bureau will continue to monitor your affairs. And there are higher authorities keeping an eye on you as well. The only condition is that you refrain from engaging in unlawful activities. As for your thoughts, they are your own concern. Is that all? If you desire to hear more, I am aware of your inquiries. If there is nothing further, you may leave. Chung Tian perceived the upper echelon's demeanor as cold-hearted, changing at a whim without a shred of human compassion. However, unbeknownst to him, Qin Gang, the secretary of the Municipal Political and Legal Affairs Committee, along with Long Gang of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, had already begun to take notice of him. After dismissing Director Chung Tian felt a pang of hunger and intended to have a meal. Yet another unexpected visitor arrived, the girl named Meng Yao, whom he had encountered at the nightclub. Chapter 17. Farewell to the girl. How are you feeling now? Are you any better? As the girl entered, her greeting resembled that of an old friend. It's nothing serious, just a minor injury. I'll be fine in a couple of days. Chung Tian gazed at the girl before him in astonishment. How did she know about his injury? How did she know he was in Yun Tian's office? It felt as though there were no secrets between them. Reflecting on their encounter that day, he could not help but question the girl's true identity. Are you pondering who I am? Wondering how I know so much about you? Yes, and you mentioned we would meet again, which suggests you had this planned all along. I admit, my approach was deliberate. I need your assistance with a matter, and in return, we shall consider our affairs settled. What affairs are to be settled? Chung Tian immediately grew cautious at the mention of needing his help. There is no need to be evasive, since I have already shared a night with you. I believe I can persuade you to assist me. Don't worry, it won't be too burdensome. Realizing the girl had seen through his defenses, Chung Tian could no longer feign ignorance and replied candidly, I will help you, provided it is within my means. However, I must clarify that it was you who initiated that encounter, and while it was indeed our first time, we are now even. You scoundrel. You. Never mind. As long as you agree to help, I won't hold it against you. By the way, now that we are at the restaurant, are you not going to treat me to a meal? Very well, what would you like? I shall treat you. Let us go to the dining area. Why not order some dishes to be delivered here? That would suffice. Thus, they dined in the room, with the girl asking questions and Chung Tian responding. Eventually, she discovered that Chung Tian was rather straightforward, lacking any romantic flair, leading her to cease further conversation. They sat in silence, gazing at one another. Hey, I have a name. Do you not remember? Calling me girl is quite impolite, you know? Even if you don't remember my name, at least call me Beauty. Upon being referred to as girl, the girl was on the verge of losing her temper. Chung Tian was startled by her sudden shift in demeanor and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, forgive me. Your name is Meng Yao, right? I remember now. Consider yourself fortunate to remember my name. If you dare to call me girl again, I shall be furious, Meng Yao retorted angrily. Understood. I will remember. Well then, I must take my leave. You are rather dull company, and I fear I shall suffocate if I remain here any longer. Before you go, please tell me what you need assistance with, so I may prepare myself. No need for that. I will seek you out when the time comes. For now, focus on your recovery. All right, take my number. Should you need anything, feel free to call me directly. It will save you the trouble of running back and forth. I already have your number. It is hardly a secret. I am not yet privy to your telephone number. For the time being, there is no need for you to contact me, and thus, my number is unnecessary. When I wish to reach out, you shall come to know it. Very well, you may take your rest now. I shall take my leave. After bidding farewell to Meng Yao, Chung Tian found himself devoid of the inclination to ponder over trivial matters. This Meng Yao exuded an air of mystery, as though he bore no secrets in her presence, which rendered him rather vulnerable. He felt compelled to swiftly uncover the intricacies of her background. Otherwise, he feared he would find himself at a disadvantage in her company in the future. Chapter 18. Recruitment. A few days later, Chung Tian's prestigious nightclub opened its doors. Fortunately, there were no disturbances as of yet. Chung Dong had recruited 7 or 8 individuals to help oversee security, among whom were 2 retired soldiers. Their impressive physiques suggesting they were capable men. Chung Tian felt it was high time to discreetly cultivate his own influence. As midnight approached, the nightclub had yet to officially commence operations. At the entrance stood 3 men clad in camouflage attire. A middle-aged man with a canvas bag slung over his shoulder applying for a security position. Chung Dong noticed that one of the men was missing his little finger. Another had a slight limp, and the third was without a thumb. Observing their physical shortcomings, Chung Dong hesitated to hire them, yet the men were reluctant to depart, leading to a verbal confrontation. This scene caught the attention of Chung Tian, who hurried over to investigate. Upon learning the circumstances, he inquired why these men sought employment as security, considering their relatively young age and the multitude of other opportunities available to them. One individual pointed to his missing digit and then gestured towards his companions, explaining, "We are all veterans, and due to our circumstances, we have struggled to find suitable employment. It has been nearly a month since we left the service, and our funds are dwindling. If we cannot secure work soon, we will have no choice but to return to farming. What are your expectations for the job? Chung Tian asked, though he initially had reservations about hiring them. However, out of respect for their military service, he decided to accept them. We have no particular demands. We simply hope for a place to stay and would be content with a monthly salary of 1,000. That request is reasonable. Chung Dong, please escort them inside to settle in. Ensure they have a meal tonight and a chance to rest before starting work tomorrow. Understood, Brother Tian. Please follow me. Chung Dong replied, leading them to the accommodations. That evening, the nightclub opened as scheduled. Chung Tian remained in his office, where Chung Dong reported that the 3 new recruits had been settled in and were ready to begin work the following day. Reflecting on their military backgrounds, Chung Tian found himself intrigued by their potential capabilities, realizing they were surely more skilled than mere ruffians. With a sense of curiosity, he asked Chung Dong to take him to meet them. Upon arriving at their dormitory, Chung Tian observed that, while modest, the space was impeccably organized and clean. He jested, "It's clear you've all been soldiers. Your tidiness speaks volumes." "Thank you, but if we couldn't manage this much, it would be a disservice to our years of service," one soldier replied. "Would you share some stories from your time in military? I have never served and am quite curious." "I'm afraid that information is classified. We cannot disclose anything," the middle-aged man without a thumb responded, his expression devoid of emotion. "There is nothing that cannot be spoken of. We were all scouts in the past, and by a twist of fate, we became comrades in the same unit. This gentleman, who limps slightly, is Chung Yong. A year ago, he sustained an injury to his leg while carrying out a mission and has since retired to recover at home. The other, known as Gao Hu, was a sniper in the military's sharpshooting team before his retirement. I am Long Chung, an observer in the same sniper unit prior to my discharge. Gao Hu and I were a pair, and 3 months ago, we embarked on a mission where we both sustained injuries. My little finger and his thumb were left on the battlefield. Subsequently, we spent over a month recuperating at home. But as our finances dwindled, we contemplated seeking employment. Unfortunately, no one seemed willing to hire individuals like us. Had it not been for the benevolence of the owner, we would have had no choice but to return to farming. So, you have taken lives then? Which unit did you serve in before? We have only taken the lives of enemies, those who posed a threat to the safety of our homeland. As for the unit we served in, that information cannot be disclosed. Given your evident capabilities, it seems a bit beneath you to work as security here. Please, do not dismiss us. We are capable of any task, even if the wages are lower." Long Chung, fearing that the owner might turn them away, interjected hastily. "I have no intention of dismissing you. With talents like yours, how could I bear to let you go? I am in need of diligent workers, and as long as you commit yourselves to the task, I assure you that I will not shortchange you. Rest assured, whatever you require, we will accomplish it. We, as brothers, will not betray your trust." "Very well. With your assurance, I feel at ease. Tonight, take the time to rest well, and tomorrow we shall discuss your work arrangements." After Chung Tian and Chung Dong exited the dormitory, they strolled along the street. Chung Tian was in high spirits, confident that these 3 individuals would bring him unexpected surprises. He truly needed talents like theirs, and their arrival felt like a timely boon. The following morning, Chung Tian summoned the trio to Yun Tian's office to meet him. Just as the 3 were marveling at their young boss's impressive capabilities, Chung Tian got straight to the point. "Now that you work under my command, rest assured that I will treat you fairly. I have 3 pressing matters that require your assistance. Firstly, my nightclub was vandalized a few days ago, and I was also injured in the attack. I need you to investigate who was responsible. I cannot suffer in silence. Furthermore, the current security personnel at the nightclub are inadequate. You will be responsible for ensuring its safety and preventing any further disruptions. These matters are straightforward. I shall assign Chung Yong the task of investigating who attacked the nightclub. As for the security of the establishment, Gao Hu and I will take charge. Furthermore, I will have Gao Hu train the security personnel here. With a little time, they will undoubtedly become formidable. If the owner remains concerned, I can also reach out to some retired comrades. Once they join, I can assure you that the nightclub will be fortified into an impenetrable stronghold, ensuring that any troublemakers will not return. However, this will entail higher expenses. Rest assured, finances are not an issue, as long as you can fulfill your promises. Feel free to state your conditions. Very well, I now understand the course of action. Boss, there is one more matter. A girl named Meng Yao has recently appeared in my vicinity. She seems to know quite a bit about me. Yet I know nothing about her. Whether she's a foe or a friend remains unclear. Could you assist me in investigating her? This poses no difficulty. We can commence our work immediately and will provide you with feedback in the shortest possible time. Should you require anything, simply reach out to Adong, as he will oversee all your needs. Chapter 19. The uniqueness of soldiers. After Chung Dong took 3 individuals out, they immediately commenced their tasks. True to the nature of soldiers, their actions were precise and unequivocal. That evening, Chung Tian sat in the office of the nightclub when Long Chung arrived with news. Boss, the matter you entrusted us with has developed, he announced. Such promptness. What information do you have? We've gathered several pieces of intelligence. Which would you prefer to hear first? That piques my interest. Let us begin with the girl named Meng Yao. Meng Yao, age 23, hails from Dongqing District, Zhonghai City, in Linjiang Province. She graduated last year from the financial department of Linjiang University and has since partnered with classmates to establish a modest investment firm in the provincial capital, yielding commendable returns. After returning for the new year, she has focused her efforts in Dongqing District, leaving her business in the capable hands of her partner. You truly excel. How did you manage to uncover all this? Is there more to her story? Indeed, her father is Wu Yintian, the district chief of Dongqing. You must be mistaken. How can that be? Furthermore, their surnames differ. Is that even plausible? It is absolutely true. She bears her mother's surname. Moreover, she forsook the advantageous conditions in the provincial capital to come to Dongqing for her father's sake. Chief Wu's situation is precarious. He is practically on the brink of retirement, having lost much of his authority to the municipal party since an incident involving a certain Huang Wendong. Wu has been in a passive position ever since, with the district's significant troubles arising from a multitude of construction companies previously associated with Huang, now halted due to legal violations. The municipal party is bypassing Chief Wu, issuing directives without his consent. He is likely facing an involuntary resignation. What a pity. That explains much, Chung Tian murmured. Boss, what did you say? I didn't catch that. Nothing of consequence. How is the investigation into the nightclub proceeding? The nightclub issue involved a local figure named Hao, who has enlisted people from neighboring provinces. Initially, just a petty thug, Hao gained prominence after Huang Wendong's downfall, as his underlings were arrested in droves. Subsequently, he allied with Chun Xinhua, a local developer who had long been Huang's rival, albeit with lesser power. Following Huang's demise, Chun emerged from the shadows. He previously approached Chun Fuping, the director of the Municipal People's Congress, seeking to take over the nightclub, but was rebuffed and even expelled. I harbor no grievances with this Hao. Why would he target me? I believe it is twofold. Firstly, he harbors resentment towards your takeover of the nightclub, seeking to assert himself. Secondly, he aims to gauge the municipal party's current stance following the recent opening of the Yuntian Hotel, which drew considerable attention. Now that you have assumed control of the nightclub, they wish to ascertain the party's position. However, there has been no official statement from the municipal party thus far, so I suspect further actions may be forthcoming. Do you have a strategy to counter this? Given our current influence, we can effectively defend ourselves, but we lack the strength to proactively strike back. Very well, proceed as you see fit. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. All right, Brother Tian, I shall attend to my tasks now. Upon finishing his words, Long Chung rose and made his way outside. Brother Chung, remember, my faith in you is unwavering. Chapter 20. Successful defense after Long Cheng's departure. Chung Tian sat in his office, a smile breaking across his face. The events of recent times had weighed heavily on him, but the arrival of Long Chung and his companions provided him with a much-needed sense of reassurance. All problems seemed surmountable now, and he could finally breathe easy. Over the past few days, Chung Tian enjoyed restful nights and satisfying meals, free from worries. Life had become exceedingly comfortable. That night, just as he settled into bed, he received a phone call from Chung Dong, informing him that there was a disturbance and that the police had already been alerted. Chung Tian quickly got dressed and headed to the nightclub. By the time he arrived, the police were already on the scene. Upon inquiry, he learned that the troublemakers were, like before, intent on causing chaos and then fleeing. However, they were not the same group as last time. Fortunately, Long Chung had anticipated such a situation. Aside from a few who managed to escape, 7 or 8 were trapped inside and subsequently taken away by the police. Chung Tian felt a surge of relief. The nightclub remained unscathed, and no one from his team had been injured. Once the police had concluded their work, Chung Tian promptly gathered Long Chung and the others for a meeting. I am quite pleased with your performance this time, and I have decided to reward you. If you have any requests, feel free to voice them. The boss has given us work, and we are glad to contribute. We are not idle, and that alone satisfies us. Moreover, the tasks assigned to us are substantial enough. We cannot wish for too much, they replied. This is what you deserve, Chung Tian countered. Moreover, employees who do not express their needs are not good employees. Otherwise, how can I motivate you to dedicate yourselves to my cause? How about this, Tiange? You could consider giving them a raise. They're here to work and earn a living, so increasing their wages would be the most practical approach, suggested one of them. No need for that, boss. This arrangement is quite satisfactory, they responded. Nonsense. The wages must certainly be increased. Adong, please inform them that each brother who participated tonight will receive a bonus of 500 yuan. Gao Hu, Chung Yong, and Manager Yang will each receive 2,000 yuan. And Long Chung, you will receive 3,000 yuan. Additionally, every other staff member will receive 200 yuan as a token of appreciation. Adong, since those 3 have yet to receive calls, please handle that. Also, notify Manager Wei to arrange a few tables at Yun Tian for noon tomorrow. Everyone has been working hard lately, and we should gather and relax. Understood, Tiange, Adong replied. Boss, we truly cannot accept this. It is too much for us 3 brothers, they protested. There is no need for such modesty. If it weren't for you, my establishment would have faced destruction again. While the damage itself is trivial, being repeatedly targeted would bring ridicule upon me. How could I maintain my standing in the community if that were to happen? At this point, everyone shared a slight smile, their tension easing and their expressions lightening, except for Chung Yong, who remained stoic. I, Chung Tian, aim to establish myself in this eastern district, and I will rely on all of you present. Therefore, please do not hold back, as long as I am here. You shall never be treated unfairly. Thank you, boss, the crowd replied in unison. And please, refrain from calling me boss. It sounds uncomfortable. I'm not much older than you, so you may address me as Tian from now on. How could this be acceptable? You are the boss. It is inappropriate to address you by your name. Long Chung protested urgently. There is nothing wrong with it. We are all part of the same circle. It feels awkward to call you boss. Let us simply address you as Brother Tian. Manager Yang, who had been silent until now, interjected. Is it fitting for me to be called that, considering you are all older than I? Thus it is settled. We shall call you Brother Tian, and for you, we will refer to you as Brother Dong, Yang asserted, adding a touch of warmth to the titles. Very well, Brother Tian, that shall be your name. Long Chung echoed in agreement. All right, since you all have decided, I shall not be overly formal. Brother Long, what do you suggest we do next? The group turned their attention to Long Chung, who appeared at a loss and replied in astonishment. Brother Tian, I ascend. It inappropriate for you to call me that. Chung Tian looked at Long Chung and said, as we are all on equal footing now, what is there to be concerned about? Furthermore, we are merely using titles. Why fret over such trivialities? Upon hearing this, Long Chung conceded. If that is the case, let us not dwell on it any longer. Now, let us address the matter at hand. While we have made a mark with our first battle, and word will spread through the community tomorrow, this fame is fleeting. To truly establish ourselves, we must secure a decisive victory. However, our collective strength is currently insufficient for an offensive maneuver. Thus, our primary focus must be on building our strength. Only by becoming formidable can we seize the initiative. Yet, we are under the scrutiny of countless eyes, and it'll be challenging to enhance our power swiftly. Our only viable path forward is to recruit more personnel. This is the sole means to bolster our strength without drawing the attention of our adversaries. I have already reached out to former comrades. Once they arrive, we shall possess a formidable force, and we will no longer be in a passive position. Brother Chung, since you have made the arrangements, Proceed as you see fit. Remember, if you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. I shall ensure they are met. Just go ahead and execute your plans. Chapter 21. Each with their own calculations after the meeting concluded, everyone dispersed to rest. Chung Dong arrived at the resting quarters of Chung Tian, and the two engaged in conversation. Brother Tian, do you not fear that granting Long Chung such significant authority might lead him to form factions and betray us in the future? The three of them are individuals who are deeply grateful for their benefactors. As the leader among them, Long Chung speaks and acts with remarkable composure, exhibiting a distinct leadership quality in every word and gesture. Chung Yong, although taciturn, is decisive in his actions, never dilly-dallying. Gao Hu, while presenting an aloof demeanor, is resolute and unhesitating in executing his tasks. Each of them possesses unique strengths, yet they work together seamlessly. As long as I treat them sincerely, I am confident they will not disappoint my expectations, just as they once pledged their loyalty to our homeland. We need only avoid crossing their bottom lines. Brother Tian, are you aware of their bottom lines? It should be that they cannot betray their own country, nor engage in actions that would dishonor it. Do you have confidence in your ability to keep them in check? They cannot be controlled. However, if they sense my goodwill towards them, they will willingly serve me. Rest assured, there is nothing to worry about. It is getting late. You should retire early. The following morning, in the office of Yun Tian Chung Tian, District Chief Chung Liang arrived early to meet Chung Tian. Chief Chung wore a beaming expression, evidently in high spirits. Young man, you truly impress me. Faced with adversity, you not only remained unscathed, but immediately devised a countermeasure. Clearly, the higher-ups did not err in their judgment of you. You flatter me, Chief Chung. I merely act out of self-preservation. Self-preservation? The strength you exhibited yesterday was merely for self-preservation? You yist. Last night, over a dozen henchmen stormed your nightclub, and within a minute, 7 or 8 were captured. A few fled in fear at the first sign of trouble, lest they be caught in your net. Moreover, I have heard that your nightclub suffered minimal damage. The prowess of your subordinates in such a short span is indeed remarkable. Chief Chung, you are not here merely to extol my virtues, are you? Certainly not. You, young man, are quick to let flattery go to your head. Last night, we interrogated those henchmen, yet they steadfastly claimed they came to your establishment merely to make some money, refusing to divulge the mastermind behind it. Since you anticipated their arrival, I presume you are aware of who is pulling the strings? Chief Chung, you overestimate my influence. The nightclub suffered an attack, and I simply sought assistance from outside. Otherwise, I would be perpetually vulnerable to such assaults. How could I establish a foothold? You have become quite astute. Since you are unwilling to disclose anything, I shall refrain from pressing you. In any case, with those henchmen in custody, I will uncover the truth eventually. After such a night, your reputation has soared. What are your next intentions? I only wish to safeguard my own territory. As long as others do not provoke me, I seek to live a straightforward life. Very well. Remember your words. I shall take my leave. After bidding farewell to Director Chung, Chung Tian recalled the dinner invitation extended to them and summoned Manager Wei to inquire about the hotel's recent status. Upon entering Chung Tian's office, Manager Wei inquired, Boss, is there something you need? Has a Dong mentioned anything about the dinner from Manager Yang and his entourage today? Early this morning, General Chung informed me, and I've already made the necessary arrangements. Everything is prepared. We are simply awaiting their arrival for the meal. Excellent. When they arrive, be sure to extend them a warm welcome. They have worked hard during this period, so let us ensure they are well fed and well hydrated. Just make sure everything is organized. Rest assured, I will manage it personally and guarantee their satisfaction. Now, how is the business at the hotel? To be frank, the hotel's business has been mediocre. While the occupancy rate is satisfactory, the number of diners has diminished. The reason is that there are now numerous high-end restaurants lining the streets, offering a variety of cuisines. Many patrons have grown weary of our offerings and seek new flavors. Our menu has remained largely unchanged, resulting in a loss of clientele. Why didn't you mention these issues sooner? Do you have any strategies to alter the current situation? I noticed you've been preoccupied with the nightclub matters, which is why I hadn't brought it up. However, I have been contemplating solutions. I have recently hired several new chefs, and our seafood dishes have been performing well, though the supply is limited and the costs are high, as we rely on frozen ingredients. I'm actively exploring new sources. Please ensure you communicate any matters promptly, so we can devise solutions together. I will keep a close eye on this issue. Understood, boss. If there is nothing else, I will return to my duties. Once Manager Wei departed, Chung Tian called Chung Dong, instructing him to notify Manager Yang and Long Chung to prepare the drinks and arrive early for the dinner. After relaying these instructions, Chung Tian found himself at leisure and began contemplating future development plans. With the hotel and nightclub operations now on a stable trajectory, it was time to consider expanding into new ventures. Chapter 22. Meng Yao's request at this moment. A girl named Meng Yao arrived once more. She gracefully entered Chung Tian's office, requiring no invitation, and poured herself a cup of tea before taking a seat and indulging in her drink. You truly lack decorum. Treating this place as your own abode, she teased while casting a glance at Chung Tian. Enough of that. What brings you here today? Is it a crime to come see you without a reason? After all, we have shared a bed before. Why must you be so dull? Must you always bring that up? Are you here regarding your father's situation? How did you know? How could you possibly know? Meng Yao looked at Chung Tian, astonished. For few were aware of this matter. Do not concern yourself with how I came to know. What assistance do you seek regarding your father? Since you're already aware, I shall not keep it from you. My father's position is quite precarious. Though he is a district chief, he no longer holds sway over the affairs of Dongchang District, as his authority has been undermined by the municipal committee. He could be removed from office at any moment. What can I do to assist you? I wish for you to speak to Secretary Chow of the municipal committee on my father's behalf to plead for leniency. You overestimate my influence. If I approach him, do you truly believe he would heed my words? As long as you follow my guidance, I believe he would extend you some courtesy. I'm currently enjoying a comfortable life. Do not push me into a pit of fire. I have already given myself to you. Cannot you assist me just this once? If you help me this time, we can consider the past as settled. That is not feasible. Secretary Chow is a person of high standing. He would never listen to me. Besides, I could easily be implicated, which would yield nothing but loss for me. If you refuse to help me, I shall have no one else to turn to, and I assure you, I would not harm you. Today marks my father's 58th birthday, and in 2 years, he is due for retirement. Yet, he remains at home, burdened with worry, fearing his imminent removal. He has served Dongchang District for the better part of his life and has made significant contributions. He deserves a dignified retirement. If he were to be ousted now, how would he live thereafter? Meng Yao's tears began to flow as she spoke. Do not cry. How can I assist you? Chung Tian could not bear to see a girl in tears. Now you are the owner of Yin Tian and Wang Chao, a person of some repute in Dongcheng District, and you could engage in conversation with Secretary Chow. The primary issue at present in Dongcheng District stems from the multiple construction sites of the former owner, Huang Wendong, which remain dormant. However, investigations are nearing completion, with the necessary arrests and judgments made. Soon, these sites will be up for bid again. When that time comes, if you submit a bid, the municipal committee will surely regard you with new eyes. You have already acquired several hotels and nightclubs. Taking on a few more projects would be akin to solving a problem for the government. Then, you could casually mention my father's situation in front of Secretary Chow, and the matter would resolve itself seamlessly. It seems you have been plotting this for quite some time. Indeed, ever since the demise of Mr. Huang Wendong, my father has faced relentless oppression, which has subsequently triggered a series of events that have rendered him increasingly vulnerable. There are numerous individuals who covet my father's position, some covertly exacerbating the situation, eagerly anticipating his downfall. Now, my father is on the verge of collapse, and I dread the day he might succumb. As Meng Yao spoke, tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Chung Tian hastily offered her some tissues, which she accepted to wipe away her tears. At that moment, Chung Tian realized just how beautiful she was, captivated by her presence. Meng Yao, still oblivious to Chung Tian's gaze, continued, since the new year. I have been tirelessly seeking assistance for my father's plight. Unfortunately, my connections are limited, and there are those who wish for my father's resignation, leaving me without support. It was only with your arrival that I began to see a glimmer of hope. Meng Yao turned to Chung Tian and suddenly asked, "Am I beautiful?" "Yes, you are," he replied. "What makes me beautiful? Everything about you is beautiful, especially." At that moment, Chung Tian jolted back to reality, lowering his head, too shy to meet Meng Yao's gaze or utter another word. Chapter 23. Agreeing with Meng Yao at this moment, Meng Yao suddenly rose and approached Chung Tian, gently caressing his cheek. She smiled at him, then playfully tugged at his ear, exclaiming, "I've been speaking to you for ages, and you dare to spy on me." Chung Tian yelped in pain, quickly pleading, "Let go, it hurts too much." Releasing him, Meng Yao began to massage his ear, then boldly sat down on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck as she declared, "As long as you can resolve my father's issue, I shall leave my fate in your hands. You know, I have always been a pure and innocent girl." Chung Tian was utterly bewildered by Meng Yao's sudden display. He dared not glance at her, allowing her to embrace him, too stunned to move or speak. Meng Yao then rose to lock the office door, returning to embrace Chung Tian, a torment for the young man, filled with vigor. Chung Tian, not one to uphold the strictest of morals, reciprocated her affection, and they found themselves entwined in a passionate embrace, engaging in a fervent encounter that felt like a battle of 300 rounds. Eventually, they lay exhausted on the bed, Meng Yao resting her head on Chung Tian's chest, while he held a cigarette between his lips. Neither spoke, enveloped in silence. After a considerable time, Chung Tian finally broke the stillness, saying, "Meng Yao, what is the purpose of this? To sacrifice your reputation for your father's affairs. Does it truly seem worthwhile?" Upon hearing her name, Meng Yao tightened her embrace and replied, "From now on, call me Yao Yao. My name feels awkward when you say it." Chung Tian, still holding her, reflected on the intimacy they had shared previously, though he had been too inebriated to remember it clearly. This time, however, the sensations were vividly real, and they lay together exposed and vulnerable. Chung Tian felt a tumult of emotions. Despite their physical connection, they had only met 3 times, and he was uncertain of his feelings for her. At most, he felt a twinge of guilt stemming from their intimacy. Noticing Chung Tian's silence, Meng Yao looked up, meeting his gaze. Delighted, she reached out to stroke his cheek, asking, "Why do you keep staring at me? Is there something on my face? Or do you find me attractive?" Chung Tian gently placed his hand on her face and replied, "You are beautiful." Hearing this, Meng Yao smiled, resting on his chest, unaware that a tear had slipped from the corner of her eye. They lay together in silence until Chung Tian's phone rang, reminding him of the gathering with Manager Yang. The two hurriedly dressed and tidied themselves. As Meng Yao prepared to leave, Chung Tian took her hand, urging her to join him at the gathering. At that moment, Meng Yao radiated joy, her heart swelling with a hint of secret delight. As the two of them arrived at the reserved private room for the gathering, Chung Tian realized that everyone was already present, including Manager Wei. Being the boss, he felt a twinge of embarrassment for being late. However, Meng Yao, standing beside him, promptly invited everyone to take their seats and called for the staff to begin serving the dishes and beverages without hesitation, exuding a sense of elegance and confidence. Thanks to the prior arrangements, the food was served expeditiously, and the guests gradually loosened up, indulging in a lavish feast. As the proprietor, Chung Tian naturally occupied the seat of honor, with Meng Yao to his left. Initially, Chung Dong was to be seated on his right, but Chung Tian opted to have him sit next to Meng Yao instead, placing Long Chung on his right, followed by the esteemed Manager Yang and Manager Wei from Yintian, with Chung Yong and Gao Hu rounding out the gathering. The seating arrangement, orchestrated by the boss himself, stirred a mix of thoughts among the attendees. Chung Tian then introduced Meng Yao to the group. While he did not explicitly state her identity, it was clear to those present, all of whom were his confidants. Meng Yao, in turn, seemed to assert her presence by toasting each individual, making her debut before them. The lively gathering soon came to a close, and Chung Tian advised everyone to rest well as they had work to attend to that evening. He then led Long Chung and the others to the office for a meeting, with Meng Yao following closely behind. Upon entering the office, Meng Yao took the initiative to greet everyone and usher them to their seats, proceeding to serve tea to each of them, embodying the role of a gracious hostess. Ching Tian felt it inappropriate to comment, and thus began addressing the matter at hand. Our business has now stabilized, and all aspects are well in place. I'm seeking new avenues for development. Does anyone have any thoughts? Long Chung, after listening, nodded and departed. Shortly after, Meng Yao entered with a tray of fruits. She perched herself on Chung Tian's lap, carefully peeling grapes and removing the seeds before feeding them to him one by one, all the while maintaining a silent gaze upon him. Chung Tian embraced Meng Yao and remarked, "The events of last night should have spread by now. Tomorrow, I will visit Secretary Chow to discuss some projects, and I will also mention your father's situation to him, depending on his response." Meng Yao replied softly, resting in his embrace, remaining silent. "Is something bothering you? Do you still hold a grudge against Xingge?" "No." "Then why this lack of response?" "I'm Yufine. Just proceed with your plans." At that moment, Meng Yao was seething with frustration. She felt that Long Chung did not trust her connection with Chung Tian. Yet Chung Tian seemed indifferent to the matter. She had already aligned herself with him, and if only he would acknowledge her identity before his friends. Would Long Chung continue to harbor doubts? However, being a young woman, she found it difficult to voice her feelings. In a fit of anger, Meng Yao bit Chung Tian's arm, causing him to yelp in pain, while she stormed off without looking back, leaving Chung Tian to mutter that she was acting irrationally. Chapter 24. The secretaries visit. The news of how Ji's assault and the destruction of his establishment swiftly spread throughout the underworld. Coupled with Long Cheng's insinuation that it was Chung Tian's doing, some individuals, previously emboldened, found themselves compelled to reassess Chung Tian's prowess. In the office of Secretary Chow, he was engrossed in reviewing a report while Chung Tian leisurely sipped tea opposite him. Without exchanging pleasantries, they sat in silence, each engrossed in their own thoughts. After several minutes, Secretary Chow set the report aside and addressed Chung Tian, inquiring about his unexpected visit. "Mr. Chung, what brings you here today?" "Secretary Chow, must I not check in on you when there is nothing amiss?" "Do not concern yourself with me. The individual you were preoccupied with not long ago is now recuperating in a hospital. Was it not your handiwork at the nightclub on Jiefeng Road yesterday?" "Secretary Chow, on what basis do you make such claims? Are you attempting to feign ignorance? Previously, they wreaked havoc upon your territory and injured you. I imagined you would not suffer in silence, and indeed, you have mounted a counteroffensive. Those who attacked your establishment were swiftly dealt with by your associates. Surely, the events of the previous night were orchestrated by you. When they approached me, I merely acted in self-defense. Moreover, this is hardly my fault, is it? I was entirely unaware of what transpired the night before. You cannot place all the blame on me. Enough, your affairs are not my concern. It would be prudent for you to maintain a low profile. Should you find yourself in trouble, I may not be able to assist you. Now, what is it that you summoned me for? Speak quickly, for I have matters to attend to." "Secretary Chow, I observed that many construction sites in the East District have come to a halt. I was pondering, you rascal, so you have come regarding this matter. You, too, are calculating. Is there still interest in this endeavor? It would be peculiar if such a substantial project went unnoticed. A developer by the name of Chen Xinhua has approached me discreetly on multiple occasions regarding this issue, yet I have refrained from engaging. His previous site faced allegations of unpaid wages to laborers, which, though ultimately resolved by the city, revealed his questionable character. Thus, I have withheld my endorsement. However, there are those advocating on his behalf, making it difficult for me to dismiss him outright. And then, yesterday, I received a call suggesting I mediate between you and Chen Xinhua. But I do not even know him. How could I have a conflict with him? Do not pretend otherwise. The rumors are rampant. The word on the street is that you incapacitated Hao Ge the other night, and everyone is aware that Hao Ge was under Chen Xinhua's employ. Logically, Chen Xinhua should have defended Hao Ge. However, your formidable display of strength may have rendered him hesitant to act. Thus, he seeks to negotiate a truce before devising another plan. And then, I suggest you first meet with him. Any requests can be directly addressed. At that point, you can subtly persuade him to hand over those construction sites to you, thereby doing him a favor in return. This matter can be settled quite elegantly, achieving a mutually beneficial outcome. Very well, I shall agree to your proposal. By the way, doesn't tea that suffice? If the two of you can minimize friction, it will bring tranquility to the Dongcheng district as well. My fundamental aim is to elevate the economic prospects of Zhonghai and ensure that its citizens lead prosperous lives. I merely wish to live contentedly within my own small domain. As long as others do not disturb me, I am quite satisfied. Why would I ever provoke others? And you, don't try to fill my head with fanciful ideas. From now on, be mindful of what can and cannot be done. Do not say I did not warn you. I shall certainly remember the teachings of Secretary Chow. Now, unless there is anything further, you may leave. I'm rather busy. Additionally, regarding our district chief Wu, someone has approached me seeking leniency, hoping you might show mercy and grant him a reprieve. This is an internal matter of our organization, and we have our own arrangements regarding his future appointments. What? Do you wish to interfere in governmental affairs? Certainly not. How could I presume to do so? I merely wish to express that seeing officials like District Chief will ultimately suffer disgrace is disheartening. Enough with the hesitation. Let me be candid with you. Were it not for his years of diligent service and dedication to the people, I would have long since removed him from his position. However, he is no longer fit to occupy the role of District Chief. The organization has issued a transfer order, and in a few days, Wu Yintian will be moved to the municipal office in a directorial capacity, albeit in a largely ceremonial role, allowing him to remain until retirement and enjoy his later years. This is indeed the best arrangement for him. You truly are. What is it? No, it appears you had already devised a plan. Had you simply informed me, I would not have been so anxious. Is there anything further from the municipal government that requires my reporting? I would not dare. My apologies for the intrusion, Secretary Chow. I shall take my leave. Chung Tian was quite pleased to have obtained the answers he sought. Now, unless there is anything else, you may depart. Chapter 25. Chun Xinhua's invitation. As Chung Tian exited the municipal building, Long Chung awaited him at the entrance, and together they returned to Yunqian's office. Chung Tian relayed to Long Chung the news from Secretary Chow regarding Chun Xinhua's desire to reconcile. He sought Long Cheng's perspective on the matter. Given the circumstances, we must seize the initiative to secure greater advantages. For now, we shall remain inactive. They will reach out to us in due course. I believe Chun Xinhua has attained his current position through remarkable skill, and we must devise a comprehensive strategy. Otherwise, we risk suffering losses at his hands. Chung Tian expressed his concerns. I concur. We must assemble our forces and be prepared to demonstrate our strength. In this society, it is only through robust capability that others will not dare to underestimate us. Indeed, you should begin preparations. Once Chun Xinhua calls to arrange a meeting, we shall go together. Understood. I will start preparing, and please inform me immediately of any news. Long Chung replied as he departed. Subsequently, Chung Tian called Meng Yao to his office. Aware that Long Chung was wary of Meng Yao, he sought to keep them apart to avoid any awkward encounters, intending to clarify their misunderstandings at a more opportune moment. When Meng Yao arrived at Chung Tian's office, she refrained from lingering and sat down on the sofa in silence. Leaving Chung Tian perplexed, he decided to address the matter at hand to uplift her spirits. I have spoken with Secretary Chow. Your father's position as district chief is no longer tenable. What do you mean? Are you saying my father is to be ousted? Is there no alternative? Meng Yao rose, grasping Chung Tian's arm, her voice filled with agitation. I haven't finished speaking. Why the rush? However, Secretary Chow has agreed to transfer your father to the municipal office as a director. Although it may be a nominal position, it will allow him to serve until retirement, ensuring he can enjoy a peaceful life in his later years. This is the extent of my influence. At this point, Chung Tian felt a sense of embarrassment, for he had not exerted much effort. At best, he had merely inquired. The decision was entirely that of the municipal committee, and he had no personal stake in it. Unaware of the details, Meng Yao was overwhelmed with emotion upon hearing this, embracing Chung Tian and refusing to let go, clinging to him as she remained perched on his lap. Moments later, Chung Tian's phone rang, and Meng Yao finally released him to retrieve the call. Noticing it was an unfamiliar number, he speculated it might be Chun Xinhua, and answered promptly. Hello, this is Chung Tian. May I ask who is calling? Hello, Mr. Chung. This is Chun Xinhua. Mr. Chun, it is an honor to speak with you. What matter brings you to contact me? I have heard of your remarkable achievements, Mr. Chung. Might we meet to discuss matters further? How could I refuse such an invitation? You set the time and place, and I shall certainly be there. There is no need for formality. Shall we meet tonight at 10 at your Dynasty nightclub? Boss Chun has spoken. How could one dare to disregard his words? At 10 o'clock tonight, I shall await your esteemed presence at the Dynasty nightclub. Let us not part without a meeting. Very well, Boss Chung, you are quite forthright. 10 o'clock tonight at the Dynasty nightclub. We shall meet without fail. What does Chun Xinhua wish to discuss with you? Is it still within your domain? Might there be some ulterior motive at play? Meng Yao finally opened her mouth to converse with Chung Tian. Chung Tian recounted the entire sequence of events to her. Upon grasping the context, Meng Yao candidly expressed her thoughts. This Chun Xinhua is not to be underestimated, since you have already crossed paths with him. Given his extensive experience in the world, he will undoubtedly not let this matter rest. His invitation today is merely a temporary concession. Should he ever find a weakness in you, he will surely seek your ruin. Therefore, since you have already offended him, do not hesitate to be forthright. Who knows if another opportunity will arise? Moreover, you must remain vigilant against any treachery he might plot from behind the scenes. This businessman is unlike those from the underworld. He will not speak of camaraderie. I understand, do not worry. I shall find an opportunity to eliminate him sooner or later. Do you require my company tonight? There is no need. I can manage this matter for the time being, and I do not wish to involve you just yet. I fear that Chun Xinhua may seek revenge upon you, and I cannot bear to see you harmed. Now you show concern for others? Where was this before? Besides, I am not afraid to accompany you. Will you protect me? If you wish, you may wait for me in my office, but you need not accompany me tonight. I must ensure that you remain unharmed. Very well, I shall heed your advice. I will wait for you in the office, and when you finish your business, I will keep you company as you sleep. All right, do as you please. Now I must head to the nightclub. Will you join me? I shall not go. I have matters to attend to. We shall meet at the nightclub tonight. Having spoken, Meng Yao embraced Chung Tian and planted a kiss on his cheek before departing. Chapter 26. The lions roared. Chung Tian arrived at the nightclub, which had yet to open its doors. Long Chung and his associates had gathered in Chung Tian's office. And Chung Dong was present as well, though his countenance appeared rather grim. However, Chung Tian had little time to dwell on this and focused on arranging matters at hand. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Chun Xinhua was scheduled to arrive for a discussion. If anyone had thoughts or suggestions, they were encouraged to voice them. I have devised a strategy for this. Tonight, Manager Yang and I will accompany you, and we have 2 retired veterans from the security team who are quite capable. We should bring them along as well. Chung Yong will blend in with the rest of the staff in the hall, and should any disturbances arise, he will lead the charge to secure the situation. What about Gao Hu? Why is he absent? Gao Hu has been assigned another task. Here is my consideration. Should our negotiations with Chun Xinhua falter, we must ensure nothing untoward occurs on our territory. If he were to escape, we would face relentless retaliation from him. Chun Xinhua is affluent and powerful. We would find ourselves at a disadvantage. Therefore, I have stationed Gao Hu outside to lay an ambush. If the situation turns against us, we must not allow Chun Xinhua to see the dawn of the next day. You have truly entertained murderous thoughts against Chun Xinhua. Harboring a tiger invites trouble. We have already offended him, and a confrontation is inevitable. Thus, we must prepare in advance. Confrontation is not a wise approach at this juncture. Hence, should there be any sign of unrest, we must act preemptively to eliminate future threats. Very well. Then we shall await Chun Xinhua's arrival to test our mettle. At precisely 10 o'clock, Chun Xinhua arrived as scheduled. Manager Yang ushered him into a private room, and Chung Tian promptly rose to greet him. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they swiftly delved into the core of their discussion. It is said in the underworld that Boss Chung, despite his youth, possesses remarkable audacity and tenacity. Today, I see that the rumors do not do you justice. To have amassed such a significant enterprise at your age is indeed a testament to the next generation's vigor. Your praise is too generous, Boss Chun. I am merely striving to make a living, and this modest establishment pales in comparison to your stature. Please, do not mock me further. Brother Chung, you are overly modest. In the entirety of Zhonghai, one would be hard-pressed to find another so young yet accomplished as you. It is truly admirable, Chen Xinhua remarked with a facade of cordiality, as he offered Qing Tian a cigarette and lit one for himself. A few days ago, I visited the provincial capital, and one of my subordinates acted foolishly, causing a disturbance at your establishment. He has since faced the consequences, and I extend my sincerest apologies to you on his behalf, hoping for your understanding. So it was one of Boss Chun's men who disrupted my venue. I have no grievances with you, nor any enmity of late. Could you perhaps provide some clarification? Our boss has stated that it was an unthoughtful act by his subordinate that offended you. What further explanation do you require? At that moment, one of Chen Xinhua's men interjected. Seeing this, Long Cheng signaled to a nearby associate, who promptly subdued the interloper in a single exchange, reminding him, "My boss is conversing with your boss. You have no place to interject." Indeed, Brother Cheng is quite remarkable, with just a single subordinate's swift action. My men found themselves utterly defenseless. Boss Chun is overly courteous. Individuals like myself, lacking in power, can only enlist the aid of others for protection, lest we find ourselves facing an untimely demise without foreknowledge. My subordinate acted recklessly earlier. I hope you will not hold it against us. As a gesture of goodwill, if there is anything Brother Chung requires of me, please feel free to speak. I shall assist to the best of my abilities. At last, a flicker of change appeared on Chun Xinhua's countenance. With Boss Chen's offer, I find myself in need of a small favor. My brother has recently been rather idle. Many construction sites in the Eastern District have halted operations, and I am aware of your extensive connections in this realm, Boss Chun. I hope you might be able to facilitate acquiring some opportunities for my brother. Rest assured, when profits are realized, I shall not forget your kindness. I can inquire on your behalf. How many projects does your brother wish to undertake? It is difficult to quantify. The more, the better. Since all operations have ceased, they remain abandoned, and no one is stepping in. If we could acquire them all, it would be a significant contribution to the economy of the Eastern District. Upon hearing this, the desire to eliminate Cheng Tian ignited within Chen Xinhua. Such a lucrative opportunity could not possibly go unnoticed. Had it not been for the persistent pressure from the municipal committee, he would have seized these prospects long ago, leaving no room for Cheng Tian. Yet now, all of this must be relinquished to Cheng Tian. How could he not be incensed? However, he must refrain from displaying anger, as he still has needs that require Cheng Tian's support. I cannot guarantee this, but I shall strive to advocate on your behalf for as much as possible. However, what about my brother Ahau? If Boss Chun is willing to assist, then I shall consider my matters with Ahau resolved. What about those who have been detained? I will go to the police station to clear the case, and they will be released shortly. In light of this, I shall no longer intrude upon Brother Cheng. We can converse at another time. I bid you farewell for now. Chapter 27. As Chen Xinhua stepped out the door, his face had turned ghastly. At that moment, Cheng Tian remained seated in the private room, only daring to laugh once he was certain Chen Xinhua had departed. Brother Tian, Chen Xinhua suffered a significant loss today. I certainly won't let this go easily. However, this man has demonstrated remarkable restraint, which is not typical. We must remain vigilant. Otherwise, we could easily stumble, Manager Yang remarked. I'm aware of that. Chen Xinhua is indeed not to be underestimated, but for now, he does not dare to take action. Which is acceptable, Yang replied. All right, I will step out for a moment. You all carry on with your work. By the way, what is your name? Cheng Tian inquired, pointing at the individual who had just intervened. His name is Lu Hao, and the one beside him is Zhang Chong. Both have served in the military for several years. You two have met the boss, Long Cheng indicated. We have met the boss, both responded in unison. There's no need for formality. Please, take a seat. Lu Hao, what was it like to confront Chen Xinhua's subordinate just now? It was nothing remarkable, although the opponents seemed to have some training, just not very formidable, Lu Hao replied. Brother Tian, what do you think of these two? Long Cheng asked with a smile. They seem quite capable. Is there something specific on your mind? Cheng Tian responded. I was considering having them accompany you as your personal bodyguards. What do you think? Long Cheng proposed. That doesn't sit well with me. If you have them protect me, I would have no freedom at all. Do you truly believe that is advisable? Cheng Tian replied. We are in a precarious situation. With them by your side, I can feel more at ease. Otherwise, should you fall victim to a plot, It will be too late for regrets. How about this? I will have them maintain a distance. They will accompany you when you go out, but I will ensure they stay away during other times. Will that suffice? Can I refuse? Cheng Tian looked at Long Chung, somewhat helpless. They must accompany you. This is non-negotiable. I'm doing this for your safety. From today onward, they will serve as your personal bodyguards. Wherever you go, they will follow, and should anything arise, I will hold them accountable, Long Chung asserted. Understood. The two men replied, their spirits lifted at the prospect of serving as the boss's personal guards, a significant elevation in their status. Step outside and wait for a moment. I have more to discuss with the boss, Long Chung instructed. Without hesitation, the two exited to stand guard outside. Brother Chung, Chun Xinhua has endured such a substantial setback today, yet he remains composed. He truly is a formidable opponent. I noticed his complexion had changed, yet he managed to endure. This time it was due to his desire for something from me, but it may not be the case in the future. We must be prepared, Long Chung remarked. I am already making arrangements. I have instructed Gao Hu to keep a constant watch on him, and he will report back at the slightest hint of trouble. However, we should not act recklessly. Should we decide to strike, we must eliminate the threat entirely, Cheng Tian replied. Very well. For the time being, I need you to stay vigilant and ensure everything is secured. We cannot afford any mistakes during this critical period. As Long Chung departed, Manager Yang hurried over to Cheng Tian to discuss a matter. Tian Gu, he began, in recent nights, Dong Gu's been frequenting this place and indulging excessively in drink, often to the point of inebriation. This cannot continue. You must intervene. Upon hearing this, Cheng Tian suddenly realized he had been neglecting his cousin of late. He recalled the peculiar look in Dong's eyes earlier that evening, sensing perhaps a tinge of resentment. Consequently, he followed Manager Yang to Cheng Dong's private room. Upon entering, he was greeted by a rather boisterous scene. Cheng Dong reclined on the sofa, one arm around each of the two accompanying hostesses, legs crossed, a cigarette dangling from his lips while raucous music blared through the room. It was a scene of debauchery, utterly oblivious to the world beyond. Cheng Tian silenced the music, instructed the hostesses to leave, and took a seat beside Cheng Dong, pouring himself a drink. Cheng Dong, now somewhat sobered, sat quietly, resembling a chastised child, and murmured, Tian Gu, a Dong, are you blaming me? Cheng Tian inquired. No, how could I dare? Came a reply. A Dong, we are brothers. We ought to communicate openly. However, I have been preoccupied these past few days and have overlooked your feelings. Allow me to apologize. Let's raise a glass to mend any rift between us. Brother, what are you doing? It is my inadequacy that prevents me from sharing your burdens, Cheng Dong replied. Why think so? Do you believe I distrust you merely because I have kept you away from the nightclub matters? Remember, you will always be my brother, an unalterable truth. But you, Cheng Dong began, I have already embarked on a path of no return. I do not wish for you to follow in my footsteps. It is imperative that at least one of us remains unscathed. This is why I have kept you from the nightclub affairs. In the coming days, new responsibilities will require your attention, and soon I will be taking on some construction projects that will necessitate your execution. Tian Gu, Cheng Dong stammered. Enough. You should retire early. Tomorrow brings many tasks that require your diligence. Chapter 28, Reconnecting with Zheng Meng after Cheng Dong departed. Cheng Tian suddenly remembered that he needed to call his childhood friend, Zheng Meng. He promptly dialed Zheng Meng's number. Hello, who is this? It's me, Tian. You still sound the same. Tian, how have you been? Why haven't you called me until now? Well, I'm calling now, aren't I? It's quite late. Are you still out and about? Look at you. Am I not allowed to have my affairs? By the way, is there a reason for your late-night call? Can I call you if there is nothing wrong? Certainly. But why would you call me so late without a reason? You're even using your personal phone. Speak. What is on your mind? I do have something to discuss, but it's not something I can clarify over the phone right now. Then let's not discuss it. You're asking for trouble. I'm just joking with you. Honestly, I was going to reach out to you anyway. I've been a bit busy these past few days, but I intended to call you tomorrow morning. Is there something you need to tell me? I had initially planned to keep this from you, but I'm flying back home tomorrow afternoon. I haven't been home since the new year. And while things here aren't too hectic, I've been busy managing the shop. Now that things are nearly settled, I'll be heading back tomorrow. Why didn't you mention this sooner? I wanted to surprise you. Surprise? Quite the surprise. What time will you arrive tomorrow? I'll come pick you up. No need. The airport is quite far from home. I'll just take a car back after I land. You just wait for me at home. You really talk too much. Just tell me what time your flight is, and I'll pick you up at the airport. That's settled. Fine, I'll arrive at 4:30 in the afternoon. Now that's settled. I'll see you then. After hanging up with Zheng Ming, Cheng Tian sat in the private room, reflecting on the events of recent times. Just as he became lost in thought, a server approached to inform him that the nightclub was about to close. Upon checking the time, Cheng Tian realized it was quite late and suddenly remembered that Meng Yao was still waiting for him. He hurried to find her. At that moment, Meng Yao was already asleep in bed. Hearing the door open startled her awake, and upon seeing Cheng Tian return, she asked why it had taken him so long, wondering if he had encountered any issues. Cheng Tian recounted his negotiations with Chen Xinhua, but chose not to mention anything regarding Cheng Dong. Now, fully awake, Meng Yao felt no inclination to sleep and pulled Cheng Tian into a passionate embrace. Lying in bed, she enjoyed resting her head on his chest, a position that Cheng Tian had grown accustomed to. Tian, I need to return to the provincial capital to take care of some matters. What is going on? Do you need my help? No, it's all right. As you know, I initially intended to develop my career in the provincial capital. I returned due to my father's situation, and once that was settled, I planned to go back. However, since I've been doing well here, I wish to manage the business in the provincial capital effectively and then settle down here. In truth, she did not express it, but her primary reason for remaining here was her burgeoning affection for Cheng Tian. She was reluctant to part ways with him. How long will you be gone? As it happens, I must also travel to the provincial capital, and I can conveniently escort you there. It won't take long. Once I finalize my matters, I shall return. What purpose do you have in the provincial capital? I have a childhood friend returning, and I am going to fetch him. Regrettably, I am pressed for time and will not have the opportunity to meet him. Once you have completed your tasks, I shall come to collect you, and at that time, you shall have the chance to meet. There will be opportunities, so do not fret about it. Now rest early. Chapter 29. Sending Meng Yao to the provincial city, the two nestled together soon fell into slumber. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Cheng Tian was roused from his sleep by Meng Yao's gentle insistence. She urged him to rise quickly. Reluctantly, Cheng Tian protested, "It is only 8 o'clock. Why must we awaken so early? I have barely slept for a while. Come on, hurry and take me to the provincial city. You can rest in the car afterward. Did you not mention needing to pick up your childhood friend? We cannot leave them waiting." Her flight was scheduled for 4:30 in the afternoon, and Cheng Tian lamented, "What time is it now? You did not inform me of her arrival time. Now that you are awake, cease your procrastination. You can rest well once we reach the provincial city." With no other choice, Cheng Tian contacted Long Cheng, requesting him to send Lu Hao with a vehicle. To his surprise, Zhang Chang accompanied them as well. Lu Hao drove towards the provincial city, with Zhang Chang seated in the passenger seat, while Cheng Tian and Meng Yao cozied up in the back, seemingly oblivious to their presence. "Are they your new subordinates?" Cheng Tian inquired. "No, they were previously security at a nightclub. Brother Cheng thought highly of them and insisted on bringing them along as my bodyguards, claiming that given my current circumstances, it was unwise to be without protection. Long Cheng truly possesses a meticulous nature, always considering every detail. His loyalty to you is commendable. Consider this. I treat him well, and in return, he is grateful. We have mutually uplifted each other. Now that you have established your career and elevated your status with a dedicated vehicle service, personal bodyguards, and my charming company, would you not agree that you have become a winner in life? I never anticipated such a day would come, but fate has bestowed this opportunity upon me, and I shall seize it with fervor. What the future holds remains uncertain, but I know this chance will not present itself again. Therefore, I cannot afford to falter. Retreat is not an option. I must forge ahead." "Very well. I recognize your lofty ambitions. Were you not feeling tired? Why not hold me close and rest for a while? It will be some time before I return, and you will need to embrace your blanket for the next few days." After 2 hours of travel, they finally arrived at Meng Yao's company. She invited Cheng Tian to accompany her inside, but he declined, stating that this place would soon no longer belong to her, rendering a visit unnecessary. The trio then sought a place to dine briefly before parking at the airport. unfamiliar with the provincial city and unsure of where to linger. Chung Tian opted for Lu Hao to wait at the airport. Although it was still early, he hoped to catch a bit more sleep, allowing Lu Hao and Zhang Chong to keep watch until it was time to greet Zheng Ming. Chung Tian soon dozed off in the car, only to be awakened by Lu Hao's call. Realizing it was nearly time, he and Lu Hao made their way to the arrivals area. Upon greeting Zheng Ming, the two embraced warmly, while Zhang Chong promptly assisted in handling her luggage. As they proceeded to the parking lot, Chung Tian invited her into the vehicle, and Lu Hao drove them back. Tian, it appears you're doing quite well for yourself. It has been several months since we last met, and I see you have acquired a phone and a rather impressive car. By the way, who are these two with you? We serve as both bodyguards and drivers for the boss, Lu Hao remarked. Goodness, you are quite remarkable, aren't you? Being a bodyguard already. This certainly indicates you are no ordinary boss. All right, stop teasing me. We're like brothers, after all. Why not join me in my endeavors? Given your current stature, I'm sure you could spare a meal for Boss Chung. Come on, don't bring that up again. Once we get home, I'll host a welcoming feast for you and arrange a splendid evening. I've been waiting for those words from you, so I shan't be modest. Chung Tian pulled out his phone and dialed Chung Dong. Hello, Brother Tian. What can I do for you? Dong, could you make arrangements? A brother of mine is coming over, and we'll have dinner together tonight. You should join us as well. Of course, Brother Tian. Who are you calling? My cousin. I mentioned before that I had something to attend to, didn't I? We can discuss it over dinner, and my cousin will be joining us. All right, I'll defer to your arrangements, but ensure I am well taken care of. Rest assured, I know you well enough to guarantee your satisfaction. Chapter 30. Discussing the seafood business, the vehicle swiftly halted at the entrance of the Yuntian Hotel, where Chung Dong had long been awaiting their arrival. Upon hearing that the boss was coming, Manager Wei also stood by in anticipation. As Zheng Ming alighted from the car, he couldn't help but admire the prominent sign displaying the 4 characters of Yuntian Hotel. Though he refrained from voicing his thoughts and simply followed the group into the pre-booked private room within the hotel. Inside the private room, Chung Tian welcomed Zheng Ming to take a seat, while Chung Dong settled beside him. Manager Wei stood nearby, ready to assist, accompanied by 3 beautiful waitresses. Chung Tian introduced everyone to one another before instructing Manager Wei to arrange the dishes. However, Zheng Ming felt somewhat uneasy with a waitress attending to his dining needs, which distracted him from enjoying his meal. Upon noticing this, Chung Tian chuckled, dismissed the waitress, and also asked Manager Wei to step out. Only then did Zheng Ming feel a bit more at ease. Are you intentionally trying to make this difficult for me, preventing me from having a proper meal? Zheng Ming remarked. Not at all. I arranged for a lovely lady to serve you, and you don't seem to appreciate it. Aren't you fond of beautiful service? Chung Tian replied. Enough. I can tell you have no good intentions. Who needs service while eating? Zheng Ming retorted. You simply don't understand the current trends. Wealthy individuals today enjoy such ambience. I was merely trying to be considerate, but you seem ungrateful, Chung Tian said with a hint of frustration. Let us get back to business, Zheng Ming suggested, feeling slightly embarrassed and eager to change the topic. I recall this used to be called the Sihai Hotel. Why has it now been renamed Yuntian Hotel? It seems there's a connection to you. Isn't there? Care to explain? Upon returning from Huizhou, it was indeed named Sihai Hotel, but it was subsequently shut down by the city. I then leveraged some connections to acquire it and rebranded it as Yuntian Hotel. I am now the owner of this establishment. That's the gist of it. While you present it so casually, I suspect the reality is far more complex. Nevertheless, as long as you are well, I shall refrain from further inquiries. By the way, you mentioned you needed to discuss something with me? Indeed, I wish to establish a seafood business here. You have the supply, and I have a significant demand. What do you think? Are you interested? Of course. It's a splendid opportunity to earn money, but this endeavor requires thorough planning, Chung Tian responded. As long as you are willing to proceed, my cousin Adong will assist you. You two can collaborate, and I'll entrust the matter entirely to him. All right, I'll keep you updated on the results. Excellent. Let us raise a toast. After we enjoy our meal, I'll take you out for a splendid time. Once the 3 had finished dining, Chung Tian promptly led them to a nightclub. Upon hearing that Chung Tian had guests, Manager Yang hurriedly emerged to personally welcome them, escorting them directly to a luxurious VIP room. As Zheng Meng beheld the opulent decor, he reflected that he had never before visited such a high-end nightclub. And today was indeed an eye-opening experience. Before long, a manager arrived with dancers for their selection. Being well-versed in such matters, Zheng Meng did not hesitate to choose two to accompany him. Cheng Tian, feeling somewhat out of place in this setting, instructed Cheng Dong to attend to Zheng Meng while also fostering their camaraderie. He exchanged a brief greeting with Zheng Meng before stepping outside. Zheng Meng was reveling in the private room, while Cheng Tian meandered around the dance floor as if unconcerned. Upon noticing this, Manager Yang promptly accompanied him and began reporting various matters. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the air as a commotion erupted at the booth. The music in the hall ceased, and all eyes turned towards the source of the disturbance. The security personnel swiftly encircled the instigators, anxious to prevent further escalation, while the hall's manager hurried over to address the situation. As the crowd gathered, the troublemakers, undeterred, brazenly pointed at the manager and declared, "What are you? You have no say here. Summon your boss." Upon hearing this, Cheng Tian approached and stated, "I am the owner of this establishment. May I ask your name? You have assaulted someone and damaged property here. How do you propose we settle this?" The instigator retorted, "So what if I hit someone? Let me tell you, my father works in the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Do you dare to lay a hand on me?" Cheng Tian replied, "Brother, we are here to have a good time, but causing a ruckus in my venue cannot go unaddressed, regardless of your father's position. Unless you provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, this matter will not conclude amicably." Chapter 31. Zunya, how dare you intimidate me? Try touching me. I dare you. If you do, I will have my father shut down your venue. Are you really that formidable? A figure emerged from the crowd, seizing the individual in question. "Come with me. You are suspected of disturbing the peace and intentionally inflicting harm. Let us see if your father dares to attempt to shut down the police station. Who are you and what do you want? Weren't you just so arrogant a moment ago? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zunya, an officer from the Criminal Investigation Unit of the Dongqing District Police Department. Today's events do not concern you, and I hope you refrain from meddling. You're already implicated in unlawful activities. How could this not concern me? Besides, you're causing a ruckus at my classmate's factory. Don't you think I should intervene? What do you intend to do? Apologize to my classmate, and you must compensate for the injuries and damages you have caused. I'm unaware of who your father is, but some matters cannot simply be resolved by his influence. If things escalate, it might even involve him, leading to a loss of face for him. Get lost." This matter was thus resolved. Cheng Tian did not expect to encounter an old classmate here and invited him to sit down for a drink. However, he refrained from calling Zheng Meng over, as he was currently enjoying himself, and the presence of Zunya, now a police officer, would make for an awkward reunion. "It's been years since we last met. I never imagined you would become a police officer. I just graduated from the provincial capital and returned to be a small-town officer. I cannot compare to your current stature as a prominent figure in Dongqing. Let us not be so formal. Let us toast to that." They clinked their glasses and drank. "If you had persisted in your studies back then, I believe you would have graduated from a prestigious university by now. However, you seem to be doing quite well as you are. Let us not dwell on the past. You're aware of my family's circumstances back then. But look at me now, I am doing just fine. As old classmates, let us leave that behind. I came specifically to see you today." "Specifically to see me? Why?" "Yes, to see if you have changed. I am still the same. What change do you expect? I have encountered several old classmates recently. Although some have transformed, most remain unchanged. I was considering organizing a reunion to bring those I can contact together, as it has been quite a while since we last met. The moment I heard about you, I came to seek you out. Are you interested?" "Of course I am. I also know Zheng Meng has returned. I will ask him if he has time to join us." "Great. I will handle the arrangements. What do you need to arrange?" "Just gather the old classmates, and I will take care of everything. True, your family is now prosperous. It is only fitting you contribute a bit. Only if you help me keep a low profile in front of our classmates. I need to maintain a certain humility, otherwise, that's fine. You are still the same, unchanged, which makes our old friendship worthwhile." Zunya felt quite apprehensive as he came to see Cheng Tian today, for it had been several years since they last met. Now that Cheng Tian had become such a prominent figure, Zunya wondered whether he would still hold him in regard. However, During their lively conversation, Zhang Yi discovered that Chang Tian remained the same person he knew from their school days. At least in the realm of their friendship, he had not changed at all, which brought Zhang Yi great joy. By the way, someone inquired about your situation, Zhang Yi said to Chang Tian with a serious expression. Who? Why the mystery? Huang Ji. Huang Ji? Yes, that's her. Haven't you been in touch? No. The only classmate I've kept in contact with since graduation is Zheng Ming. I have encountered some old classmates, but we weren't particularly close during our school days, so I never exchanged contact information. She, like me, has just returned from the provincial capital after graduating and has only recently started working as a kindergarten teacher at a small doctoral nursery on Shuyuan Street. She has asked me several times to inquire about you, and you should consider meeting her when you have the time. She mentioned that she would attend the upcoming class reunion if you were not going to be there. Chapter 32 Reunion with Huang Ji. As Zheng Yi finished speaking, he departed, leaving Cheng Tian alone in a daze. Cheng Tian and Zheng Yi were both top students at their school, often competing academically, yet their friendship was strong. Along with Zheng Ming, they shared a close bond, frequently playing basketball and enjoying each other's company. However, everything changed when Zheng Yi penned a love letter to Huang Ji, confessing his affections, only to be rejected. One day, a classmate stealthily stole the letter, leading to its contents being revealed, causing an uproar among their peers. Cheng Tian harbored feelings for Huang Ji as well, but lacked the courage to confess, especially with Zheng Yi also interested in her, forcing him to bury his emotions deep within. After the letter's exposure, Zheng Yi insisted that Cheng Tian accompany him to confront Huang Ji. Yet again, Huang Ji rejected Zheng Yi, boldly declaring her affection for Cheng Tian. This revelation detonated like a bomb, shattering the bond between Cheng Tian and Zheng Yi. Cheng Tian promptly declined Huang Ji's advances, stating that he wished to focus on his studies and had no intention of pursuing a relationship at that moment. Although he voiced this sentiment, a rift began to form between him and Zheng Yi. Eventually, Zheng Yi discovered Cheng Tian's feelings for Huang Ji and urged him to be brave in acknowledging them, admonishing him not to act cowardly. Zheng Yi resolved that since Huang Ji did not reciprocate his feelings, he should not force the issue. A true man should know when to hold on and when to let go, and not be burdened by selfish desires. In the end, Cheng Tian never confessed to Huang Ji. However, Huang Ji felt content knowing that Cheng Tian also harbored feelings for her and refrained from pursuing the matter further. Zheng Yi ultimately recognized that Cheng Tian's lack of action regarding Huang Ji was partially his fault and scolded him fiercely. This confrontation led to a growing distance between the two, resulting in diminished communication, and after Cheng Tian graduated, he lost contact with Zheng Yi. Consequently, Zheng Ming's connection with Zheng Yi also waned due to Cheng Tian's influence. The following morning, Cheng Tian awoke early, determined to visit Huang Ji. Yet, uncertainty lingered about what to say upon their meeting, causing him considerable inner turmoil. Ultimately, he resolved to go, realizing that if he did not approach Huang Ji, Zheng Yi would likely bring her to him, making their encounter inevitable. At the entrance of the little doctor kindergarten, Cheng Tian politely knocked on the door. An elderly gentleman in a security uniform approached him, inquiring about his purpose. Hello, sir. I'm looking for teacher Huang Ji. Could you please help me call her? Cheng Tian offered a cigarette to the security guard. All right, please wait a moment, the guard replied, accepting the cigarette and turning to enter the building. Before long, a woman hurriedly emerged from the kindergarten, speaking as she approached. Who is looking for me? What is the matter? You are Cheng Tian? You came to find me? I heard you work here, so I thought I would come to see you. Did you come all the way just to see me? I still have to work, but can you wait until I finish my shift this afternoon? I'd like to treat you to dinner. What time do you finish? At 5:30 in the afternoon? You will wait for me here. How about I treat you to dinner? Very well. I shall await your finish at work. It is settled then. I must return to my duties now, so let us converse over dinner. After saying this, Huang Ji dashed into the kindergarten. Cheng Tian returned to Yuntian's office, but his mind was elsewhere, preoccupied with thoughts of what to discuss with Huang Ji during their evening meal. The wait felt interminable. Cheng Tian found himself restless, unable to sit or stand, until at last the appointed hour arrived, and he appeared punctually at the kindergarten's entrance. As soon as she finished work, Huang Ji exited the kindergarten and, upon spotting Cheng Tian waiting, felt a surge of joy and hurried toward him. You must have waited for quite a while. I rushed out as soon as I could. No worries, I arrived just a moment ago. You need not be in such a haste. Now that I am free, let us go. I shall treat you to dinner. Thus, they strolled along the roadside. Huang Ji silent, and Cheng Tian at a loss for words. What is the matter? Do you have nothing to say to me? Seeing Cheng Tian's silence, Huang Ji felt compelled to break the ice. Not really. After such a long time apart, I find myself uncertain of what to say. Indeed, it has been several years since we last met. How have you been? What are you doing now? After graduating from middle school, I started working. I learned to repair motorcycles from others and even ran my own motorcycle repair shop for a time. Currently, I'm a supervisor at a hotel. It is what it is for now. Cheng Tian hesitated to divulge his current situation to Huang Ji, fearing it might evoke unwanted thoughts. He resolved to conceal his circumstances for as long as possible. I was admitted to a teacher training college in the provincial city, majoring in early childhood education. I'm still in the internship phase, but I will receive my diploma after the summer vacation. I do not intend to remain in the provincial city. Returning home to teach at the kindergarten feels quite fulfilling. As they conversed, they walked without realizing how far they had gone, nearly exiting East Street's vicinity. Lu Hao and Zhang Chong trail behind, unable to do anything but pretend to be passers-by, quickly moving ahead and inadvertently bumping into Cheng Tian. My apologies, sir. I didn't TC the road and accidentally bumped into you. Are you all right? Cheng Tian looked up to see Lu Hao and instantly grasped the implication. Iem Mifine. Just be more cautious when walking in the future. Glad to hear you're well. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. With that, Lu Hao moved ahead. Huang Ji rushed to support Cheng Tian, concerned he might have been hurt. That person really should pay more attention while walking. Are you all right? Rest assured, I'm unharmed. Did you not mention dinner? Or shall we dine? Oh dear, I completely forgot amidst our chatter. What do you propose we eat? How about dining in my workplace? I can get discount there. Sound good. I'll follow your lead. Huang Ji did not inquire where Cheng Tian worked and simply accompanied him. Cheng Tian signaled to Zhang Chong behind them, who understood the cue and promptly made arrangements. Cheng Tian escorted Huang Ji to the Yun Tian Hotel, where Manager Wei had been waiting for quite some time. However, he did not refer to Cheng Tian as boss, but instead addressed him as Team Leader Cheng. Cheng Tian quickly discerned that this was Zhang Chong's arrangement, and he felt a sense of appreciation for the efficiency displayed by this individual. Cheng Tian requested a private booth, as it was merely the two of them, and a large private room would have been excessive. He handed the menu to Huang Ji, saying, "Take a look and order whatever you fancy." After perusing the menu, Huang Ji set it down, exclaiming, "The dishes here are rather expensive." "Never mind," Cheng Tian reassured her. "I mentioned that I receive a discount when dining here. You need not worry. Although it may appear that you are treating me, I cannot permit a lady to bear the cost. Allow me to treat you this time. Feel free to order anything. There is no need to hold back." Ultimately, Huang Ji selected two reasonably priced dishes, and they began their meal. Observing Huang Ji as she ate, Cheng Tian found her as beautiful as ever, gracious and considerate. "Huang Ji, you haven't changed at all. You always think of others first." He remarked, "Not at all. I merely find the food here too pricey. Dining here seems quite impractical. You mentioned treating me, but I don't wish to see you waste money. Earning a living is challenging these days. Next time, I shall take you somewhere more economical and equally delightful." She replied, "All right, I look forward to it," she agreed. "By the way, please refrain from calling me by my name. It feels rather awkward. Just call me a Ji from now on, as that is what my family calls me, and it sounds more natural." "Very well, then you may call me a Tian as well, for that is what everyone else calls me," he responded. Thus, they continued their meal and conversation, akin to long-lost friends, engaging in delightful dialogue until the late hours. Cheng Tian eventually escorted Huang Ji home, and they promised to keep in touch more often. Chapter 33. Renewed conflict as Cheng Tian turned to return to the nightclub. Lu Hao hurried over to hand him a phone, informing him that a certain Zheng Meng had attempted to contact him several times the previous day, urging him to return the call when he was free. It was only then that Cheng Tian recalled Zheng Meng's existence. Previously, he had entrusted his phone to Lu Hao, hoping to avoid drawing too much attention while with Huang Ji. Without hesitation, Chung Tian dialed Zheng Meng's number. What is the matter with you? I've barely arrived for a day, and you've already vanished. What do you mean by that? Enough of this. Where are you? I'll come find you. I'm with your cousin A Dong, enjoying some barbecue at Huihuang. Hurry over. Chung Tan, accompanied by Lu Hao, made his way to the Huihuang barbecue restaurant. Upon spotting Zheng Meng, they directly approached and took a seat together. Zheng Meng, feigning annoyance upon seeing Chung Tian, chided him. You've been awfully busy these days. I've been trying to reach you, but you seem too important for us common folk now. All right, enough about me. I heard you had quite the revelry last night. Rumor has it you even took a couple of ladies back to the guest room at Yintian. Do you think your little body can handle that? Huh, no need for you to worry about that. But indeed, those two ladies were quite delightful. Of course, I didn't disturb you because I thought you should rest. I was just waiting to see you tonight. As for how you want to spend your evening, a dong will keep you company and ensure you are well taken care of. Let us set that aside for now. Where have you been today? There is something I need to discuss with you. I'd like to return to my hometown. I haven't had the chance to visit since I came back. It's certainly about time you went home. Here is the plan. I'll make the arrangements and we can go back together. It's been ages since I last visited. All right, make the arrangements and let me know once you've settled on a time. By the way, I ran into Zhengya last night. Zhengya? It's been so long since we've been in touch. What did you two discuss? He mentioned organizing a class reunion soon and invited me to attend. Will you join? He also shared news about Huang Ji. I was on my way to see her today, which is why I overlooked you. You're such a traitor to your friends for a pretty face. Forget it. I want team medal in your affairs. As for the reunion, I'll consider attending. It would be nice to see some old classmates. Just as their conversation was becoming animated, Chung Tian's phone rang. Noticing it was Long Chung calling, he quickly answered, Hello, Chung Ge. What is up? Tian Yi. We have a problem. I can't explain it over the phone. If you have time, come to my dorm. I need to talk to you. All right, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Chung Tian informed Zheng Meng that he had urgent matters to attend to, instructing a dong to keep Zheng Meng entertained before heading off with Lu Hao and Zhang Chong to find Long Chung. Upon arriving at Long Chung's dormitory, they found Gao Hu there as well, but his left arm bore a deep wound, blood oozing profusely, while Long Chung was tending to him. How on earth did this happen? We need to get you to the hospital immediately. What if this worsens? It is unwise to visit the hospital, as they would inevitably alert the authorities upon seeing such an injury, which would lead to real complications. Besides, this minor wound is something we can manage ourselves. Rest assured, Brother Tian, there is no cause for concern. In my previous military service, we dealt with such trivial injuries independently. Gao Hu replied. Brother Hu, what happened to your injury? Wasn't there an altercation yesterday? After that individual left, I followed him and discovered he was merely a spendthrift, flaunting his father's bureaucratic influence to intimidate others. He often dined and dashed at various establishments. A couple of days ago, he caused a ruckus at Chen Xinhua's hotel. Out of respect for his father, Chen did not confront him, but inexplicably, he later handed him 20,000 yuan to instigate trouble at our venue, leading to last night's incident. So, he was merely a pawn in Chen Xinhua's scheme? Surely he isn't that foolish to be used for 20,000 yuan? Who is his father? His father is the deputy director of the Municipal Bureau of Industry and Commerce. However, I suspect his father is unaware of his son's misdeeds, and he would never dare to let him know, as his father has a respectable reputation at work. Oh, I see. How did you sustain your injury? I later went to Chen Xinhua's establishment and learned he had gathered a group of ruthless individuals specifically to confront you. On my way back, Chen's bodyguard spotted me, and a confrontation ensued. Being outnumbered, I suffered some injuries. However, I noticed that two of them were also former soldiers, skilled in combat. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been hurt. It seems Chen Xinhua is indeed a formidable opponent, as he quickly seeks to retaliate against me. But the matter does not end there. He has recently forged a close alliance with a notorious figure known as Black Dog from Xiqing District. Rumor has it they have commenced collaboration to target you. Black Dog operates 30 kilometers away from us, and I have no personal grievances or conflicts of interest with him. What could provoke him to suddenly act against me? From what I gather, Black Dog is recognized as the leader in Xiqing, commanding numerous establishments while secretly engaging in illicit activities such as gambling and drug trafficking. I have heard that he built his empire on the trade in narcotics, currently dominating at least half of the entire market in Shanghai. Just days ago, one of his underlings was caught selling drugs directly in our nightclub by Hao Ji's men. But with a mere phone call from Black Dog, Hao Gu promptly released him. Black Dog's influence is considerable, and Hao Gu would not dare to offend him. How did this become entangled with Hao Gu? Our nightclub's drug operations have always been managed by Hao Ji's people. The sudden appearance of strangers attempting to encroach on our business undoubtedly alarmed him. Initially, when Hao Gu spoke to me about it, I did not take it seriously, but it now appears they had a premeditated plan. Fortunately, we discovered it in time. Otherwise, we would have faced significant losses. It seems prudent for us to create some complications for Chen Xinhua. If he continues to undermine me from the shadows, it is only a matter of time before something disastrous occurs. Moreover, the construction site nearby is about to commence operations, and soon we will find ourselves even busier. Chapter 34. Cheng Tian's counterattack. Cheng Tian pondered for a moment before addressing Long Cheng. Brother Cheng, please summon the son of Deputy Director Qian from the Industry and Commerce Bureau to the nightclub. I have matters to discuss with him. Without hesitation, Long Cheng promptly set off to fulfill the request, a quality Cheng Tian greatly admired in his associates. He then turned to Gao Hu, saying, Brother Hu, you should rest well. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to call me. Tian Gu, it's merely a minor injury. I'm perfectly capable of continuing my work. Gao Hu insisted fervently. That is unnecessary. Focus on your recovery. We shall address matters once you are healed. I assure you, I am fine. Please do not worry. Tian Gu, I will never commit such a blunder again. I am determined to perform my duties diligently. Do not undermine my concern. I harbor no blame towards you. You have sustained injuries on my behalf, and to demand you work while injured would render me a heartless employer. Heed my words. Rest well. I shall visit you again in a couple of days. That is final. Without allowing Gao Hu another word, Cheng Tian departed for the nightclub with Lu Hao and Zhang Chong. Upon arriving at the nightclub, Cheng Tian found Long Cheng already awaiting him. Long Cheng escorted young Master Lu to a private room, instructing the others to wait outside. Within the room, only Cheng Tian, Long Cheng, and young Master Lu were present. Cheng Tian poured a glass of liquor for Lu, saying, Come, young Master Lu, let's share a drink. Seeing the situation, young Master Lu appeared apprehensive, hesitantly eyeing Cheng Tian as he spoke. What are your intentions? My father is the Deputy Director of the Municipal Industry and Commerce Bureau. Do you dare threaten me? Rest assured, I have no intention of harming you. However, should I inform your father that you regularly exploit your father's authority to indulge at others' establishments, and that you have collected money from Chen Xinhua only to cause trouble here, how do you think he would respond? Moreover, whether your father can protect you is dubious, considering the stability of his own position. What do you wish to achieve? Are you frightened now? You certainly did not exhibit such trepidation when you were flaunting your power in my establishment last night. Speak plainly. What must you do to secure your release from my grievances? Your display of authority yesterday embarrassed me greatly in the community, and I am rather displeased. To absolve you, it is quite simple. Perform certain tasks to restore my satisfaction, and I shall treat this incident as if it never transpired, guaranteeing that I will not trouble you henceforth. Very well, what must I do to please you? Recently, Chen Xinhua has been persistently antagonizing me. I require you to disrupt his peace at his bar tomorrow night. The specifics are your concern, but ensure he experiences unrest. Now be gone. Cheng Tian's demeanor shifted abruptly, leaving no room for further discussion as Long Cheng promptly ushered Lu out of the private room. Can we truly rely on him to deal with Chen Xinhua? Long Cheng inquired upon their return. How could I possibly depend on him? I simply wish for him to annoy Chen Xinhua and buy us a couple of days. We must act swiftly against Chen Xinhua. Otherwise, once they consolidate their plans to retaliate against us, we shall find ourselves at a disadvantage. Currently, we are under immense pressure. Dealing with Chen Xinhua alone is a formidable challenge. If the notorious Black Dog from Xiqing were to intervene, our situation would become even more precarious. I wonder if I should feign a truce with the Black Dog from Xiqing, as he intends to expand his narcotics business into our eastern city. I could acquiesce to his demands, allowing him to proceed while we first eliminate Cheng Xinhua. Then, we could turn the tables on him later. This indeed seems feasible. I shall temporarily endure a slight for brother Hao and explain the situation to him, promising that all future narcotics dealings in our territory will be entrusted to him. Furthermore, I need to ensure that someone from Chen Xinhua's side is monitoring closely. Any signs of unrest must be reported to me at once. I have already dispatched Cheng Yong to investigate the matter. However, he must prioritize his safety. I do not wish for him to suffer the same fate as Gao Hu. The incident involving Gao Hu was an unfortunate anomaly, and I assure you, it shall not happen again. I apologize for the burden this places on you, Brother Tian. Brother Cheng, I harbor no ill will towards you. I simply wish to protect you from harm. By the way, I have noticed something amiss with Gao Hu. Despite his severe injuries, he seems intent on working tirelessly. Is he not valuing his life? I do not believe I have been so harsh towards my own brothers. Brother Tian, you jest. It is merely that Gao, who has encountered some difficulties at home and is in urgent need of financial assistance, which explains his relentless work ethic. I have lent him all the money I received alongside Cheng Yong, but it appears it may not suffice, thus his desire to work even harder to earn more. Have I not made it clear? You must inform me of any issues immediately, and I will devise a solution. Brother Tian, you have already been exceptionally generous to us, providing ample financial support. We feel hesitant to burden you further. Moreover, Gao has expressly forbidden us from discussing these matters with you. Had you not inquired today, I would have remained silent. Very well, I understand. In the future, should similar situations arise, please communicate directly with me. I have been observing your performances closely during this time, and I regard you as brothers. I hope you can see me in the same light. All right, Brother Tian, I comprehend. Now, please attend to your affairs. I will handle Gao Hu's situation, so there is no need for you to worry. Should anything arise, remember to inform me. Chapter 35 Preparation to confront Chen Xinhua after Long Cheng departed. Cheng Tian promptly sought out manager Yang and withdrew 50,000 yuan from the nightclub's accounts. He then proceeded with Lu Hao and Zhang Chong to Gao Hu's dormitory. Brother Hu, take this 50,000 for now. Send it home tomorrow. If it's insufficient, feel free to speak up. We are brothers, and there is nothing to be overly concerned about. Focus on resting and recuperating. Do not let your mind wander. Come back to report to me once you are well. Brother Tian, I feel rather embarrassed about this, Gao Hu replied. What is there to feel embarrassed about? You have endured such pain for me. This sum is trivial in comparison. Just accept it. Do not feign modesty, as it betrays a lack of masculine spirit. By the time Cheng Tian exited Gao Hu's dormitory, night had fallen. After a long day, he returned home to rest. The following morning, in the office of Yin Tian, Long Cheng arrived early to provide an update. Brother Tian, last night, I negotiated with the black dog from Xiqing. As previously mentioned, I agreed to allow his men to distribute goods in Dongsheng, and he confirmed he would no longer interfere with our affairs concerning Chen Xinhua. Damn it, let him revel in his arrogance for now. Once I have dealt with Chen Xinhua, he should be my next target. Has there been any news regarding Chen Xinhua? Cheng Yong reported back that Chen Xinhua had recently recruited a few retired soldiers, all of them skilled fighters, who accompanied him everywhere. It would be unwise to confront him openly, and it seemed he remained unaware of Black Dog's manipulation. This morning, he appeared to be in good spirits. Brother Cheng, how do you and your comrades fare against the individuals Chen Xinhua has recruited? We are undoubtedly superior. Our brothers have emerged from the battleground, seasoned by hardship and conflict. Our combat prowess is unquestionable. Tonight, isn't young Master Qian planning to stir trouble at Chen Xinhua's bar? I will have Hao Gu take a dozen or so of our men along to amplify the chaos. At that point, you and your brothers can lie in ambush, waiting for the perfect opportunity to eliminate Chen Xinhua. Understood. I will ensure Chen Xinhua is dealt with. That is not my intention. You must only act when you possess absolute certainty. If the opportunity is lacking or the odds are not in your favor, conceal yourselves and bide your time for a safe retreat. All right, I understand what to do. I will also be present tonight, hoping to create some opportunities for you. Brother Tian, how can you put yourself in danger? Our brothers are risking their lives ahead. I cannot remain behind like a coward. Rest assured, I will be fine. Thus it is settled. We shall go disrupt his operations tonight. Very well, I will begin my preparations. After Long Cheng departed, Chung Tian contemplated the situation, realizing that Chen Xinhua was no easy adversary, and he felt a sense of apprehension. He subsequently summoned Lu Hao and Zhang Chong. Tonight, I will meet with Chen Xinhua at his bar. It will be just the three of us. Are you willing to join me? What is there to fear? It is merely the matter of the boss. As it stands, we have already severed ties with Chen Xinhua, and we worry that unforeseen mishaps may occur. Perhaps it would be prudent to confer with Chenggu first, suggested Lu Hao. There is no need for such deliberation. I have made my own arrangements regarding this matter. Are you afraid? We are not afraid. Yet we implore you, dear boss, to refrain from risking yourself. If anything were to happen to you, what we say to Longue, it would be better if the two of us were to venture forth on your behalf. Since you harbor no fear, let's all go together this evening. To be frank, I was apprehensive that you might hesitate. It seems my concerns were unfounded. Having pledged our allegiance to you, we shall act in accordance with your commands. Whatever you ask of us, we shall undertake without reservation. Very well, I shall be candid with you. My intention is to eliminate Chen Xinhua tonight, but not by our hands. You will accompany me under the guise of protecting me. Yet I hope you will remain vigilant regarding Chen Xinhua's actions, so that if the moment calls for it, you may strike. That is agreeable. We shall keep a close watch on him. Now, you two may go and make your preparations. At 5:30, meet me at the kindergarten, and we shall proceed from there. Chapter 36. A date with Huang Ji. As the clock struck 5, Chung Tian beckoned Lu Hao, and the two made their way to the kindergarten. At 5:30, Huang Ji emerged punctually from the premises. Ji, over here, Chung Tian called out, and Huang Ji immediately dashed to his side. Tian, you've come. Have you been waiting long? Not at all. I just arrived a moment ago. Let's go eat. You mentioned yesterday that you'd take me out for a good meal, didn't you? Absolutely. Let us go. I'll treat you, Huang Ji replied enthusiastically, taking Chung Tian's hand and leading him away. It was Chung Tian's first experience of a girl taking the initiative to hold his hand, and he offered no resistance, allowing her to guide him along. Before long, they arrive at a narrow alley filled with a variety of delectable food and drinks. Chung Tian had never known this place existed. It was indeed an eye-opener. What do you think? Isn't it great? There is plenty to eat and drink, and it's quite affordable. Choose whatever you like. Today, I'm treating you. All right, I want tea hole back then. Thus, the two meandered through the snack street, savoring their food as they walked, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Chung Tian had never felt so relaxed. However, he lamented the fleeting nature of such delightful times. Ji, I have to work late tonight, so I'll need to head back soon. Oh, I see. That's fine. You take care of your matters. We can hang out again when you have time. Chung Tian noticed a hint of disappointment on Huang Ji's face. All right, let me walk you back, he offered. And for reasons unknown, he took the initiative to hold Huang Ji's hand. She did not resist, merely lowering her gaze, concealing her expression. Hand in hand, they strolled down the street like a young couple in love. Ji, I ran into Zunya a couple days ago. I know. If you hadn't seen him, you wouldn't have come to find me, as he's the only one aware of my job here. Will you be attending the gathering this Sunday evening? If you go, then I'll go too. If you don't, it wouldn't be fun for me to attend. I'll be there. I'll come pick you up, and we'll go together. Okay, I'll wait for you to come. As they continued their conversation, they soon reached the entrance of the kindergarten. Chung Tian, still holding Huang Ji's hand, said, I might be a bit busy over the next few days. If you don't see me waiting for you at the gate after work, it means I'm tied up with something. Don't wait for me. I'll come to find you as soon as I can. Understood. I'll wait for you to come find me. With reluctance, they bid each other farewell. As Huang Ji entered the kindergarten, Chung Tian turned to head back. Lu Hao and Zhang Chong approached him as he walked, immediately joining his side. Are you all set? Let us go meet Chen Xinhua. Upon arriving at Chen Xinhua's bar, the trio found a private booth and settled down, leisurely sipping their drinks. Zhang Chong excused himself to the restroom, took a tour around the bar, and returned saying, Brother Hao is drinking with young Master Lu in the northeast corner, accompanied by a dozen underlings. I didn't spot Longue, but a few of Longue's men have taken a table next to Brother Hao, drinking on their own. As soon as the words were spoken, the bar manager approached and inquired, Are the three esteemed gentlemen not bored drinking here? Would you like me to fetch a few lovely companions to keep you company? Chung Tian, initially poised to decline, pondered that he was there to enjoy the performance. Thus, He replied to the manager, "Very well. Please find us a few suitable companions to brighten our spirits." Upon hearing this, the manager promptly instructed them to wait a moment, assuring them he would make the necessary arrangements before departing. Before long, the manager returned, accompanied by 3 charming young ladies. "Gentlemen, take a look at these lovely companions. All our girls are professionally trained and guaranteed to please you." Chung Tian nodded. "They will do." The manager responded, "Excellent, as long as the gentlemen are satisfied. You 3, ensure that you attend to the needs of our esteemed guests. Do you understand?" With that, the manager walked away. Chapter 37. Disturbance. The 3 young ladies accompanied Chung Tian and his companions as they indulged in drinks, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from Hao Ji's direction, indicating that he was ready to take action. At that moment, the bar sound system was abruptly silenced, and security personnel rushed in. "What is happening here?" one of the guards inquired. "This does not concern you. Summon your boss," Hao Gu replied assertively. "Who dares to demand our boss?" Just then, the bar manager arrived. Upon recognizing Hao Gu, he remarked, "Ah, it's Hao Gu. What brings you here?" "This is Boss Chen's establishment. It would be unwise for you to cause a ruckus here." "This does not concern you. I am here to see your boss," Hao Gu replied, reclining casually. The manager, sensing Hao Ji's hostile intent, instructed his subordinates to notify the boss while he attempted to placate Hao Gu. "What can my brothers do for you today?" the manager asked, trying to maintain a cordial atmosphere. "I have already stated that you cannot make decisions regarding this matter. Our boss will arrive shortly. You can discuss it with me in the meantime, and perhaps I can assist you," the manager offered. "Enough with the idle chatter. If you truly wish to be of help, you would do better to fetch your boss directly," Hao Gu retorted. With no other option, the manager remained with Hao Gu, hoping to prevent any potential chaos. Before long, Chen Xinhua arrived, commanding a significant presence, flanked by 7 or 8 subordinates. "What brings you to my establishment today?" Chen Xinhua inquired, his authoritative aura palpable as he regarded Hao Gu. Hao Gu felt momentarily intimidated by his imposing presence, but recalling that he was on an important mission with support behind him, his fear dissipated. "Boss Chen, you must know this individual," Hao Gu began. "Of course. I am familiar with him," Chen Xinhua responded. "Then this should be straightforward. This fellow lost 30,000 in my casino yesterday and sought to borrow money from me. When I asked for repayment, he claimed you would cover his debt, which is why I brought him here," Hao Gu explained. Chen Xinhua glanced at Lu Gongzi, who nodded in acknowledgement. Turning back to Hao Gu, Chen Xinhua said, "That is quite understandable. Please wait a moment while I arrange for the funds." He gestured for his subordinates to retrieve the money. As Chen Xinhua sat across from Hao Gu, he continued, "I see you have ventured from East Street to my establishment. May I inquire as to the reason for your visit?" "Out of respect for Boss Chen, I shall be forthright. My income has been cut off recently, and my men still need to eat. I found myself in a predicament, and this individual owes me money. I felt compelled to approach you, hoping for your magnanimity in this matter," Hao Gu confessed. At that moment, Chen Xinhua's subordinates returned with the money, which was placed upon the table. Chen Xinhua gestured toward the funds and stated, "If you find yourself in need of money, do not hesitate to inform me. However, if you believe that I, Chen, can be easily trifled with, and that any random individual can stir trouble for me, you must reconsider your position. I advise you to be cautious about being a pawn for others, for you may not realize how perilous your situation truly is." With that, Chen Xinhua turned away from Hao Gu, directing his attention toward Chung Tian. "Brother, how could you come to my establishment without a word of greeting? My subordinates may lack awareness, and I hope you won't take offense at their lack of courtesy." "Boss Chen, you are too kind. Recently I have found myself with little to do, and, as I wandered, I chanced upon your bar. I had not had the opportunity to visit before, but now that I stand at your doorstep, it would be quite inappropriate not to come in and pay my respects, especially considering you are a senior figure. You are too modest, my brother. Since you are here, let us enjoy ourselves. I shall personally ensure your experience rivals that of your dynasty. Please, Boss Chen, do not be so polite. I merely came to take a look with no other intention, and I shall be leaving shortly. Since you insist on departing, I shall not keep you. Allow me to see you off. Boss Chen, please remain. You are a busy man, and how could I dare to have you escort me? I merely hope to see you again the next time I visit. Farewell." After Chung Tian spoke, he left a stack of money and departed. Indifferent to Chun Xinhua's demeanor. Once Chung Tian had left, the others gradually retreated, leaving Chung Yong behind to gather intelligence. In the office of the Supreme Nightclub, Chung Tian, Long Chung, Manager Yang, Lu Hao, and Zhang Chong were present, and even Brother Hao had been summoned. Brother Chung, what are your thoughts on the events of this evening? We have underestimated Chun Xinhua. He is far more formidable than we had anticipated. In front of so many witnesses, he managed to restrain himself, which is no small feat indeed. Chun Xinhua's temperament is entirely at odds with that of our world. Had it been me, I would have already turned hostile, Brother Hao remarked. Chun Xinhua comes from a business background, where everything revolves around profit. He does not adhere to the rules of our circle. We must be vigilant during this period. Brother Hao, you must also be cautious. Having offended Chun Xinhua today, you will not easily let it slide. I am unafraid. If he seeks me out, so be it. Better to go down fighting than to fear a man who wears shoes when I'm barefoot. It is wise to exercise caution. You have incurred his wrath on my behalf, and I will not neglect your well-being. Should we eliminate Chun Xinhua in the future, you shall not go unrewarded. Rest assured. Dealing with Chun Xinhua seems to be a task that will require time. Brother Chung, I need you to keep a close watch on him and report any developments to me immediately. Chapter 38. The assassination of Chung Tian in Chun Xinhua's office. He was in a fit of rage, shattering a cup as he cursed. Damn it, a mere brat dares to defecate on my head. Jingang, when will the assassin you hired arrive? I want him dealt with immediately. Just because a tiger doesn't show its might, he thinks I, Chun Xinhua, am a benevolent man. Boss, the assassin will arrive tomorrow afternoon. As soon as he gets here, I will arrange for him to take care of Chung Tian. However what? Is it just a matter of spending a little more money? I have plenty of it. As long as we can eliminate Chung Tian, I'll pay whatever it takes. Rest assured, you will also benefit from this. Understood, boss. I will make the arrangements. The next day, Chung Tian and Zheng Ming were on their way back to their hometown. They returned late and thus could not meet Huang Ji. The group dined at a barbecue restaurant. Meng, how is the seafood situation? This is a bit troublesome. Our seafood supply is secure, but the quantity needed by Guang Yun Tian is still too little. What I suggest is for Dong to set up a seafood market first. I'll transport some seafood over when the time comes, live if possible, or frozen otherwise. Yun Tian can select first, and the rest can flow into the market. This will significantly reduce costs, and you all can earn a bit more. This way, you can also transport more goods at once and increase your profits. As long as we all make money, that is what matters. Truly, a businessman like you has a wealth of clever ideas. All right, since you've all come to an agreement, let us proceed as discussed. Suddenly, Lu Hao lunged at Chung Tian, and a bullet struck Lu Hao, piercing through his body and hitting Chung Tian's left arm. Lu Hao's entire body shielded Chung Tian. Zhang Chong immediately stood up, flipping a table to protect Chung Tian from further gunfire. Chung Dong, hiding nearby, called Long Chung for assistance. Seeing they could not locate Chung Tian, the assailants quickly retreated. By the time Long Chung and his men arrived, the enemies had vanished. An ambulance soon came, transporting Lu Hao and Chung Tian to the hospital, while the district police sealed off the scene. Chung Tian's injury was not severe. It was merely a graze from a bullet on his arm. A quick bandage and a few days of anti-inflammatory injections would suffice. However, Lu Hao's condition was much more serious, as the bullet had penetrated his body, and he was in the operating room fighting for his life. Everyone gathered in Chung Tian's hospital room, but he silenced them, insisting they wait until they knew Lu Hao was all right. Thus, they all stood by the operating room door. Even the accompanying police were sent away. Finally, after 3 hours, Lu Hao was wheeled out of the operating room. Chung Tian and the others hurried forward to inquire, and the lead surgeon stated it was a penetrating wound. The bullet passed through his body. Fortunately, no vital organs were harmed, and he is not in immediate danger. However, the patient will require rest. With that, the doctor departed. Chung Tian instructed that Lu Hao be moved to a high-end ward, with a caregiver hired and 2 of his brothers assigned to look after him. Then, he led everyone out of the hospital. In the late hours of the night, within the confines of the Wang Dynasty nightclub, in Chung Tian's office, Long Chung admitted, "Brother Chung, I take full responsibility for tonight's events. I am willing to bear the consequences. Long Cheng had been primarily tasked with monitoring Chen Xinhua, concocting plans to eliminate him at the first opportunity. Little did he anticipate that Chen Xinhua would strike at this moment, sending assassins onto Cheng Tian's territory. Brother Cheng, I do not hold you accountable, Long Cheng continued. Since Chen Xinhua has long harbored intentions to kill me, it was an inevitability that we could not foresee. Cheng Tian regarded Long Cheng thoughtfully. I will manage this matter and ensure it does not occur again. That is unnecessary, Brother Cheng. This plan has failed, and for the foreseeable future, Chen Xinhua will likely refrain from significant actions. Furthermore, we have other pressing matters to attend to. We cannot afford to waste time with Chen Xinhua any longer. Cheng Tian addressed the assembly. Meng, you are to return to Huizhou first thing in the morning. I have too many matters to handle here and cannot devote the attention you require. Should anything happen to you while you are here, I would feel remiss. Brother Cheng, you and Adong will see Meng off in the morning, ensuring he boards the plane safely. Meng, if you encounter any trouble, I will leave immediately. What do you take me for? Am I that kind of person? I understand your sentiment. It is precisely due to our relationship that I wish to prevent any misfortune from befalling you. Once you return to Huizhou, get in touch with Adong regarding the seafood market. Once I have matters under control here, I shall summon you back. It is settled. Adong, aside from the seafood market, the construction site matters are also on the horizon. You will need to manage that as well. I do not wish for any complications to arise there. If manpower is insufficient, you may recruit help from the market. Understood, Brother Cheng. Once the construction commences, it is inevitable that troubles will arise. You will need to bring personnel along. If you find yourself short-handed, seek assistance from Brother Hao. He has quite a few idle hands and would be more than willing to help. Additionally, do not keep too close an eye on Chen Xinhua for the time being. Draw back some of your men. Very well, Brother Cheng. However, if we do not decisively deal with Chen Xinhua, he will surely resurface to create obstacles for us. It is precisely my intention to draw him out. Otherwise, how shall we settle the score? At that moment, Cheng Yong returned, standing before Cheng Tian and surveying the room in silence. Adong, please take Meng to rest. Manager Yang, you should also escort everyone else to rest. We have tasks awaiting us tomorrow. Chapter 39. Acquiring weapons once they departed. Only Cheng Tian, Long Cheng, Cheng Yong, and Zhang Chang remained in the room. Cheng Yong turned to Cheng Tian and said, I apologize, Brother Tian. The assassin has escaped. What happened? Long Cheng inquired. This assassin is formidable. I pursued him for 2 hours, and we clashed 3 times, yet he ultimately eluded capture, Cheng Yong explained. Yonggu, please clarify the situation. What exactly transpired? Cheng Tian pressed. During our encounters, I could have subdued him based solely on skill, but he was exceptionally well equipped, armed with a pistol, a military dagger, and even grenades. In the final confrontation, he threw a grenade at me, and in my attempt to evade it, he managed to escape. Most importantly, this assassin is also proficient in the Black Dragon 18 styles. Were you injured? What is the Black Dragon 18 styles? Cheng Tian asked again. I am unharmed. At that moment, I lacked a suitable weapon. Otherwise, he would not have escaped my grasp. Are you saying that this assassin is also trained in the Black Dragon 18 styles? Long Cheng suddenly questioned Cheng Yong. Indeed. However, it seems he has not mastered it completely. Furthermore, he appears to be from Southeast Asia. During our fight, I noticed he muttered in a dialect that did not resemble our own, but rather that of Southeast Asia. What is the Black Dragon 18 styles? Cheng Tian inquired once more. The Black Dragon 18 styles is a martial art that was once circulated among certain armed police units in our country. Due to its insidious techniques, it was subsequently banned, and very few can still practice it today. How did this assassin learn it? Moreover, regarding the previous incident with Hu, given his skills, he shouldn't have sustained such injuries even against 3 or 4 opponents. It seems that Chen Xinhua is secretly recruiting formidable fighters, Long Cheng remarked. Brother Cheng, our manpower is currently sufficient, but do we lack any weaponry? Cheng Tian asked. Brother Tian, I intended to address this issue. However, once weapons are involved, the nature of our actions changes. The state has issued strict prohibitions against weapon use. And should we be caught, the consequences would be dire. Long Chung expressed his opposition. Yet we find ourselves in a passive position, and Chen Xinhua undoubtedly possesses weapons himself. Everyone is compromised. If he is unafraid of repercussions, why should I be? Besides, fortune favors the bold. But Brother Tian. No, but Brother Chung. Just tell me how we can procure weapons. With sufficient funds, I have some connections to acquire a few. The specifics of what can be obtained remain uncertain. As long as we can acquire them, I am willing to invest. Obtain what you can and expedite the matter. Once acquired, you will be responsible for their safekeeping. You can manage the details. Understood, Brother Tian. I will make arrangements. Let me escort you back to the hospital. Long Chung offered as he prepared to take Cheng Tian back. Back to the hospital? I am fine. There is no need to return. Moreover, Chen Xinhua will undoubtedly send someone to inquire about my condition. I want him to know that I am unharmed. Otherwise, he will persist with his petty schemes. I intend to eliminate him, Cheng Yong declared as he moved to exit. Brother Yong, I shall accompany you. At that moment, Zhang Chong followed them outside. You two should return, Cheng Tian called after them. Currently, Chen Xinhua has certainly fortified his defenses, surrounded by numerous individuals at all times. Approaching him is not so simple, let alone eliminating him. Are we to let this matter rest? Let it rest? Such fortunate circumstances are rare in this world. However, now is not the time to act against him. We shall allow him to survive a while longer. Eventually, we will settle this score. Now, you should all return and rest. We have tasks to attend to tomorrow. Brother Tian, what about the hospital? Do not concern yourself with the hospital for now. Tomorrow we will check on Lu Hao, and I shall administer some anti-inflammatory injections. Let us handle this matter discreetly. There is no need for alarm. Very well. Zhang Chong will remain here with you. We shall take our leave. Do take care. Once Long Chung and Cheng Yong departed, only Zhang Chong remained with Cheng Tian. Cheng Tian urged Zhang Chong to rest, but Zhang Chong refused, asserting his need to protect himself. As Cheng Tian found it difficult to sleep, he engaged Zhang Chong in conversation. Are you accustomed to working with me? Cheng Tian initiated, believing that if he did not speak first, Zhang Chong would not initiate dialogue. Very well, was Zhang Chong's straightforward response. Tell me about your relationship with Lu Hao. We are both from the East District. We only became acquainted during our military service. We enlisted at the age of 16, assigned to the same unit in basic training, and served together for 5 years until our discharge. Afterward, we sought employment together. But lacking any skills, we struggled to find decent work. Many positions offered insufficient wages. We had initially agreed to venture south if we could not secure employment. However, that day we saw Brother Dong recruiting for security, emphasizing the need for veterans. Realizing we fit the criteria, we approached him, found the salary appealing, and both applied. What do you think of your current situation by my side? Brother Chung believes we possess commendable skills and, recognizing us as locals, has taken us under his wing, entrusting us with the safety of the boss. Naturally, we are elated, and the boss treats us exceptionally well, increasing our wages significantly. We are determined to cherish this opportunity and serve the boss diligently. Yet, I can only offer you a limited salary. Why does Lu Hao exert himself so? Yesterday, had that bullet deviated slightly, his life would have been forfeit. Is it worth it? There is no question of worth. Having chosen to align ourselves with you, our commitment is unwavering. Besides, you treat us well and consider the welfare of your brothers. Therefore, serving you is entirely justifiable. Your words suffice. Henceforth, do not refer to me as your boss. Let us consider ourselves brothers. Yes, brother. Tian. Very well. Let us rest. Tomorrow awaits our endeavors. Chapter 40. Deceiving the inevitable. Early the next morning, Cheng Tian accompanied Zhang Chong to the hospital. Long Chung and Cheng Dong had seen Zheng Meng off at the airport, and after watching the plane take flight, they hurried to the hospital as well. Lu Hao had already regained consciousness but appeared quite frail. Fortunately, his robust constitution meant that with a few days of rest and proper nourishment, he would be just fine. Cheng Tian was administering in Lu Hao's hospital room, while Zhang Chong stationed some of their comrades outside, instructing them to keep the matter under wraps. Just as the four was nearing completion, Long Chung and Cheng Dong returned in haste. As they stepped into the room, the director of the Public Security Bureau, along with several officers, arrived at the door, only to be blocked by the guard stationed outside, leading to a brief altercation. Long Chung stood up and said, "Brother Tian, let me handle them. I'll keep them occupied until you finish with the four." "No need for that. They have already been informed of my injury. Besides, I managed to send them away yesterday. It would be unreasonable to block them at the door today. Chingu, please invite them in. Remember to be courteous." Long Chung complied and ushered them in. To Chung Tian's surprise, it was Director Chung himself leading the charge, accompanied by his old classmate Zheng Yahe and several officers. Chung Tian thought to himself that it would be difficult to deceive them this time. As anticipated, Director Chung was the first to voice his grievances. "Chung boss, you're doing quite well for yourself. Your business is expanding, and it seems increasingly difficult to secure a meeting with you. Director Chung, if there's something to discuss, please do so directly. I would hate to trouble you with this personal visit. Will you not provide me with an explanation for yesterday's events? What incidents are you referring to? So many things transpired yesterday. Do not feign ignorance with me. The shooting incident last night has stirred quite a commotion. Are you not going to provide me with an account? Furthermore, why did you send my men away when they came to take a statement? On what grounds do you say this? We were attacked yesterday, and you are aware of my injury. My bodyguard is still lying in a hospital bed. An incident occurred within your jurisdiction, and it is we who should be inquiring whether you have apprehended the assailants. How can you turn the tables on us when we are the victims? Moreover, my brothers and I were harmed. Given the circumstances, we were unable to provide a statement at the time. We have not fled, and we are willing to cooperate with your officers now. Do not attempt to play tricks on me. I did not hold previous matters against you, but now it seems we are in the midst of a gunfight. Do you think I have no recourse against you? It is an injustice, Director Chung. We are the victims here. Look at us, still laid up in hospital beds, while the true culprits roam free. You claim to be the victims? Take a look at these photographs. Director Chung said, tossing a stack of pictures towards Chung Tian. Just after your incident, your men pursued the vehicle of the assailants, chasing from the city to the outskirts, driving recklessly through red lights. Fortunately, no traffic accidents occurred. This is the report I received from the Traffic Bureau this morning. Will you not provide an explanation? It is unjust, Director Chung. I genuinely am unaware of this matter. Please allow me to return and inquire which subordinate is responsible. Once I ascertain their identity, I will promptly deliver them to you. I, Chung Tian, have always adhered to the law. I am incapable of engaging in unlawful activities. Enough of this. I lack the time to linger here. Shortly, your personnel will assist in taking a statement and ensure that the driver voluntarily surrenders to the police station. Do not presume this matter can be dismissed. I shall seek retribution later. With that, Director Chung departed. After Director Cheng's exit, Zheng Yakai approached to take statements from Chung Tian and his associates. Once the statements were completed, Zheng reminded them not to forget to exchange pleasantries at the class reunion that evening before departing with his team. Once everything was concluded, Chung Tian left a couple of individuals to attend to Lu Hao before returning to Yun Tian. At this critical juncture, the gathering of so many individuals was bound to attract attention, especially since they were now under the scrutiny of the police department. Chung Tian realized the situation had become quite precarious and could no longer be easily managed. Upon returning to Yun Tian, Gao Hu hurried over to him. Brother Tian, I kept watch over Chen Xinhua all night, but unfortunately, yielded no results. Huge, your injury has yet to heal. Did I not instruct you to rest? Should you engage in further conflict, your wounds could worsen. Why do you not heed my advice? Brother Tian, I see the brothers striving valiantly, and to remain cooped up at home weighs heavily on my heart. I understand, yet you must prioritize your recovery. Lu Hao is already confined to a hospital bed. Do you truly wish to share his fate? Ahu, Brother Tian expresses his concern for you, which is why he speaks so. Why do you not listen? Dragon Chung interjected. Rest assured, I am not so fragile. It is merely a minor injury, and there is no need for excessive worry. Brother Tian, Ahu is simply stubborn and unwilling to concede defeat. Forcing him to remain at home is indeed contrary to his nature. Moreover, he possesses a sense of propriety in his actions, so do not chastise him. Brother Tian, my intent is not to blame Gao Hu. You are all my brothers, and I wish for your safety. As long as we stand united, removing Chen Xinhua is merely a matter of time. I do not wish for my brothers to put themselves in peril. For the time being, let us refrain from confronting Chen Xinhua directly. Allow Yonggu to monitor him discreetly. Presently, Chen Xinhua has cloaked himself like a hedgehog, making it difficult for us to approach. We have other matters to attend to and need not waste time with him. He cannot remain in his defensive posture indefinitely. Once he lowers his guard, we shall seize the opportunity to act decisively. Cheng Tian surveyed the group and continued, "Our primary focus now is to take over the Sihai group. I hope that soon, all present here will convene in the Sihai group's conference room. We are individuals of great ambition. Chenggu, Hugu, your principal task is to assist the Dong in stabilizing the construction site that is set to commence. I anticipate that troublemakers will inevitably return. If we cannot swiftly suppress them, we may face considerable difficulties in the future. Chenggu, be prepared. Brother Tian, I know what to do. We are individuals destined for greatness. To me, a person like Chen Xinhua is akin to a mere specter, insignificant and lifeless. Thus, there is no need for us to linger on his fate. He stands merely as a stumbling block on our path to success. Our focus must now be on advancing forward, for the entirety of the China Sea will eventually belong to us." Chapter 41. The Class Reunion After Attending to Various Matters. Cheng Tian sat in his office, awaiting the arrival of 5:30. He prepared himself and made his way to the kindergarten to pick up Huang Ji, as they were soon to attend a class reunion. He arrived just in time. Huang Ji was already waiting at the entrance. He approached her, taking her hand, and together they headed to a restaurant called Chuanjiang Rinjia for dinner. This venue had been the result of discussions between Cheng Tian and Zhengya. Originally, Cheng Tian had intended to hold the gathering at Yintian, but Zhengya felt that it would be too ostentatious and costly. The reunion was meant to be a shared expense among classmates, preserving the spirit of camaraderie, hence the choice of this restaurant. It allowed for nostalgic conversations among classmates without imposing financial burdens upon them. As they walked, they soon arrived at their destination. However, upon reaching the entrance, Huang Ji released his hand, prompting Cheng Tian to feel a bit uneasy. Huang Ji quickly explained, "It wouldn't be appropriate for us to enter holding hands. Today is a class reunion, and if we walk in like that, all eyes will be drawn to us, detracting from the essence of the gathering. Besides, we have ample opportunities in the future, and it has been a long time since we last connected with our classmates. It might not be suitable for us to suddenly appear together like this." Cheng Tian considered her reasoning and chose not to express his discontent, allowing them to proceed into the private room, one after the other. Zhengya stood up first to offer a warm welcome, with the other classmates echoing his sentiment. "It has been ages since we last saw each other. My apologies for arriving late. I had some matters to attend to. I hope you don't hold it against me," Cheng Tian began. Not at all, not at all. We just arrived a short while ago. We're only waiting for Zheng Meng, and then we can start serving the dishes," Zhengya continued. Zheng Meng had to return to Huizhou early this morning due to an urgent matter that required his attention. He asked me to convey his apologies to everyone and promised to treat us to a meal upon his next visit, Zhengya added, "as he has pressing obligations." "We can certainly understand that. I reached out to many classmates for this gathering, and some couldn't make it due to prior commitments. However, those of you who are here today represent a rare opportunity for us to reconnect, so let us make the most of it and enjoy ourselves." Initially, some classmates felt a bit awkward due to the long absence, but with Zhengya and Cheng Tian working to enliven the atmosphere along with a few drinks, the mood gradually lifted. Soon, laughter and chatter filled the room as the classmates engaged with one another. As the evening progressed, everyone was well fed and satisfied, yet many were still eager for more. A suggestion arose to go sing karaoke, which was immediately met with enthusiasm. Cheng Tian had no choice but to call Hao Ge, who managed several KTV establishments at reasonable prices. Before long, the group arrived at the designated KTV to continue their revelry. Inside the private room, some classmates reminisced while others sang and drank. Cheng Tian sat next to Huang Ji, holding her hand, and, as he gazed at their classmates, he couldn't help but reminisce about their school days. The beautiful moments are always fleeting. Unbeknownst to them, the KTV was about to close. The classmates had thoroughly enjoyed themselves, yet it was time to part ways and return to their respective lives. They exchanged contact information, promising to gather again when the opportunity arose, and then departed. Cheng Tian held Huang Ji's hand as they strolled toward the kindergarten. where he intended to see her safely back to rest. They ambled slowly down the street. Suddenly, Chung Tian stepped in front of Huang Ji, gently caressing her cheek with his left hand, and said, "Ji, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" Huang Ji looked up at Chung Tian, nodded shyly, and lowered her gaze. Chung Tian gently lifted her chin, and their lips slowly met in a tender kiss. In that instant, it felt as though a chemical reaction had ignited between them. They embraced passionately, lost in each other, and only after a considerable time did they reluctantly part. Chung Tian held Huang Ji close, guiding her along with him, and she nestled in his arms, murmuring softly. Eagerly, Chung Tian led her to the luxurious presidential suite he had reserved. Once inside, their passions surged, and they embraced fervently, indulging in a fervent kiss that led to an ardent exploration of their desires. They only collapsed onto the bed, entwined in each other's arms, when exhaustion finally overtook them. The next morning, Chung Tian awoke to find Huang Ji peacefully asleep in his embrace. He gently kissed her forehead, then watched her slumber for a while. Eventually, Huang Ji stirred, and upon realizing she was lying naked beside him, memories of the previous night flooded back. Instantly, she felt a wave of shyness and buried herself under the covers. Chung Tian playfully pulled her from the cocoon of blankets, laughing, "You weren't shy at all last night. Why are you blushing now? How embarrassing. Stop it," she retorted, hiding her face. "We're together now. What's there to be ashamed of? Besides, you were quite assertive yesterday," he teased. Huang Ji clutched the blanket over her head, saying, "If you keep talking, I'll get angry and ignore you." All right, I want to say another word," Chung Tian replied, pulling the blanket away from her head and enveloping her in his arms, planting a kiss on her forehead. Huang Ji nestled into Chung Tian's embrace, holding him tightly, both falling into a comfortable silence. "Do you regret what happened last night?" Chung Tian inquired. "Will you abandon me?" Huang Ji countered, "Never. Then I have no regrets. If you remain steadfast, I shall be by your side through life and death." With that, she rested her head on his chest. They lay together in tranquil silence until the ringing of the room's telephone shattered the serene atmosphere. It was Zhang Chong calling. Having received Chung Tian's number the previous day, he was now waiting outside, hesitant to enter, and thus resorted to calling the room. Today marked the commencement of a construction site, requiring Chung Tian's attendance at the groundbreaking ceremony. However, given his current state, he lacked the motivation to go. Meanwhile, Huang Ji grew anxious. She had work to attend to and was already running late. She hurriedly got up, swaying unsteadily and nearly collapsing to the floor. Chung Tian quickly lifted her back onto the bed. However, Huang Ji was reluctant. "Let me go. I'm going to be late for work." "If you're late, just take the day off. Consider it a leave of absence." "No, I haven't requested any leave today, and I'm already late. What if the kindergarten leadership finds out? I haven't been working there long. What if they decide to fire me?" "It's all right. I'll request leave for you later. Besides, it's not very convenient for you today. Perhaps you should refrain from going to work." "How can that be?" "Why not? Just listen to me. For now, rest a while longer. I will prepare some breakfast for you." After saying this, Chung Tian insisted that Huang Ji lie down and rest, tucked her in snugly, and without waiting for her response, left the room. Chapter 42. Renting a house outside. Zhang Chong was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, receiving a flurry of phone calls without knowing how to respond. He dared not venture into the room to inquire with Chung Tian and could only wait anxiously outside. Finally, when Chung Tian emerged, Zhang Chong rushed to him. Chung Tian took the phone and relayed some instructions to Zhang Chong. He then called his cousin Chung Dong to inform him that he would not be going over, entrusting him with all matters of the construction site, and advising him to reach out if he faced any uncertainties. Subsequently, Chung Tian dialed Long Cheng's number, urging him to keep a close watch on the construction site and to arrange for additional manpower to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. After organizing everything, Chung Tian returned to the room with breakfast and shared a warm meal with Huang Ji, engaging in pleasant conversation. "Huang Ji, this room is quite luxurious. It must cost a fortune. How can we afford it?" Huang Ji remarked. "Indeed, it is somewhat expensive, but do not worry. I am employed here, and the hotel offers numerous benefits for employees. Ultimately, I won't be spending much, Chung Tian reassured her. Regardless, I still feel that staying in such an extravagant hotel is too much for us. Let us avoid coming here in the future. Very well. But where shall we meet next time? Chung Tian inquired. Anywhere, but here is fine, she replied. All right, then I shall rent a place outside. And you can move in with me, he suggested playfully. Who would want to live with you? She teased. Who else would you live with if not me? Chung Tian said as he lunged toward Huang Ji. They quickly became entwined in each other's embrace, lost in passion. Moments later, they shared a fervent kiss, their affection blossoming into a scene of intimacy, accompanied by soft sighs. Time slipped away, and eventually they lay exhausted, Chung Tian resting on the bed while Huang Ji nestled against his chest. They savored the tranquility of the moment, and before they knew it, midday had arrived. The two finally roused themselves, freshened up, and Chung Tian took Huang Ji out of Yintian to a quaint little restaurant for a meal. Afterward, he returned Huang Ji to her kindergarten, ensuring she could rest well before heading back to the office. In the morning, Chung Dong successfully took over the construction site, with multiple projects commencing smoothly. He even renamed the company to Yun Tian Group, Dong Chung Construction. Meanwhile, Chung Tian finally secured the original Sihai Group, renovating it and rebranding it as Yun Tian Group. In the upper echelons of Yun Tian Group, in the boss's office, Chung Tian stood gazing down at the entirety of Zhonghai. At this moment, he could truly call himself a boss, establishing his foothold in Zhonghai. In the following days, the Dongcheng district, even the entire Zhonghai, seemed to be at peace, with everyone diligently attending to their own affairs, creating an atmosphere of tranquility throughout the city. Chung Tian purchased a modest house adjacent to Yun Tian Group, deceitfully informing Huang Ji that it was a rental, and they moved in together. By day, Chung Tian worked at the office, and by night, he would return home to hold Huang Ji as they slept, enjoying a blissful and leisurely life together. Regrettably, the pleasant moment was fleeting. On that day, Chung Tian was beset by a throbbing headache in the office. He had just received a phone call from Meng Yao, an acquaintance he had not been in touch with for quite some time. She informed Chung Tian that she had concluded her affairs in the provincial capital and would soon be returning. She inquired whether he missed her and teased that his prolonged silence suggested he might have forgotten her. Upon her return, she insisted he should take better care of himself. In recent days, Chung Tian had been preoccupied with various matters and had indeed neglected Meng Yao. Furthermore, the emergence of Huang Ji had compounded the complexity of his situation. Chung Tian found himself utterly perplexed, unsure of how to navigate this predicament. Consequently, he summoned Zhang Chong, instructing him to convey to Huang Ji that he would be working late that evening and that she should return home alone after a shift. He also communicated to everyone to keep Huang Ji's situation under wraps for the time being, with plans to address it later. Chapter 43. Meng Yao returns after enduring such hunger for so long. You show no gratitude and instead criticize me. Do you have any conscience? Meng Yao said, her face filled with grievance. All right, it's all my fault. Whatever you wish to eat is fine by me. I shall stay here with you, ensuring that no one disturbs you and that no one witnesses you in this state. Chung Tian replied with a forced smile. That's more like it. I've had my fill. Why aren't you eating? I'm not hungry. Besides, watching you eat is quite enough for me. Don't you understand the allure of a feast for the eyes? Is that truly how you feel? Upon hearing Chung Tian's words, Meng Yao felt a flicker of delight in her heart. Of course. You are so exceptionally beautiful that everything you do appears strikingly enchanting. Chung Tian understood that only by sincerely complimenting Meng Yao could he ease her displeasure. As anticipated, upon hearing this, Meng Yao could no longer contain herself. She swiftly leapt onto Chung Tian's lap, wrapped her arms around him, and showered his face with kisses. Chung Tian found himself stirred by her fervor, yet being in a restaurant was hardly the appropriate setting for such impulses. Reluctantly, he led Meng Yao to his presidential suite. In a fervent embrace, they soon found themselves entwined, bodies bare and souls ignited. Ultimately, they collapsed onto the bed, utterly exhausted, with Meng Yao instinctively resting her head upon Chung Tian's chest. Did you miss me during this time apart? Meng Yao asked playfully. Of course I did. How could I not? Then why didn't you call me? Surely, you can't claim you didn't have a moment to spare for a phone call. I've been overwhelmed with so much to do lately that I could hardly think of you. I knew you had forgotten me, you heartless man. I thought you so often, she huffed. There's little I could do. My business is just beginning. Once everything is on track, you needn't worry about my availability. I'll be at your side whenever you wish. Such empty words. I've been gone for over half a month. If you truly cared for me, you would have called to check on me, even amidst your busyness. Fine, I admit my fault. My dear, I promise there will be no next time. Is that acceptable? You still wish to have a next time? Beware, I might just kick you and leave you regretting ever asking. There will be no next time, I assure you. How is your father doing? Chung Tian, genuinely concerned, shifted the topic to her father. Indeed, the mention of Meng Yao's father caused her expression to turn serious. My father is doing well. He has been appointed as the director of a municipal government office. Although he holds little power, I am relieved that he has navigated through this challenge. He seems to be gradually accepting this phase of his life and is now on the path toward retirement. When he first arrived at the city, he appeared troubled and unwilling to accept his new reality. However, through our conversations, I've learned that he has begun to come to terms with it. He is enduring this period, awaiting his retirement. That's good to hear. Please make sure to spend more time with your father and offer him some encouragement. After all, my father has dedicated himself to the position of district chief in Dongcheng for quite some time, and as he approaches retirement, this unexpected situation has arisen, which would be difficult for anyone to accept immediately. I understand and will make a concerted effort to counsel him. I must express my heartfelt gratitude to you for your assistance. Otherwise, my father might have faced an abrupt downfall. I have only spoken a few words, but the ultimate decision rests with those above him. There is no need for formalities between us. Considering our relationship, does gratitude even need to be expressed? Nevertheless, I must still thank you. Your willingness to assist me is immensely appreciated, and this outcome is indeed quite satisfactory. Let's not dwell on this any longer. You have had a long day, so please rest for a while. We can discuss matters later. Indeed, it was not long before Meng Yao fell asleep on Chung Tian's chest. Watching her drift into slumber, Chung Tian found himself in a quandary. With two women in the picture, he felt a profound attachment to both, yet inevitably, they would eventually become aware of each other's presence. Chung Tian was now overwhelmed. Uncertain of how to navigate this predicament, for the time being, he could only take each day as it comes. Chapter 44. Incident at the construction site the following morning. As Meng Yao lay peacefully asleep, Chung Tian rose carefully from the bed and hurried back to the cozy abode he shared with Huang Ji. He accompanied her for breakfast before sending her off to work. Afterward, he purchased Meng Yao's favorite breakfast delicacies and made his way towards Yun Tian, anxious that he might arrive too late and provoke her ire. Indeed, upon Chung Tian's arrival, Meng Yao cast a glance at him and, in a huff, burrowed deeper into the covers, refusing to emerge. Chung Tian, at a loss, could only embrace her gently and coax. What troubles my little princess? Who has dared to upset you? It's you, abandoning me alone at the hotel so early in the morning. Where on earth did you wander off to? I saw you sleeping so soundly and couldn't bear to disturb you. I went to fetch your favorite breakfast, thinking you would surely be hungry upon waking. ISNT it better to have it ready for you? Really? Of course. Now, why don't you freshen up, and we can enjoy breakfast together. All right then, I shall forgive you for the sake of breakfast. But you must wait for me to wash up first. No sneaking bites. Of course, I shall wait. That was more like it. As Meng Yao beheld the breakfast Chung Tian had brought, a flicker of surprise danced in her heart. Soon, they finished their meal, hand in hand, stepping out of the Yun Tian hotel. With matters to attend to, Meng Yao instructed Zhang Chong to take her, while Chung Tian returned to the office of Yun Tian Group. As Chung Tian sat in his office, contemplating the complications posed by the two women in his life, a call from Chung Dong interrupted his thoughts. There were issues at 3 project sites under Dong Chung construction. An unfortunate accident had occurred on site, resulting in 2 fatalities and 5 serious injuries, along with several others sustaining varying degrees of minor injuries. Coincidentally, shortly after the incident, the police promptly dispatched officers to the scene, accompanied by firefighters who began investigating potential safety hazards. Any deficiencies were met with immediate sealing of the site. The foreman incited the workers to protest, demanding the settlement of wages and compensation for losses. Some material suppliers halted their deliveries, insisting on immediate payment for materials. The bank, too, ceased all loans to the construction site, citing mismanagement by Dongcheng Construction that led to multiple accidents, resulting in severe injuries and fatalities. The bank deemed the situation extremely grave, thus suspending their funding and demanding the immediate repayment of all loans or face coercive measures. Throughout the day, a barrage of adverse news inundated Cheng Tian, leaving him breathless and without a sound strategy to address the crisis. Upon hearing the news, Meng Yao rushed to Cheng Tian's office, followed closely by Cheng Dong and Long Cheng, who gathered to devise a plan of action. In Cheng Tian's office, a multitude of individuals convened, yet none could conceive a viable solution. Ultimately, Meng Yao suggested that she could summon a distant cousin who had experience in construction management. Perhaps he could provide a remedy for the pressing issues at hand. In a moment of desperation, the crowd could not devise a solution and could only place their hopes on Meng Yao's distant cousin. Cheng Tian, contemplating the situation, thought it might be a case of treating a dead horse as if it were alive. That evening, he found himself devoid of appetite. And Meng Yao chose to forego dinner as well. Yao, why aren't you eating? Aren't you hungry? He inquired. Seeing you so anxious about the company's affairs has made it impossible for me to eat as well. Why must you do this? He continued. I wish to be by your side always. Whatever troubles you face, let us confront them together, shall we? Thank you, Yao, Cheng Tian expressed, deeply moved, as he enveloped Meng Yao in his embrace, holding her tightly. Meng Yao, feeling the sincerity of Cheng Tian's affection, reciprocated the embrace, reluctant to let go. Time slipped away unnoticed until Long Cheng knocked at the door, prompting the two to separate. Yao, I feel like taking a stroll. Will you accompany me? Came Meng Yao's soft response, embodying the essence of a delicate woman as she nestled beside Cheng Tian. Hand in hand, they sauntered down the street, followed closely by Long Cheng and Zhang Chang. Before they realized it, they had arrived at the entrance of the supreme establishment. Cheng Tian, glancing at Meng Yao, jested, It was here that we solidified our bond. Had it not been for your initiative back then, we might not have arrived at this point. Seeing a hint of a smile grace Cheng Tian's face, Meng Yao responded with a playful smirk, If you were willing to reenact yesterday's story, I would not object and would gladly cooperate. What do you say? Cheng Tian, initially intending to tease Meng Yao, found himself outmaneuvered by her wit. Under normal circumstances, he would have taken her to a room to take matters into his own hands. However, given the current situation, he merely offered an awkward smile, devoid of any further intentions. Chapter 45. Old classmate. At this moment, anguished cries echoed from the alley adjacent to the Wanshao. Cheng Tian, upon hearing the commotion, took Meng Yao by the hand and approached to investigate, with Long Cheng hastening to follow behind. As Cheng Tian advanced, he witnessed 3 thugs mercilessly beating a man who lay on the ground, emitting pitiful wails. Cheng Tian swiftly intervened, halting the trio. What is the meaning of this? Cheng Tian inquired of one of the assailants. The 3, unfamiliar with Cheng Tian, instead cast their eyes toward Long Cheng, bowing and greeting him with obsequiousness. Long Cheng stepped forward, asserting, This is the owner of the Wanshao nightclub. Even your boss, Hao Gu, treats him with utmost respect. You shall answer any inquiries he poses. Yes, Cheng Gu. We will divulge everything we know, they replied, their demeanor shifting dramatically upon realizing Cheng Tian's identity, their eyes cast downward in deference. What is the situation here? Do you have a vendetta against him? Why would you dare lay hands on him in my territory? Boss, it is as follows. I have had dealings with this man before. He hails from Xiqing and came to me tonight seeking goods worth 500. But he absconded with the items without payment. With no other recourse, I had to drag him into the alley. Otherwise, I would have no explanation to offer Hao Gu. Why did you not inform his superior to redeem him? I do not know who his boss is. He refused to divulge that information. I had no choice but to teach him a lesson to deter others from thinking they could exploit your territory without consequence. Lift his head. Let me see him. One thug grasped the man's hair, raising his head. Cheng Tian squinted, finding the visage eerily familiar. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was his former classmate, Wu Bing. which sparked an idea within him. How about you leave him in my care? Consider this incident as if it never transpired. Yao Yao, please provide them with 2,000 yuan. Meng Yao counted out the sum and handed it over, and the trio, now grateful, departed. Cheng Tian helped Wu Bing to his feet and remarked, "You are Wu Bing, correct? It has been ages. What has befallen you?" Wu Bing merely nodded in acknowledgement, silent. "Given our shared history, feel free to confide in me any troubles you face. I will certainly assist you as best I can." Wu Bing shook his head, silently indicating he required no help. Observing this, Cheng Tian felt at a loss for words. He turned to Meng Yao, who understood Cheng Tian's desire for cash but had little to offer, shaking her head in response. Noticing her gesture, Cheng Tian faced Zhang Chong and instructed, "Chong, go to Manager Yang and procure 20,000 yuan in cash for me." Zhang Chong promptly rushed to the nightclub and soon returned with the requested sum, which he handed to Cheng Tian. Cheng Tian presented the cash to Wu Bing, providing him with his contact information, assuring him that he could reach out if needed. He then led Meng Yao back into the nightclub, leaving Wu Bing behind. "Sheng Yi, please help me look into my old classmate. I fear he may find himself in peril." Upon hearing this, Long Cheng set off without the slightest hesitation, which is precisely what Cheng Tian admired about him. At that moment, only Cheng Tian and Meng Yao remained. Noticing the absence of interruptions, Meng Yao took the initiative to embrace Cheng Tian. As he gently caressed her silken hair, he inquired, "Are you going to rest at home tonight? What's this? Do you wish to send me away?" Meng Yao retorted, her cheeks flushed with indignation. "I did not mean that. I merely seek solitude to reflect. So many events have unfolded so suddenly, and the issues remain unresolved. I must contemplate deeply. While you ponder your thoughts, I shall quietly accompany you. Moreover, if you have any uncertainties, I can offer my perspective. Would that not suffice? How can I find tranquility to think with you by my side? Here's an idea. You should purchase a house nearby, which we can call our future home. Once you settle it, we shall move in together." "That sounds wonderful, but..." "Very well, then. Tomorrow, if you have no other engagements, come to my office to keep me company." "All right, but do remember to think of me." Chapter 46. Weariness. Meng Yao reluctantly departed, and Cheng Tian instructed Zhang Chong to secretly ensure her safe return home. After bidding farewell to Meng Yao, Cheng Tian turned his attention back to Huangji. With recent events weighing heavily upon him, he found himself grappling with uncertainty about when this tumultuous phase would come to an end. Upon returning home, Cheng Tian was greeted by the sight of Huangji having meticulously organized their living space, which evoked a sense of warmth within him. Hearing the door open, Huangji approached to welcome him, enveloping him in a heartfelt embrace before leading him to the sofa, where she nestled against his shoulder. "Do you have to work overtime today?" Huangji inquired kindly. "No, overtime depends on the manager's assessment of the hotel's situation. We have a supervisor on duty at night, and they only call us in if things get busy. However, the overtime is infrequent, though the timing remains uncertain. I hope you won't mind." "Not at all. Focus on earning a living. You needn't worry about household matters. Once we save enough, we can purchase a home of our own, and then we will truly have a place to call ours. Rest assured, I am determined to earn well. And one day, I will buy a spacious house, where I will ceremoniously bring you into my life. I believe that day is not far off, and I will be your most beautiful bride then. I promise you, it won't be long before your wish is fulfilled." "Excellent. I eagerly await that day." With that, Huangji gracefully settled onto Cheng Tian's lap, reclining against him. After a moment of tranquility, she suddenly turned to him and asked, "Are you hungry? Would you like me to cook some noodles for you?" "I'm not hungry." "Then perhaps you should take a shower. I will prepare some fresh clothes for you." "Want you join me in the shower?" "No, I've already bathed. Now hurry up and wash." Huangji playfully tugged Cheng Tian up and toward the bathroom, turning to fetch his clean clothes. Once Cheng Tian finished his shower, he found Huangji already lying in bed, ready to rest. He swiftly joined her, preparing to settle in for the night. Just as he climbed onto the bed, he heard Huangji request that he turn off the light. Reluctantly, he extinguished the light and nestled under the covers, wrapping his arms around her as he sought slumber. As his hand reached out, he encountered Huangji's smooth skin, realizing that she had shed her clothing and was lying bare beneath the sheets. It became clear why she had insisted on turning off the light. Huang Ji embraced Cheng Tian, sensing his surprise, and shyly asked, "Do you like me this way? Did I startle you?" "Not all. Your boldness is quite a delightful surprise. I have always perceived you as a dignified and graceful young woman. I never imagined you harbored such passionate feelings within. I am entirely yours. There is nothing I cannot reveal to you. As long as it pleases you, I am willing to do anything." Gazing at Huang Ji before him, the allure she exuded proved irresistible. Cheng Tian could no longer contain himself. He lunged forward, capturing her crimson lips in a fervent kiss. Huang Ji instantly reciprocated, and the two became entwined in a passionate embrace. Time seemed to slip away as their fervent encounter unfolded. Eventually, they succumbed to exhaustion. With Cheng Tian cradling Huang Ji in his arms, her complexion flushed and her expression one of bliss as she nestled against him, reveling in their shared joy. The following morning, Huang Ji rose early and had prepared breakfast by the time Cheng Tian awoke. He hurriedly refreshed himself before joining her for the meal. After breakfast, Cheng Tian needed to rush off to Yun Tian Group, while Huang Ji was on her way to the kindergarten for work. Before parting, they indulged in a lingering moment of affection, reluctant to separate as they each set off for their respective duties. Chapter 47. Tang lay in the office of Cheng Tian at Yun Tian Group at 8:30 in the morning. Meng Yao accompanied a middle-aged man. "Heaven, this is my uncle." "Uncle, this is Cheng Tian, the owner of Yun Tian Group." "Hello, Mr. Cheng, I am Tang Lei." "Greetings, Mr. Tang. Please take a seat. I trust you are aware of the recent developments concerning my company. Yao Yao mentioned that you might possess the means to help me alleviate this impending crisis. Might I inquire if you could assist me?" "Mr. Cheng, I have a basic understanding of the situation. It merely involves some business tactics. Your adversary is employing certain strategies against you, which are quite manageable. However, since your opponent is intent on your downfall, further complications are likely to ensue, making it increasingly challenging for you to cope." "Mr. Tang, does this imply that there is a solution?" "From the current perspective, the overall situation is not as dire as it may seem. Everything remains within a controllable scope. However, if I may be so bold, do you have any insight into who might be working against you in the shadows?" "I suspect it is Chun Xinhua from Xiqing. I can think of no one else. Knowing the identity is a good start. In truth, resolving this issue is rather straightforward. I require your assistance with one specific request." "Please proceed." "I have heard that you are quite familiar with Secretary Chow of the Municipal Committee. At your earliest convenience, I would like you to visit his office. Regardless of the means, the longer you can remain there, the better. Ideally, you would enjoy lunch together, though I understand that may be a tall order. I can execute this task immediately. Please, feel free to convey any other requests you may have. In order to assist you effectively, I require a legitimate identity." "What identity?" "I need to be the CEO of Dongxing Construction." "What does CEO entail?" "It refers to the executive president of Dongxing Construction. Only with this title can I assist you with proper authority. Rest assured, the general manager will still be your cousin, Cheng Dong. I have no intention of overshadowing him. I can accommodate this request, but I must inform you that to hold such a position, one must possess genuine skills and knowledge. Otherwise, you will inevitably be ousted. Of course, rest assured, once you leave the municipal committee at noon, I shall resolve your issues by the afternoon, and by tomorrow, or at the latest, the day after, work at the site shall commence. Furthermore, I assure you that my service will meet your expectations." "Very well. I look forward to your positive news." After concluding his discussion with Tang Lei, Cheng Tian promptly called for Cheng Dong to come to his office, explaining the situation and instructing him to prepare for Tang Lei. He then accompanied Meng Yao directly to the municipal committee. While en route, Long Cheng called Cheng Tian to discuss a matter, but Cheng Tian postponed the conversation to the afternoon, informing Long Cheng that he was on his way to meet Secretary Chow and lacked the time to engage in discussions, asking him to wait until his return. In Secretary Chow's office, he was engrossed in the documents before him, hardly casting a glance at Cheng Tian. Cheng Tian sat opposite Secretary Chow, both enveloped in an unspoken tension. Cheng Tian mused to himself that it mattered little to him, as long as he complied with Tang Lei's request to remain with Secretary Chow until noon. The necessity of conversation, who would speak first or what would be said, was of no consequence. He lost track of time, boredom creeping in. until Secretary Chow finally lifted his gaze from the documents before him and addressed Chung Tian. Speak, what brings you here? Nothing much. I merely stopped by to see you. Stop by? Do you think you could casually find your way to my office this early in the morning? Spare me the nonsense. If you have something to discuss, then speak. Otherwise, kindly take your leave. Come now, I've only just arrived, and you want me to leave before I've even settled in? That hardly seems fair. I knew it. You certainly didn't come here without a purpose. Are you here regarding the Dongqing construction matter? Secretary Chow, as astute as ever, discerned Chung Tian's thoughts with remarkable acuity. This Chen Xinhua is quite unscrupulous, constantly undermining me from the shadows. What am I to do in such a situation? Do you have any proof that he is behind this? If you possess evidence, simply report it to the authorities. Why come to me? I have my own responsibilities. As you can see, I am quite occupied. It is precisely because I lack evidence that I am here. Besides, investigating such matters falls under the purview of the police. You were the one who initially contacted me, claiming someone was orchestrating events behind the scenes, which is why I took on this hot potato. And now, Chen Xinhua has turned against me, seeking to ruin me. How was that acceptable? Are you saying that my goodwill in helping you profit has backfired? If you cannot manage the situation, what use is it to come here and complain? You would do better to expend your energy finding a solution. If I had a solution, I wouldn't be here lamenting. This is your doing. You must assist me. Assist you? How would you have me do that? Do you wish for me to abuse my power for personal gain? Absolutely not. How could I dare to ask such a thing? However, if you would be so kind as to mention this to your subordinates, wouldn't that facilitate a resolution? Do not even entertain that thought. Let me be clear. Both I and the municipal committee support enterprises that are genuinely industrious. However, neither I nor the committee will misuse the authority bestowed upon us by the state and the people to provide you with unwarranted favors, disregarding the facts. Then what? Chapter 48. Clinging to Secretary Chow. Who is this young lady beside you? Is she your secretary? Secretary Chow diverted the topic, not wishing to entangle himself further with Chung Tian, fearing that continued discussion might provoke his ire. This is Meng Yao, the daughter of the former district chief Wu Yun Tian of the East District, and she is currently my girlfriend. Yao Yao, say hello to Secretary Chow, Chung Tian said, pulling Meng Yao closer. Hello, Secretary Chow, Meng Yao said cautiously. Greetings. How is your father? Thank you for your concern, Secretary Chow. My father is doing quite well. That is good to hear. The arrangements regarding your father are not solely for me to decide. He has presided over the East District for over a decade, demonstrating commendable governance. The achievements of the East District are largely attributable to his efforts. Now, it is fitting that after a lifetime of hard work, he can enjoy a well-deserved retirement. Indeed, this is the best outcome. On behalf of my father, I extend my gratitude to you, Secretary Chow. What gratitude is there? I have not truly assisted. Rather, it is the municipal government that owes your father an explanation. Tell him that I, Chow, on behalf of the 600,000 residents of the East District, thank him for all he has done. His contributions will not be forgotten by the nation or its people. You flatter me, Secretary Chow. My father is quite content with his current life. As the district chief, he was always preoccupied with work, scarcely finding time to rest. Now, he enjoys spending time with my mother and pursuing his own interests. It is heartening to hear old Wu feels this way. You are right. After laboring for most of his life, it is beneficial for him to spend more time with his family. Chung Tian observed the amiable exchange between Secretary Chow and Meng Yao, choosing to stand aside without interjecting. His task for the day was simply to linger in the office, indifferent to the manner of his presence. As time progressed, the hour for lunch finally approached. Secretary Chow continued his conversation with Meng Yao, prompting Chung Tian to step in to smooth the situation, signaling to Meng Yao that their time was nearly up. Instantaneously, Secretary Chow sensed something amiss and addressed Chung Tian. What exactly do you want from me today? What are you scheming? I have no business. The matter I wish to discuss was not met with your approval. So what else could I have? Well, since you claim there is nothing, it is now time for lunch. Aren't you leaving? Indeed, it is almost lunchtime. How about we share a meal together, Secretary Chow? Are you attempting to lead me astray? If there is no business, you ought to depart. Secretary Chow, it is time for a meal. is it not? Surely you must eat as well. Perhaps we could enjoy a simple lunch together? At this, Meng Yao joined in the invitation to Secretary Chow. Seeing Meng Yao's eagerness, Secretary Chow felt reluctant to decline outright and replied, Yao, given my current position, dining out with you might invite some negative repercussions. However, if you do not mind, I will be pleased to treat you at our government staff canteen. What do you think? Secretary Chow did not spare a glance at Chung Tian, nor did he mention himself even during the meal invitation. However, Chung Tian was indifferent to such negligence. His sole aim was to fulfill his objective today. Is it appropriate for you to treat me to a meal at the government staff canteen? It may not be entirely fitting, but with my limited finances, I cannot invite you to a lavish establishment like Yintian Hotel. Hence, I can only modestly offer take you to our canteen for a meal. While our canteen may not serve dishes as exquisite as those in your grand hotels, it is still quite satisfactory. Thus, it is settled. Let us proceed to the canteen. Secretary Chow pulled Meng Yao along to the canteen, without even bothering to call out to Chung Tian. Nevertheless, Chung Tian was unconcerned about being summoned, and simply followed behind. Secretary Chow and Meng Yao enjoyed a working meal at the canteen, during which Secretary Chow engaged in conversation with Meng Yao, while Chung Tian leisurely indulged in his own meal. After finishing their repast, Secretary Chow turned to Chung Tian and remarked, You've had your meal, and since you have no pressing matters, it is I who have been delayed by you for half the day. I have a multitude of tasks to attend to this afternoon and cannot afford to accommodate you any longer. You may take your leave. Very well. I shall not impose upon you any further, Secretary Chow. Now that his purpose had been accomplished, Chung Tian promptly departed the municipal staff canteen with Meng Yao and returned to Yintian Group. Upon his return, Chung Tian immediately called Tang Lei to inform him that his assignment had been successfully completed. Tang Lei assured him that he would handle the subsequent matters and would provide an update shortly. Chapter 49. The Tactics of Tang Lei Resigned. Chung Tian awaited news in his office, placing his trust in Tang Lei's ability to manage the situation. At that moment, Long Chung returned. Brother Tian, there's new information. What is going on? Shi Qing is in trouble. The black dog from Shi Qing was apprehended 5 days ago in the provincial city. Is that so? How come we didn't receive any news? Here's the situation. A few days ago, the black dog went to the provincial city for a transaction. Unbeknownst to him, a special task force was established to intensively combat drug trafficking, formed by the Provincial Political and Legal Affairs Commission, the Provincial Public Security Department, and the Provincial Armed Police Corps. They conducted a covert operation. The black dog was captured during the transaction, although there was no contraband seized on site. Given the government's focused assault, it is unlikely that the black dog will be released easily. I've heard that many others were also arrested, and a significant amount of goods was confiscated. Isn't that going to throw the underworld into chaos? Indeed, while the black dog's capture was discreet, many are aware of it. Our situation in Zhonghai is also grim. Soon, our supplies will be cut off. It's said that the 4 key underlings of the black dog are already engaging in internal strife. Your classmate, Wu Bing, is one of the underlings of Monkey, who is loyal to the black dog. He has been jointly attacked by the other 3, and his situation is precarious. More importantly, Qin Xinhua has also intervened, starting to reach out to the 4 key underlings, suggesting that whoever supports him can ascend to the position of the leader in Xiqing. However, perhaps out of fear of the black dog, no one has yet stepped forward to align with Qin Xinhua. Damn, Qin Xinhua is truly relentless. Why must he appear everywhere? Furthermore, I heard that yesterday, Qin Xinhua invited Sang Biao from the Nantu district to his bar. They had a pleasant conversation, and before Sang Biao departed, Qin Xinhua handed him a check for 5 million. They must have reached some sort of agreement. This Qin Xinhua, like a tortoise retreating into its shell, hides in his territory while secretly creating trouble for me. Given the chance, I will surely make him suffer. Rest assured, Brother Tian, I have people keeping a close watch on him. I will deal with him at the first opportunity. Yes, the troubles keep coming one after another. I must trouble you to keep a close eye on him. Understood, Brother Tian. I will make the necessary arrangements. You've worked hard during this time. You may go back to your tasks. After Long Chung departed, Chung Tian sat in his office reflecting on the recent events. He felt increasingly powerless, as though he were striking a fist against cotton, unable to exert any force, which left him in a state of frustration. Meanwhile, Tang Lei, accompanied by Cheng Dong, met with several bank presidents. Upon their arrival, Tang Lei wasted no time in stating his intentions directly, devoid of any circumlocution. The bank presidents, seemingly in accord, simultaneously suspended our Yun Tian's loans, indicating their intent to push us into a corner. General Manager Cheng, who is this? One of the presidents inquired with a hint of amusement as he regarded Tang Lei. This is Mr. Tang Lei, the CEO of Yun Tian. Cheng Dong gazed at the bank president before him with a tinge of disdain. Since the cessation of loans, he had approached this individual on multiple occasions, extending invitations and offering gifts, yet to no avail. The president remained indifferent, which only served to exacerbate Cheng Dong's frustration, leaving him feeling utterly powerless. Initially reluctant to attend today, he changed his mind upon hearing that Tang Lei could help him vent his grievances. It turned out that the esteemed guest was the CEO of Yun Tian, which left Cheng Dong feeling somewhat disrespected. Should today's meeting be a reckoning, he would likely be disappointed. The decision to halt Yun Tian's loan was made collectively by the bank, taking into account the myriad issues that had recently beset the company, a matter beyond his control. As for the repercussions faced by Yun Tian, it was certainly not within the purview of a mere bank president to concern himself. Tang Lei turned to the other bank presidents, inquiring if they shared the same sentiments. They all nodded in agreement, their expressions tinged with mockery. Very well, Tang Lei remarked, sipping his tea while regarding the assembly of bank presidents. It matters not whether your bank has ceased our loans outright or done so covertly. You are undoubtedly aware of your own actions. My concern lies in whether you truly grasp the consequences of your decisions. Do take a moment to assess the current climate. Do you really believe your petty maneuvers can rival Yun Tian? It baffles me from whom you derive such audacity. Our esteemed owner has connections that run deep, often dining with the city's secretary. Upon your departure today, I remain unfazed. With our owner's network, it would be a mere trifle for Yun Tian to secure loans from alternative banks. As for you, Tang Lei did not elaborate further, instead leisurely raising his teacup to his lips. What will you do? Are you attempting to intimidate us? One bank president interjected, though an undercurrent of anxiety was evident in his tone. Intimidation is unnecessary. However, should you conspire with certain individuals against Yun Tian, this matter will not be dismissed lightly. Given our owner's stature, it is beneath him to retaliate directly. Yet, considering his rapport with Secretary Chow, should someone merely whisper a hint, I anticipate a plethora of governmental departments arriving at your branch for inspections. And should any of you find yourselves with unclean hands, do reflect on whom might stand against the city in your defense. We are above reproach. What is there to fear? One president retorted, Is that so? In that case, there is no need for further discourse. Cheng Dong, shall we take our leave? Tang Lei announced as he stood, signaling for Cheng Dong to follow suit. Chapter 50. The Tactics of Tang Lei. Please, both of you, stay for a moment. At that moment, a bank president stood up to address Tang Lei and his companion. Initially, our bank's considerations were lacking regarding the cessation of loans to your esteemed company. I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience this may have caused, and I hope you will not take it to heart. I believe this issue may have arisen from certain oversights on your bank's part, leading to the current predicament. Let bygones be bygones. However, I do hope your bank can exhibit a more favorable attitude moving forward. Rest assured, President Tang, upon my return, I will promptly convene a meeting with our senior management to provide your company with a satisfactory explanation, the bank president assured. I trust in your bank's commitment, yet the leadership within my company is somewhat reluctant to wait. Therefore, I urge your bank to express a definitive stance on this matter. Additionally, I would like to hear the thoughts of the other esteemed bank presidents present. We share President Zhang's sentiments and will endeavor to provide your company with a satisfactory resolution as swiftly as possible. Several bank presidents chimed in, rising to express their agreement. That is commendable. I hope that before your bank closes for the day, you can reinstate my company's loan. Furthermore, I would appreciate an additional sum to assist us. The issues we face are a direct result of your bank's previous decisions, and we are in urgent need of substantial funds to remedy the situation. Naturally, we shall comply. President Zhang responded eagerly, with the others nodding in agreement. Exactly. All of you are visionary leaders engaged in significant endeavors. Collaborating with our company is undoubtedly the wisest choice. Do not let trivial gains blind your judgment. I am confident that through our cooperation, each of you will achieve great success in the future. Borrowing from President Tang's kind words, we shall certainly remember your generosity when we soar to new heights, they replied collectively. Now, I must attend to other matters, so I will not keep you any longer. This evening, I will host a banquet at the Yuntian Hotel to celebrate our mutual aspirations for prosperity and advancement. After bidding farewell to the bank presidents, Tang Lei turned his attention to the representatives from several construction companies. Cheng Dong exhaled in relief. Initially fearing that the bank presidents would be difficult to manage, yet the newly appointed president had deftly handled the situation with just a few words. Observing Tang Lei's composed demeanor, Cheng Dong felt reassured. In the office of the Dong Cheng Construction Project Department, Tang Lei and Cheng Dong occupied the main seats, while 7 or 8 representatives from various construction firms clamored for settlement of project payments and compensation for their losses. The noise was overwhelming, causing Cheng Dong considerable distress, while Tang Lei calmly sipped his tea, displaying no signs of panic. Once the clamor subsided, Tang Lei leisurely stood up, cleared his throat, and addressed the room. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Tang Lei, the president of Yintian Group. I am here to resolve the pressing issues at hand. If you have any concerns, please feel free to discuss them openly now. Can you truly oversee the resolution of our issues? One site manager inquired. Indeed, my presence here today assures you that I am fully capable of addressing and resolving these matters effectively. Currently, our construction site has experienced a tragic incident, resulting in a loss of life. The workers are demanding their wages, and thus, it is imperative that you settle our outstanding payments promptly. Furthermore, due to the incident, the site has been sealed off, and you are liable for the damages incurred. Firstly, we have demonstrated our commitment to addressing the situation proactively. However, the management of the site falls under your purview, and you seem to have evaded all responsibility by placing the burden on us. Is this truly the stance you wish to adopt? Secondly, as a developer, and you as the construction company, we are bound by contractual obligations. We have consistently made payments according to the contract, and as the project is still ongoing, you have no right to demand full payment at this juncture. Should the project face delays due to your negligence, prepare to face our penalties. Regarding the sealing of the site, if you are unable to resolve this matter, we are willing to assist you, but I will not overlook your accountability in this issue. Do you have any further questions? If so, please express them. If not, kindly inform your team to resume work tomorrow. Is this truly how you intend to resolve the situation? Merely to dismiss us? What is your desired outcome? If you have grievances, voice them now. I reiterate, you at Dongqing Construction must first settle our payments and compensate for our losses before we even contemplate resuming work. Otherwise, we will halt all operations on our sites, and then you can explain yourselves to the government. Remarkably, you acknowledge that this is a government-sanctioned project. Are you not aware of Yin Tian's strength and financial prowess? Do you not recognize the relationship between our owner and the municipal committee? I must inform you that if any of your responsible personnel fail to ensure the site operates smoothly tomorrow, I will pursue legal action against you for breach of contract. At that point, not only will the payment be in question, but your very existence within Zhonghai could also be jeopardized. Moreover, do not overestimate your own worth. There are numerous construction companies eager to take on projects like yours. If I so desire, countless firms will be ready to replace you by tomorrow. You ought to reflect on your capabilities. What gives you the audacity to challenge Yin Tian? As for your backer, Chen Xinhua, what influence does he truly wield? He remains confined to his own territory, too timid to venture out, let alone advocate for you. I advise you not to be used as a pawn for trivial gains, lest you find yourself in perilous circumstances without understanding how you arrived there. However, there is no however. Are you still placing your hopes on Chen Xinhua? Surely, he has granted you certain benefits, and you anticipate rewards should you manage to undermine us, correct? He has promised each of us 500,000. purportedly as compensation for the losses incurred in dealing with Dongqing construction, suggesting that once successful, Zhonghai would prevail, leading to an abundance of future projects for us. With 7 or 8 of you involved, that amounts to nearly 4 million. Chen Xinhua truly has a generous hand. However, his schemes have not unfolded as he had anticipated. I'm uncertain whether he, Chen Xinhua, is a fool or if he considers you all to be the fools. With your caliber, do you truly believe that mere trifles can enable you to stand against us? I had initially thought to regard Chen Xinhua with a measure of respect, yet he can only engage in petty schemes behind the scenes. Nevertheless, I must admit that you have astonished me for the sake of trivial gains. You recklessly choose to be pawns for Chen Xinhua. Are you aware that Chen Xinhua's company oversees 7 or 8 key government projects alongside various open real estate ventures, with countless subcontractors laboring tirelessly for him? Even if Chen Xinhua were to bring down our Dongcheng construction, how many of our Group S projects could he realistically take on? And how many sites could he provide for you to work on? The municipal government would never allow him to monopolize the market. And does he truly possess the capability to ruin us? Thus, it is evident that he merely regards you as expendable, and he does not value your lives in the slightest. Do you truly believe such a person is worthy of your loyalty? Chapter 51. The Tactics of Tang Lei. Having concluded his speech, Tang Lei rose and surveyed the several executives before him. After a prolonged silence, Chung Tan noticed that no one had responded to his inquiries. Instead, the attendees murmured amongst themselves. Tang Lei continued, stating, having said so much, the choice now lies in your hands. If any of you wish to collaborate with Chen Xinhua, I shall not stand in your way. However, aligning yourselves with him would position you against Dongcheng, rendering you our adversaries. We shall show no mercy towards our enemies. Conversely, those who choose to partner with Dongcheng can rest assured that prosperity awaits you. Although our establishment is relatively new, our capabilities are evident. Thus, I urge you to open your eyes and discern wisely. I will reiterate for the final time. Choose to collaborate with Dongcheng, and work shall commence tomorrow morning. Should I observe any of your respective sites unoperational, I shall take it as a declaration of your allegiance to Chen Xinhua, standing against Dongqing. Reflect carefully upon this. Now, as the hour grows late and you have matters to attend to, I shall not detain you any longer. Upon concluding, Tang Lei began to usher the attendees out, indifferent to their reactions as he lit a cigarette. Is Tang Zong truly cornering us into a dead end? One individual voiced, standing up. I have yet to address your collective strike and unrest. Do you wish to witness a battle to the death between us and Chen Xinhua, aligning yourselves with the victor? Such fortuity is but a fantasy. A loyal minister does not serve two masters. Between us and Chen Xinhua, you must make a singular choice. Consider this carefully, as your time is limited. Now, please depart. With that, Tang Lei issued a further dismissal. The executives exchanged bewildered glances, reluctantly rising and making their way toward the exit. At that moment, Tang Lei interjected, please convey a message for me. The suppliers below have halted the delivery of materials to my sites. I can overlook this incident, but should anyone impede the delivery tonight, preventing a timely commencement of work tomorrow, they shall find themselves unwelcome on the grounds of Zhonghai in the future. I hope you will relay this message. Let us wish for a fruitful collaboration. As the executives slowly exited, Tang Lei and Cheng Dong remained seated, enjoying their tea. Tang Zong, do you truly believe they will comply? Will they commence work on time tomorrow? Rest assured, news of your brother dining with Secretary Chow of the Municipal Committee at noon has likely spread. Once these individuals inquire, they will understand the consequences of defiance. Are you not capable of replacing them at any moment? Why not proceed to dismiss one or two to assert your authority? It is not as simple as it appears. I was merely intimidating them. If we were to switch to another company now, the myriad complications involved would only exacerbate the situation, potentially triggering a chain reaction. If these individuals were to collectively strike, it would not be a matter easily resolved. Do you still not understand? Cheng Dong observed Tang Lei's look of confusion. This is merely a tactic in business. Our ultimate aim is to generate profit. The identity of the contractors on our site is secondary. Furthermore, If we manage to gain the upper hand over these subcontractors this time, they'll be less likely to cause us trouble in the future, which would ultimately benefit us. The fact that our boss has entrusted us with such a significant project reflects immense faith in us. Hence, we must manage it well and alleviate his concerns. How we manage it is our own responsibility. But I have no idea how to manage, Tang Lei replied. You're still quite young and have not been exposed to these matters. It's entirely understandable that you feel lost. However, rest assured, I will assist you diligently from now on as your deputy. Thank you, Tang. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Chung, you must also contact Director Chung of the Dongcheng Sub-Bureau now. Why should I call him? A fatal incident has occurred on the construction site, and the police will definitely be investigating. Moreover, the construction site has been sealed off by the fire department. You must address this issue. Can't you handle it? My role as CEO is newly acquired, and I am not yet well known. It will be somewhat awkward for me to make that call. It would be more appropriate for you to do so. Fine, I'll make the call, but what should I say? Just convey that the construction accident on the Dongqing project has caused inconvenience to the Dongqing Sub-Bureau and the fire department, and express our sincere apologies. We are conducting an internal investigation and will fully cooperate, hoping for a swift resolution. However, today my boss was summoned by the municipal committee for a discussion. The committee hopes for the project to commence soon, as it is a focal point of their attention, and completing it promptly would provide a satisfactory explanation to the citizens. Did my brother really have such discussions with the municipal committee? It matters not what your brother discussed with Secretary Chow of the municipal committee, or even if they spoke at all. What is significant is that your brother visited Secretary Chow's office this morning and returned only after having lunch with him. That is sufficient. What they discussed is of little consequence. Who would inquire about the details of their conversation? Chung Dong, following Tang Lei's instructions, called Director Chung of the Dongqing Sub-Bureau to clarify their intentions. Director Chung readily agreed, stating that the police were merely gathering evidence and would not interfere with normal construction operations, and assured that the fire department would also make a call to explain the situation. With matters nearly resolved, Chung Dong and Tang Lei returned to Yuntian Group to report to Chung Tian. Chapter 52. The methods of Tang Lei. Mr. Tang is truly an exceptional talent. Within less than half a day, so many issues have been resolved one by one. You flatter me, boss. These are merely standard business practices, not particularly challenging problems. Tang Lei responded modestly. Excellent. Tomorrow, during the group meeting, I will formally appoint you as the Vice President of Yuntian Group and the CEO of Dongqing Construction. You shall assist at Dong in managing the affairs of Dongqing Construction. Of course, with your genuine talents and extensive experience, we will rely on you for many matters in the future. Thank you for your generous trust, boss. I shall exert my utmost effort to contribute my modest capabilities. How about that? Was my introduction of my cousin a wise choice? At this moment, Meng Yao also looked at Chung Tian, seeking acknowledgement. Indeed, and I must thank you as well. Adong, please notify everyone that we will hold a banquet tonight at Yuntian Hotel. This serves to welcome Mr. Tang and also to celebrate our... Wait, does Mr. Tang have other matters to address? Well, I am awaiting several bank presidents to transfer funds to us. Of course, this also reflects their stance. I promise to treat these bank presidents to dinner tonight, which I consider my first tangible contribution to the company. As for the celebratory banquet, it can wait until we have completely resolved this crisis. As Tang Lei spoke, he turned to Chung Dong and said, Chung, keep an eye on how much funding we receive from the banks before they close today, and which banks are granting us loans. Understood. I will update you shortly. But what is the significance of this? Of course, we will soon discern who our allies are and who stand against us. Those who are friends, we shall cooperate with closely and prosper together. As for those who wish to oppose us, we currently lack the time to address them. However, once we catch our breath, I will ensure they understand the consequences of opposing us. The following morning, while Chung Tian was still lost in slumber, he received a call from Chung Dong. The construction sites under Dongcheng Construction Group had all commenced operations. All materials from suppliers have been delivered the previous evening, and the bank loans have been reinstated, including additional financing. Though he had anticipated this outcome, hearing the news firsthand still struck Chung Tian as somewhat unbelievable. He promptly rose and made his way to Yuntian Group. In the conference room of Yuntian Group, Cheng Tian gathered with his subordinates for a meeting, and Cheng Yong, who had not been seen for a while, also arrived. With matters resolved perfectly, the mood among Cheng Tian and his colleagues was quite positive. Thus, he decided to finally host a grand celebratory banquet at Yuntian Hotel and inquired for everyone's opinions. Tang Lei was the first to speak. While it may seem a bit premature to hold a celebratory banquet now, it is not out of the question. We can seize this opportunity to boost the morale of our team and demonstrate to those who harbor ulterior motives against Yuntian our strength. Yuntian is not an entity to be trifled with. Those who wish to challenge us must consider whether they possess the requisite strength. However, that insufferable Chen Xinhua is always scheming behind our backs, refusing to confront us directly, which places us in a rather passive position and is quite vexing. Cheng Dong exclaimed in frustration. Indeed, currently, Chen Xinhua resembles a turtle retreating into his shell, and although we wish to take action against him, we find ourselves at a loss. Cheng Yong concurs, stating that he has only just come to this realization. Since we cannot retaliate against Chen Xinhua at this moment, and he is employing commercial tactics against us, we shall reciprocate with our own business strategies. Chen Xinhua has exhausted his options and poses no significant threat to us. However, everyone must exercise caution, as he may resort to direct confrontation. Therefore, it is imperative that we remain vigilant regarding our personal safety. Dragon Brother, do we have sufficient personnel? As of now, our numbers are adequate. However, if we adopt a defensive posture, we will need to disperse our forces, which may leave us short-staffed. I see. Dong, please reach out to Hao Ge and invite him to lunch at Yuntian. Additionally, inform him of our current situation. He has many underlings, so he should be prepared to assist us at any moment. All right, I will contact him immediately, Cheng Dong replied, ready to dial Hao Ge. Wait a moment, boss. General Manager Cheng is now the second-in-command at Yuntian, as well as the head of Dongxing Construction, so you should consider delegating these errands to someone else. I have always done things this way, Cheng Tian smiled. I have been accustomed to it. Indeed, I used to follow my brother's lead. It's not a difficult task. A simple phone call suffices. Why does Mr. Tang insist otherwise? Besides, while I am currently the head of Dongxing Construction, I still have much to learn, and I rely on Mr. Tang for guidance in this area. This cannot continue. As the owner, you must focus on your responsibilities. A leader may lack specific skills, but as long as they can identify and utilize talent, they can thrive. Other knowledge can be acquired over time. Dong, Mr. Tang's perspective holds merit. Now that you are also the second-in-command at Yuntian, you must demonstrate the decisiveness expected of someone in your position and not allow others to underestimate you. Tian Yi, I understand what I need to do. Zhang Chong, please call Hao Ge and ask him to join us for lunch shortly, while also updating him on our situation. Yes, boss. Chapter 53. Cheng Dong's position in this matter is easily resolved. I have heard that General Manager Cheng is still managing the seafood market. I believe this responsibility should be entrusted to someone else. General Manager Cheng will undoubtedly have an increasing workload in the future, and he may not have the energy to oversee such trivial matters then. What does Mr. Tang mean by this? We must bring down Chen Xinhua, and eventually, we will have to take over his enterprise. At that point, the business of Dongxing Construction will expand significantly, and General Manager Cheng will surely be quite occupied. Mr. Tang is certainly planning ahead. Do not mention it. I am now a part of Yuntian, and naturally, I must consider its future. So Dang, you say that a Dong is the second-in-command at Yuntian. What does that make me? You are not employed at Yuntian, so what can you claim? Currently, you are merely the boss's girlfriend. Even if you marry in the future, you will only be regarded as the boss's wife. You may run the household, but you cannot claim to be the heart of Yuntian. Uncle Tang, why do you not speak in my defense? Silly girl, do you not realize that the greatest happiness for a woman is to marry a good man, to be a virtuous wife and mother? A woman's true aspiration should be to support her partner in his endeavors while sharing a life of mutual affection and companionship. Is that truly the case? Meng Yao inquired, gazing at Tang Lei. Indeed, your parents are the finest example. Even at their age, they remain affectionate and supportive of one another. Upon hearing this, the others could not help but express their admiration. Chung Tian was also taken aback by the clarity and decisiveness of the speaker, realizing that this individual was indeed remarkable and contemplating seeking guidance from him in the future. At that moment, Gao Hu and Lu Hao, who had been recuperating for some time, entered the conference room with great energy, prepared to report their findings. However, upon seeing the multitude present, they hesitated, stifling their words. Chung Tian noticed their inclination to speak, but chose not to address it directly, instead asking, "Brother Hu, Hao, have you both recovered? What brings you here now?" "We are fully recovered and have no lingering issues. We just came to check in. After such a long period of rest, our bodies feel somewhat rusty. So we thought we might seek some work," Gao Hu replied. "No rush. Let's have a meal first. Afterward, we could discuss matters," Chung Tian suggested. "Adong, please go to the hotel and make arrangements. Bring them along, and have Manager Wei personally welcome the brothers. We shall hold a celebratory banquet for them at noon, ensuring they enjoy themselves. Yao Yao, you should accompany them. Women tend to have a keener sense for such things. We will join you shortly." With that, Chung Tian dismissed them, leaving only himself, Tang Lei, Long Chung, Gao Hu, and Lu Hao in the conference room. "Brother Tian, we just apprehended 3 individuals near the nightclub," Gao Hu eagerly began as soon as the others departed. "What kind of individuals? Are they sent by Chun Xinhua?" "Probably not. I'm unsure who they are. They have yet to utter a single word, and each is armed. What might they be now? Have these individuals been seen before? I have disarmed them and confined them within a cage. These faces are unfamiliar, and none of my brothers have encountered them previously. Could they possibly be assassins summoned by Chun Xinhua? Unlikely. If they were indeed assassins, they would not have been so easily discovered and captured. However, judging by their demeanor, they resemble desperate fugitives. Enough of our conjectures. Shortly, I shall accompany the boss to inquire and ascertain the truth." At this moment, Tang Lei spoke up. "Let us heed President Tang. Come, we shall first have a meal." Chung Tian, understanding the implication of President Tang's words, led the group to Yun Tian Hotel, preparing to dine. Chapter 54. The gathering. The banquet hall of Cloud Sky Hotel was abuzz with excitement. Numerous tables were filled with employees and subordinates. Manager Wei, accompanied by several foremen and waitstaff, was busily attending to the event. Typically, hosting such a gathering would be a trivial matter, but today's internal celebration demanded meticulous attention. Most in attendance were familiar to Manager Wei, and he was determined to ensure their comfort, as per Chung Tian's earlier instructions. Seated at the head table, Chung Tian naturally claimed the prime position, flanked on his left by Chung Dong, and followed by Long Chung, Gao Hu, Chung Yong, and Lu Hao. To his right sat Meng Yao, Tang Lei, and Manager Yang from the nightclub. Originally, Manager Wei was meant to occupy the lower seat beside Yang, but today he relinquished his spot to Zhang Chong, leaving Lu Hao at the end of the table. Previously, Chung Tian and Lu Hao maintained a fairly regular connection, but Chung Tian perceived Lu Hao as lacking ambition, complacent in his current state, and unwilling to strive for more. As Chung Tian's own influence grew, he had reached out to Lu Hao less frequently, often delegating such communications to his subordinates. Nonetheless, Chung Tian acknowledged that his current success owed much to Lu Hao's earlier assistance, so he felt it necessary to keep Lu Hao in mind. However, times had changed. Chung Tian was no longer the inexperienced youth he once was, rendering any remarks about Lu Hao's position at the table inconsequential. "Lu Hao, it's been a while since we last met. I've heard you've been living quite freely of late. Thanks to you, my brother." "I've been doing fairly well," Lu Hao replied. While Lu Hao enjoyed a carefree existence, Chung Tian had been burdened, rarely finding peace of mind, especially given the unrest in the East District. "I've heard some rumors about recent events," Lu Hao continued. "If there's anything you need help with, don't hesitate to let me know. I'll certainly assist you." Given Lu Hao's willingness to help, Chung Tian decided to be forthright. "Currently, our East District is leaderless, akin to a scattered flock. Others are aware of this vulnerability and could easily take advantage of us. I believe your influence in the East District is the strongest. If you were to step forward as the leader, we could change our passive stance." Upon hearing this, Lu Hao immediately stood, exclaiming, "Brother, you mustn't say that. Everyone knows that in terms of power, You are the true leader of the East District. If a leader is to be chosen, it must be you. If there are matters where you find it inconvenient to act, just command me, and I will respond. I'm just a rough man. I lack the qualifications to be the leader, Lu Hao insisted. Please do not jest about this matter. Lu Hao, you are being too modest, Cheng Tian countered. I am merely a businessman. While I may have gained some recognition, I'm still far from your level in terms of influence, background, or experience. If you trust me, let us unite. You lead the charge, and I will provide unwavering support from behind. If anyone dares to oppose us, we shall ensure they submit, and then the East District will truly belong to us. However, Lu Hao was about to voice another thought, but Cheng Tian interrupted him abruptly. There is no room for hesitation. A resolute man must make decisive choices. It is settled. Henceforth, you shall be the authoritative figure in Dongqing District. After our meal, I will instruct the brothers to spread the word. With that said, my dear brother, I shall refrain from further discourse. Rest assured, I am well aware of your recent tribulations. Shortly, I will gather some brothers to heed your command. From this point onward, we are family. Should any issues arise, simply inform me, and I shall handle them directly, sparing you the burden. For now, let us enjoy our drinks. We shall converse further after the meal. Cheng Tian, accompanied by his brothers, reveled in jubilant spirits, the atmosphere vibrant and lively. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Xinhua seethed in his office, venting his frustration upon his subordinates. The sound of a shattered teacup resonated as he exclaimed, "Damn these foolish individuals. They were so easily intimidated by mere words. I have invested a substantial sum, and the matter concludes so hastily. Cheng Tian's luck is truly remarkable. I wish I could eliminate him at this very moment. Boss, Cheng Tian has managed to recruit a commercial prodigy from somewhere. This individual is exceptionally skilled. Within moments, he resolved issues with the bank presidents and several subcontractors without even needing to meet with the material suppliers, who voluntarily delivered the goods. One must admit, Cheng Tian's choice is indeed impressive. These capricious individuals will regret their actions once I deal with Cheng Tian. Jingang, contact Sang Biao from the south and transfer the funds. He must act this afternoon. Furthermore, Black Dog has been detained for quite some time, and it seems he won't be released anytime soon. Currently, only the monkey in Xiqing is maintaining his support. Spread the word. Whoever eliminates the monkey shall become the authoritative figure in Xiqing. We will then have Sang Biao from the south and the new leader of Xiqing join forces. I intend to eradicate Dongqing District and leave Cheng Tian without a grave. Understood, boss. I will attend to it immediately. The man named Jin Gang left to execute the orders. Unbeknownst to Cheng Tian, Chen Xinhua had begun plotting against him. Today, Cheng Tian was in high spirits, having indulged a bit too much with his brothers. He was currently in his office discussing matters, while Meng Yao brewed hot tea to ease their inebriation. The most elated of them all was Brother Hao. Having risen from the depths of street life to now hold the position of authority in Dongqing District, considered himself fortunate. More importantly, he felt his gamble on Cheng Tian had paid off. Although he recognized that his current standing was largely due to Cheng Tian's influence, he still felt a sense of inferiority in Cheng Tian's presence. Nonetheless, he was content with his achievements. Brother Hao, are you pleased today? Cheng Tian inquired, buoyed by the effects of the wine. Of course, I am delighted. I believe the brothers share in this joy, do they not? I wish to be joyous too. But these tumultuous times surround me with troubling matters. How can one feel elated? We are brothers, and I am here to listen. If you have any burdens, feel free to share. I will certainly assist you in resolving them. Brother Hao was likely aware that a fierce conflict had erupted between Chen Xinhua and Cheng Tian, with Chen scheming against him. Therefore, it was imperative that Cheng Tian act swiftly to eliminate him. Allowing Chen to remain would only sow seeds of future troubles. When the brother mentioned dealing with Chen Xinhua, Hao Ge furrowed his brow. Cheng Tian, noticing Hao Ji's expression, mistakenly assumed he was hesitant and remarked, "So, are you brave enough, Hao Ge?" After a moment's hesitation, Hao Ge replied, "Why should I be afraid? Whatever you require of me, just lay it out, and I shall bravely face any challenge without reluctance." Well, your assurance is more than enough for me. However, at this moment, I merely seek to borrow some manpower from you. Assistance can wait for now. Understood. I will prepare some of my men for you right away, and the rest will be on standby for support. I appreciate it. How go? No need for formalities among brothers. Chapter 55. The story of Tang Lei. Once the matters at hand were addressed, Chung Tian found himself with little to occupy his time. Everyone else had busied themselves with their own affairs, leaving Chung Tian and Tang Lei to engage in casual conversation over tea in the office, with Meng Yao accompanying them. Mr. Tang, Chung Tian began, given your extensive experience in dealing with people and your keen insight into human nature, I believe you must have quite a remarkable story to share. Would you be willing to recount it for us? There's not much to tell, but if you're interested, I can share a bit of my past. Our generation faced significant hardships. After graduating from high school, I became a sent-down youth and went to the countryside, where I met Meng Yao's father. It turned out that we were distant relatives, and it was during that time that our friendship blossomed. When the country reinstated the college entrance examination, we encouraged each other, and both of us successfully gained admission to university. Although he chose a path in politics, while I ventured into the construction industry, our differing paths did not diminish our friendship. He played a pivotal role in bringing my wife and me together, and eventually we had a son, due to his work commitments. He remained single for a long time until my wife introduced him to her dearest friend. They eventually married and welcomed Meng Yao into the world. Initially, our families agreed that we would arrange for the two children to unite once they grew up, thus becoming in-laws. Meng Yao, taken aback by this revelation, quickly interjected. Uncle Tang, I have never heard my parents mention this before. You say our families are close, yet I have no recollection of you from my childhood, and your visits to our home have been few and far between. How could this be? What you refer to happened later. There were unforeseen circumstances. Back then, your father worked in an East District government office, while I was a project manager at a state-owned construction firm. Both our families were living quite well, with me having a son and your father having you. We initially considered arranging a betrothal between you two. However, as educated individuals, we hesitated to impose such constraints on you. We decided to wait until you both graduated from university and then facilitate your union, which was our greatest wish. If, for any reason, you did not end up together, it would simply indicate that fate did not align for you, and we would have no regrets. What happened afterward? I never saw you bring your son to our home, Meng Yao further inquired. I certainly brought my son to your house, but perhaps you were too young at the time to remember, Tang Lei replied, as memories he wished to forget flooded back, drawing in a deep breath. Later, my wife became pregnant with our second child. This should have been a joyous occasion, yet during the later stages of her pregnancy, an unfortunate incident led to a miscarriage. Moreover, transportation was quite inconvenient at that time. By the time we managed to get her to the hospital, the fetus had already perished. This also severely impacted my wife, putting her life at risk. Although the surgery was successful in saving her life, the ensuing medical expenses exceeded 100,000 yuan. In those circumstances, who could afford such a sum all at once? At that time, I was utterly destitute, having exhausted all avenues for borrowing from family and friends. Even when your father managed to scrounge together 5,000 yuan from an unknown source, it barely covered a fraction of the expenses, failing to address the core issue. Subsequently, your father introduced me to a man named Huang Wendong, the late chairman of the former Sihai Group, which eventually evolved into Yuntian Group. How could Huang Wendong possibly be involved in this matter, considering my father's disdain for such individuals? In those days, Huang Wendong was rather refined and charismatic. Despite his limited education, he had somehow won over his wife, whose father was among the earliest entrepreneurs to venture into business. At that time, the nation was in the throes of reconstruction, and his father-in-law seized the opportunity, becoming one of the pioneering construction magnates. Once Huang Wendong became his son-in-law, he began to work alongside him, and as his construction projects grew larger, Huang Wendong showcased his remarkable talents to such an extent that his father-in-law ultimately cast aside his own son in favor of Huang Wendong as a successor. Astonishingly, Huang Wendong's brother-in-law, instead of causing a ruckus, devoted himself wholeheartedly to supporting Huang Wendong. As Tang Lei recounted this story, his expression turned serious. Lighting a cigarette, he continued, "When Meng Yao's father introduced me to Huang Wendong, He was already gaining some recognition as a businessman in Zhonghai. At that time, I was in urgent need of funds, and Huang Wendong was actively recruiting talent. Meng Yao's father informed him of my situation, and the very next day, he arrived with 100,000 yuan in cash. That was when I began working with him. Tang Lei paused, taking 2 deep puffs from his cigarette before extinguishing it. He spoke slowly. From the moment I started working for him, I applied my abilities to help him manage construction projects with great fervor, significantly propelling his business forward. Naturally, during that period, Huang Wendong treated me quite well. In those days, he offered me a salary that was considered astronomical. My relationship with Meng Yao South family grew quite close. However, as Huang Wendong's business expanded and his influence in Zhonghai magnified, he began engaging in some illicit activities. Although I assisted him in resolving certain issues, my authority was limited. I advised him against such actions, but by then, he had become blinded by greed and was impervious to counsel. The most infuriating aspect was Meng Yao's father, who, at the time, was merely a section chief in Dongqing district. Although he had warned Huang Wendong, his words fell on deaf ears. Later, he urged me to distance myself from Huang Wendong and seek new opportunities. However, my wife had just recovered from illness and required extensive care, alongside the financial burdens of our child's education. I found myself with no choice but to continue working with Huang Wendong, which led to our first significant disagreement and the emergence of conflict between us. As time elapsed, Huang Wendong's actions grew increasingly egregious. He virtually monopolized the construction industry in the entire East District through coercive purchasing, forced demolitions, and the ruthless monopolization of market materials, alongside maliciously defaulting on project payments. I found myself powerless to intervene, compelled to refrain from engaging in acts contrary to my conscience, while striving to assist Huang Wenming in managing his illegal endeavors. This situation only intensified Meng Yao's father's disapproval of me, as he perceived Huang Wendong's unscrupulous pursuit of profit as lacking any moral compass. As Huang Wendong's accomplice, I became an unwitting instrument of his avarice. Thus, a crisis began to emerge in our friendship, leading to a gradual diminishment of our communications until they became nearly non-existent, save for the occasional private exchanges between my spouse and Meng Yao's mother. In such circumstances, I felt helpless enduring the turmoil. For years ago, after my son graduated from university, I sent him abroad for further studies and subsequently resigned with determination, returning to the life I yearned to lead. Chapter 56. The Tale of Tang Lei 2. Isn't this rather splendid? Indeed, during the decades I've spent alongside Huang Wendong, he has treated me exceptionally well, offering me a salary that is the highest in the company. Consequently, I have devoted myself wholeheartedly to my work, often at the expense of my family, leaving me with little time to be with them. Thus, upon my son's graduation from university, I resigned and dedicated myself entirely to accompanying my beloved wife, taking her to the places she yearned to visit and engaging in the activities she wished to pursue. Occasionally, when she longs for our son, I would take her to his study destination abroad, allowing our family to relish moments of togetherness. It can be said that these past 4 years have been filled with joy, compensating for the time I had previously neglected them. If I may say, your family seems truly harmonious and blissful. Haha, one could argue that it is indeed so. My wife has never placed any demands upon me. She simply states that as long as our family is healthy and safe, that is the greatest blessing. Yet, her selflessness only deepens my sense of indebtedness to her. Thus, I strive to fulfill her wishes, ensuring that her remaining days are devoid of regrets. My son is also a source of immense pride for me. From his early days in school, when his mother was still recuperating and unable to exert herself, I was preoccupied with work, leaving little time for his upbringing. However, during that period, he excelled academically, consistently ranking at the top of his class and never causing us any trouble. Each time his mother attended parent-teacher meetings, she returned home radiating happiness. This year marks the final chapter of his studies abroad, and he is soon to return home with his degree. Recently, he called both his mother and me to share that his university had extended an invitation for him to remain, offering a position aligned with his field of study and an attractive salary that piqued his interest. He reached out to solicit our opinions. The mere thought of my son brings a smile to Tang Lei's face. As parents, our sole desire is for our children to grow up healthy. I do not aspire for him to amass great wealth or become a pillar of the nation. As long as he refrains from engaging in actions that would harm our country or betray his heritage, I will be content. Although I am now 56, my views remain relatively progressive. My son has matured, and his call to us is a sign of respect. Naturally, we must also honor his choices. During our conversation, I expressed to him that should he choose to stay abroad, the working environment there may suit him better. However, he must never forget his roots and identity. Regardless of where he finds himself, he must always conduct himself with integrity and remember where he comes from. Have you not considered urging him to return to work in our homeland? My wife harbors such thoughts as well, but I have dissuaded her. Our child is grown and possesses his own aspirations. Our advice could inadvertently impose pressure upon him, hindering his ability to make independent decisions. And I have faith in the choices he makes. However, my son wishes to hear our opinions. I informed him that regardless of whether he chooses to work abroad or return to his homeland, we will support him. The location of his employment is merely a means to a better life, but he must not forget his motherland. He should make time to return and visit often. In truth, while our country may still lag behind some developed nations, we have only been a nation for a little over 50 years. From a state of utter poverty, we have lifted more than half of our population from hunger to a moderately prosperous life. One can only imagine the rapid economic development our nation has experienced. Given some more time, I firmly believe our country will emerge among the ranks of developed nations and will not be inferior to others at that point. I am heartened that my son values my advice. He expressed that after graduation, he is not in a hurry to find work, but wishes to return home to spend time with me and his mother, cherishing our family time and gaining insight into the domestic market. It seems you two eagerly anticipate our family reunion. Although we have lived together for over 20 years, our shared moments have been few. I know my spouse has longed for our family to live joyfully together, yet due to certain circumstances, she has kept these feelings to herself. I have always been aware of this, which is why I harbor some personal motives for my son's return. Previously, I had made arrangements with Meng Yao's parents, so I hope to facilitate a meeting between my son and Meng Yao during his visit. Although both Meng Yao's mother and my spouse are keen for their union, we are fairly open-minded parents and do not wish to impose. Their compatibility should be left to fate. Unfortunately, before my son returned, Meng Yao had already captured your heart. In that case, would you hold me accountable? Why would I come to your aid? There is nothing to blame you for. Neither of them is aware of this situation, and as of now, they have not even met. It merely indicates a lack of destiny between them. Moreover, the fortunes of children and grandchildren are their own, even without your presence. Whether they would find happiness together remains uncertain. Today, Meng Yao has found her happiness, and in time, my son will meet his beloved. Why should I impose my will? As for assisting you, that can certainly be seen as your own fortune. Had you not sought help from Secretary Chow of the Municipal Committee for Meng Yao's father, I would not have been able to assist you. You extended a helping hand to him, and I shall remember this favor. After returning to attend Huang Wendong's funeral, I visited Meng Yao's home with my spouse. I discussed you with her father, who provided a fair assessment of you. Yet he also mentioned your indecisiveness and your deep sense of loyalty, traits that are often detrimental for a businessman, which is why he hoped I could assist you. At that time, I did not agree, but I assured him that I would remember your act of kindness and would repay the favor. Subsequently, I conducted my own inquiries about you and have gathered some knowledge regarding recent events in Dongqing District. Why are you investigating me? Is it not permissible for me to inquire about you? Besides, investigating you is not a challenging task, as Meng Yao's father seeks my assistance on your behalf. It is imperative for me to ascertain the nature of your character and whether you are deserving of my support. You must understand that at my age, even though I'm still employed, retirement is but a few years away. While I may not be among the affluent elite, I am certainly not in want. Thus, it appears you are inclined to accept my help. Of course, if I were unwilling to assist you, would I still be here? To speak candidly, individuals of your disposition are indeed worthy of assistance. Yet it is precisely such traits that may ultimately lead to your own downfall and potentially harm those closest to you. This notion may seem rather perplexing, but as the saying goes, the business world resembles a battlefield. A competent businessman must possess a ruthless resolve, making decisive choices without faltering. Regrettably, you currently lack this capability. Your rise from obscurity to your present position in merely a few months is no small feat. At such a young age, you have amassed wealth that many envy. However, remember that human nature can be treacherous. You are still young and have much to learn. I, with my old bones, can only provide assistance for a limited time, though I shall endeavor to do my utmost. In the future, I hope to rely more on General Tang. Indeed, Uncle Tang, Tian is still quite naive and will require your guidance and support. You, young lady, have begun to side with him even before marriage. If your parents were to discover this, they would surely be heartbroken. Truly, a daughter of age should not linger too long. Ohat, unsotang. If you continue in this manner, I shall become quite vexed. Very well, let's not dwell on this matter any longer. Returning to the task at hand. What shall we do next, General Tang? While Yin Tian Group has achieved a certain scale, it is sorely lacking in talent, particularly in specialized management and legal teams. Moreover, the financial situation is in disarray and other issues abound. Therefore, our foremost task is to reorganize the company, attract talent, and fortify the overall structure to ensure the company operates smoothly and steadily. As for your character, significant change will not come easily without encountering challenges. I can only hope that in the days to come, you will mature swiftly. Chapter 57. The attack on Chengdong at present. Our most formidable adversary remains Chen Xinhua. This persistent specter. What strategy should we employ to confront him? Chen Xinhua is no easy opponent, and he is far more complex than he appears. Do you know Chen Xinhua? Is it surprising? When I was with Huang Wendong, he elevated my status significantly. At that time, countless individuals sought my favor. Chen Xinhua, having forged some connection with Huang Wendong, began to shadow him as a subordinate. He sought my assistance in securing project approvals, but I dismissed him at the time, never anticipating that he would rise to such prominence. Who would have thought you had such illustrious moments in your youth? These are merely old tales, better left unspoken. I am but an ordinary person now. General Tang, since you are familiar with Chen Xinhua, have you devised a plan to counter him? Overthrowing Chen Xinhua is not a matter of mere words. His influence in Xiqing is vast. Completely neutralizing him requires more than just talk. However, do not lose heart. I've set a trap for him, and in the next few days, I will administer a little poison. It should suffice to keep him temporarily at bay, and we can devise further strategies as needed. Very well, that will be all for today. I shall head to the construction site, and if there is nothing pressing, I will return home. There is no need for you to worry. Solutions will present themselves in due time. With that, Tang lay departed. The office was left with Cheng Tian and Meng Yao, who took the initiative to embrace Meng Yao, relishing this fleeting serenity. How wonderful it would be to hold you like this forever, he mused. This was the first time Meng Yao heard such words from Cheng Tian. She turned to him, clasping him tightly, and replied, "As long as you wish, we shall remain together, never to part, until the end of time and the oceans run dry." Thus, they remained in a heartfelt embrace, enveloped in silence, undisturbed. The scene seemed frozen in time as moments slipped by. After an indeterminate period, Cheng Tian's phone rang, jolting them back to reality. "Hello, how go? It's me." "What? A dong has been ambushed. How badly is he hurt? Where is he now?" "The Municipal People's Hospital?" "All right, I will come immediately." "Yao Yao, how good just called. A dong has been attacked and is seriously injured. I must go to the hospital." "What? You want to come with me?" With that, they both rose and set off, asking Zhang Chang to drive them to the hospital. Upon hearing that Cheng Tian was on his way, Hao Ge had already been waiting at the hospital entrance. As soon as he saw Cheng Tian, he wasted no time and led him directly to the emergency surgery waiting area. During the anxious wait, Cheng Tian asked Hao Ge, "What happened? How could someone attack a dong? I am uncertain as well." Upon receiving a call from a dong, I promptly gathered my companions to offer assistance. As soon as we arrived, the opposing party immediately fled. Noticing that a dong was severely injured, I could only escort him to the hospital with my men, which regrettably allowed the assailants to escape. However, I have already instructed my subordinates to investigate, and I am confident that results will be forthcoming shortly. At that moment, a nurse approached and inquired, "Who is the patient's family member?" "I am," replied Chung Tian, stepping closer to the nurse. Here is the payment slip. Please settle the fees at the front desk. Additionally, this is the surgical consent form. Kindly sign it. Understood, Chung Tian said, accepting the two documents. After signing the consent form, he handed it back to the nurse and asked, Nurse, is my brother's injury serious? I'm not certain. The patient is currently undergoing surgery. You can inquire with the lead surgeon once they are finished, and they will provide you with updates, the nurse replied, taking the documents and turning away. Chung Tian then took the payment slip and proceeded to the front desk, with Meng Yao accompanying him. Just as Chung Tian completed the payment and was about to return to the surgery waiting area for Dong, an elderly man, nearly in his 70s, was desperately pleading with the doctor. Doctor, I implore you, please administer the medication to my wife first. I will arrange the payment shortly. I beg you. Sir, without funds, I cannot assist you. This is the hospital's policy, and I am powerless in this matter. You must promptly notify your family to gather the necessary medical fees. Only then can I provide your wife with the medication. Please hurry. Your wife cannot endure much longer, the doctor stated, shaking off the old man's grasp and walking away without looking back. Chapter 58. The strange old man, the elderly man, sat slumped on the ground, exuding an air of despair. Beside him, an elderly woman struggled to speak from her wheelchair. My dear, please take me home. We have no money for treatment. The old man rose and approached her, gently grasping her hand. I'm sorry, my dear, for the suffering you have endured with me. Come, let us return home. He began to push her wheelchair, preparing to take her home, when Chung Tian and Meng Yao witnessed the scene unfold. Meng Yao hurriedly grasped the hands of the elderly couple. Sir, how much does your partner's treatment cost? The doctor has informed us that my dear requires an imported medication for any chance of recovery, which costs around 50,000 yuan, the old man replied. Do not worry. Sir, we shall cover the expenses. Please go and obtain the medication for your partner's treatment. But young lady, how can we accept your money? It is perfectly fine, sir. Do you not wish for your partner to recover swiftly? Well, just wait here. We will handle the payment. Soon, you can take the receipt to the doctor for the medication, Meng Yao insisted, taking the payment slip from the old man's hand and urging Chung Tian to accompany her to the payment counter. Before long, Meng Yao returned after settling the payment. Sir, here is the receipt. Take it quickly to get the medication. Thank you, young lady. You are truly kind-hearted. The old man expressed his gratitude, taking hold of Meng Yao's hand before turning to Chung Tian, pausing momentarily as he grasped Chung Tian's hand. He then gazed at Chung Tian's face. This gentleman radiates vitality, suggesting great fortune. However, the red glow upon your forehead is marred by dark threads, an ominous sign. You should take precautions, lest you face calamity, which may also endanger those closest to you. With a sigh, the old man pushed the wheelchair away, leaving Chung Tian and Meng Yao behind. Yao Yao. Chung Tian called out several times, but Meng Yao remained unresponsive, lost in thought. He nudged her gently. Why are you pushing me? She asked. I called your name several times, yet you seemed so absorbed in thought. What occupies your mind? I was contemplating the old man's words. Do you think there is truth in what he said? How can you take such superstitions seriously? My fortunes and misfortunes cannot be determined by his words alone. Let us go see Dong. Still, I feel that his words carry weight and are not mere nonsense. You should pay closer attention to your surroundings. Fine. I promise to heed your advice. Now, let us go, Chung Tian replied, taking Meng Yao's hand as they made their way to find Chung Dong. At that moment, Chung Dong's surgery had concluded, and he was being transferred to the recovery ward. His body was swathed in bandages, the aftermath of the operation, and the anesthesia had yet to wear off. He remained temporarily unconscious. Chung Tian approached Chung Dong's attending physician to inquire about his condition. He learned that Chung Dong had sustained multiple stab wounds, yet fortunately, none were life-threatening. With proper care, he would be able to discharge within a few days. Just then, a call from Tang Lei came through. Hello, Mr. Tang. Boss, what is the situation on your end? Dong has been ambushed and is currently at the Municipal People's Hospital with no other pressing matters at hand. Where are you at the moment? I am at the Municipal Public Security Bureau, with nothing of particular importance to attend to. I shall hasten to the hospital shortly. Has something transpired? What brings you to the Public Security Bureau? It is difficult to convey everything over the phone. I shall explain further upon my arrival. Chapter 59. Chun Xinhua strikes again thus. Tang Lei swiftly arrived at the Municipal People's Hospital to meet with Cheng Tian. Shortly thereafter, Long Cheng and Lu Hao also arrived at the hospital. Upon his arrival, Tang Lei immediately stated, "Not long after I left Yin Tian Group, I discovered that someone was tailing me. I instructed my driver to circle around the city while I contacted the chief of the municipal police, Long Gang, to explain the situation. We devised a plan to lure them to the police station, with Chief Long following closely behind in a car to surround them. Unfortunately, just as we approached the station, they became suspicious, and one vehicle managed to flee. However, we did succeed in surrounding another vehicle, and its occupants were promptly apprehended by the police. I have just finished giving my statement and rushed over. I did not expect Chen Xinhua to act so quickly. However, since the police have captured his men, as long as we can ascertain that Chen Xinhua is the mastermind behind it all, he will undoubtedly be arrested. And the incident will come to a close, will it not? Things are not so simple. These individuals will not implicate Chen Xinhua. Why? If they reveal that Chen Xinhua is the mastermind, they would shift from being principal offenders to accomplices, significantly reducing their own culpability. Your thinking is rather simplistic. Even if they accuse Chen Xinhua as the instigator, he possesses 100 ways to defend himself, setting aside whether he will face charges. These individuals will certainly suffer retribution from him, and their families will also be affected. Conversely, if they endure all the blame, Chen Xinhua will not neglect them. Their families will receive his protection, and he will find ways to extricate them from their predicament. Only in this manner will more people be willing to serve Chen Xinhua loyally. Are we left with no options? Certainly not. I had planned to take action against him in a few days, but I did not anticipate his impatience. Since he has acted prematurely, I shall not be lenient. Tomorrow, I will launch an offensive against Chen Xinhua's group, employing commercial tactics to challenge him, rendering him momentarily incapable of retaliating against us. You must be prepared to strike at any moment, delivering a decisive blow. Have you all heard? Now go and prepare thoroughly. Mr. Long, please hold on. Tang Lei called out to Long Cheng. Is there something you wish to instruct, Mr. Tang? Long Cheng halted, inquiring of Tang Lei. Instruction would be too grand a term, but I do require your assistance with a matter. Please wait a moment. After addressing Long Cheng, Tang Lei turned to the others and said, "We need to arrange for additional personnel at the hospital tonight to prevent anyone from sneaking in to harm President Cheng. Furthermore, we shall all stay at Yin Tian Hotel this evening. Please ensure that more personnel are dispatched there as well. I do not wish for anyone to be harmed tonight. We are on high alert, awaiting our counterattack against Chen Xinhua's group tomorrow." After Tang Lei finished speaking, Cheng Tian remained silent, and everyone began to prepare as instructed. Tang Lei pulled Long Cheng aside into a corner. "Mr. Long, I require you to personally lead the team tonight to bring Chen Xinhua's financial and accounting personnel under control at Yintian, preferably along with their families to create the illusion of their sudden flight. Of course, if our actions are discovered, you must impersonate officials from Municipal Procuratorate to evade suspicion. It is imperative that our involvement remains concealed. Rest assured, General Tang, I will execute this operation flawlessly, leaving no trace for anyone to detect. Once accomplished, confine them in Yintian, ensuring they have no contact with the outside world, but refrain from any maltreatment. Simply oversee their well-being. Cheng Tian has arranged for Lu Hao to watch over the hospital, while discreetly, Zhang Chang will ensure the safety of Huangji. Subsequently, they returned to the Yintian Hotel, where Manager Wei had already prepared accommodations for everyone, allowing them to retire to their designated rooms for rest. As Cheng Tian and Meng Yao entered their presidential suite, scarcely had they settled when Zhang Chang called to inform them that the 3 individuals previously detained by Gao who were clamoring to meet the boss. Cheng Tian acknowledged with a simple "I understand" before hanging up. "What is it? Is there something wrong?" Meng Yao inquired, noticing Cheng Tian's silence after the call, leading her to suspect further trouble. "It's nothing significant. Remember the 3 individuals that Brother Hu and Lu Hao apprehended near the nightclub? They are now insisting on meeting me. Then why not go see them? After all, I am a boss. Should it be up to them to dictate when I can meet them? That would be quite undignified. Besides, Given the current tumultuous times, I have an abundance of matters to attend to, leaving me little time to meet with them. Precisely because it is such a chaotic period, it is even more crucial to meet them and resolve the situation promptly. Moreover, it cannot be a sustainable arrangement to keep them under constant surveillance. Let's go. I will accompany you to meet them. I will go alone. You need not join me. You have had enough fatigue for today. Go take a shower and rest in bed while awaiting my return. Are you certain you do not need my company? I will require your presence upon my return. For now, be obedient. Chapter 60. The Old Cat of the Golden Triangle. As Cheng Tian spoke, he stepped out of the door, where Zhang Chang was waiting. Qiangzi, send someone to summon General Tang to join us. Understood, Zhang Chang replied, promptly dispatching a subordinate to fetch General Tang. Cheng Tian was the first to be escorted to the room where the three captives were held. Upon entering, the three men instantly stood alert. A middle-aged man with a scarred face approached Cheng Tian and, in somewhat halting Mandarin, demanded, "Who are you? How long do you intend to keep us imprisoned?" Having been confined for a considerable time, the trio had remained silent throughout, yet Cheng Tian refrained from employing harsh interrogation tactics. Instead, a designated individual delivered their meals daily, albeit their personal belongings had been confiscated, leaving them devoid of freedom and any means to contact the outside world. Eventually, their patience waned, prompting their request to meet Cheng Tian. However, unbeknownst to them, Cheng Tian had been preoccupied with Chan Xinhua and had inadvertently forgotten about them. You trespass with firearms on my territory, and I know nothing of your identities. You refuse to divulge information, and had I not been burdened with numerous matters recently, your confinement would have been far more severe. Now speak. What brings you here at such a late hour? At that moment, Tang Lei arrived, taking a seat beside Cheng Tian, scrutinizing the individuals before him. You need not concern yourself with our identities. We harbor no grievances against you. Release us, and consider this incident as though it never transpired. We shall coexist peacefully. Release you? It is not so simple. You appeared armed in close proximity to my nightclub, and I have every reason to suspect that you pose a threat to us, potentially causing harm. I cannot simply let you go without clarifying this matter. Yes, you. We mean you no harm. Whether you choose to believe it is your prerogative. However, should you continue to detain us, I guarantee that our organization will retaliate with ferocity. How dare you threaten me? Do you believe? Before Cheng Tian could finish, Tang Lei grasped his arm, urging him to sit. He produced a cigarette, offering it to Cheng Tian before lighting it for him, then lit one for himself, inhaling slowly as if the world around him faded away. Just as the cigarette neared its end, he extinguished it on the ground and lifted a teacup, savoring the tea. Finally, the middle-aged man could no longer contain himself. What do you truly want? I have already stated that I will never betray my organization. You might as well abandon this endeavor. We would rather perish than betray one another. Perish? My dear sir, you overestimate your position. It seems you remain oblivious to your current predicament. Allow me to enlighten you. Here, my boss is akin to the heavens, capable of making you vanish without a trace. Should your organization attempt to locate you, I assure you they will find not a single clue, and vengeance will be but a distant dream. Furthermore, even if we were to release you now, the police would swiftly take you into custody, regardless of your silence. The mere fact that you have unlawfully entered our country while carrying firearms and ammunition ensures that you will never step beyond the confines of the police station. Even if these charges do not warrant the death penalty, you shall spend an eternity in our prisons. Reflect upon this deeply. We harbor no grudges against you. What must transpire for you to release us? The middle-aged man appeared visibly agitated, his tone softening as he spoke. I wish to ascertain your identity and purpose for being here. We adhere to a singular principle. You are either a friend or a foe. It remains uncertain whether you are our ally or adversary. We cannot afford to harbor a ticking time bomb in our midst. Could you grant us a moment to contemplate? We lack the patience to linger here for your convenience. Speak if you wish, but if you choose silence, we shall not compel you. Take your secrets to the grave. We shall depart. Tang Lei declared, rising to his feet, with Cheng Tian following suit as they moved towards the exit. Wait, we will speak, they said. If we divulge our information, can you guarantee our safety? You lack the standing to negotiate with us. Should you remain silent, This will be your final opportunity to speak. Very well, I shall speak. We hail from the Golden Triangle. Now you understand our intentions. Allow me to recount the events. Previously, I was leading over 20 brothers, transporting a shipment worth 80 million for trade in the provincial capital. Just as the transaction was nearing completion, an unknown party leaked information, and a substantial contingent of police and armed forces arrived, nearly capturing us all. Understand that individuals like us do not fall easily into the clutches of the law. Ultimately, we mounted a counterattack, resulting in a fierce exchange of gunfire. Both our men and the recipients suffered heavy casualties, and I managed to escape only under the cover of my brothers. Altogether, our group and the recipients numbered no fewer than 50 or 60 souls. Those who were not shot on the spot were apprehended, with only a handful managing to flee. Since you have escaped, you ought to hasten back to the Golden Triangle, rather than linger here awaiting capture. The loss of 80 million would result in execution at the hands of the general. Thus we remain here, seeking to uncover the traitor among us, for only then do we stand a chance of survival. You should pursue your inquiries in the provincial capital. Why intrude upon our territory? Do you suspect one of us has betrayed you? We are strangers to one another and are entirely unaware of your transactions, timing, and location. Does this seem plausible? I harbor no suspicions towards you. Following the incident, we have been lying low in the provincial capital, seeking leads, but to no avail. Coupled with the zealous search by the local police, we narrowly avoided exposure multiple times, compelling us to temporarily vacate the provincial capital. After much wandering, we ultimately found ourselves in your territory, only to be apprehended by your men. Now that the situation is clear, we are not enemies, nor are we implicated in this matter. Let's act as if we have never crossed paths. I will ensure your release. However, once you step beyond my threshold, your fate is no longer my concern. May I inquire how to address you? We are merely passing acquaintances, and our paths do not align, so such inquiries may be unnecessary. It would be prudent for you to contemplate your course of action after departing from here, as we have matters to attend to and cannot delay further. After Chung Tian spoke, he and Tang Lei prepared to leave. Please, do not hasten away. Given your considerable influence in this realm, might you assist us? We would be immensely grateful. Chung Tian paused at the words of the middle-aged man, reflecting momentarily before responding. You wish for me to uncover who betrayed you. Is that correct? If you are willing to provide assistance, I assure you there shall be a generous reward. This may prove somewhat challenging. The one who betrayed you is undoubtedly aware of your capabilities. The very fact that he dares to betray you indicates that he possesses significant cunning and has likely devised meticulous plans. Thus, identifying him will be no small feat moreover. Even if I were to ascertain his identity, it would inevitably expose me, rendering me vulnerable to his retaliation, which could result in considerable loss on my part. To assist a stranger at the risk of incurring the wrath of a formidable adversary seems ill-advised. Do you truly believe I have any obligation to aid you? Do not exaggerate the matter. Our Golden Triangle has operated for many years, establishing a reputation that extends beyond mere intimidation. I must inform you that those who cross us do not fare well. Given your youth and remarkable achievements, I am certain you possess exceptional qualities. This is your domain. As long as you discreetly investigate, such a situation should not arise. Once we ascertain who the traitor is, we can handle the rest. Afterward, you shall be considered a friend of the Golden Triangle, and we shall not remain indifferent to any issues you may face in the future. You present a valid point. However, I must ponder this further. If you do not mind, you may stay here for the time being. I will be most grateful, but I hope for a prompt response. Certainly, it is getting late. You should rest. I shall not intrude further. Your politeness is appreciated. May I inquire your name? Chung Tian. Mr. Chung, those who know me call me Old Cat, and you may refer to me as such as well. Very well. Chiangzi, return Old Cat's belongings to him. We shall take our leave. Thank you, Mr. Chung. Safe travels. No need to see us off. Chapter 61. The exposure of Huang Ji's incident. As Chung Tian emerged from Lao Mao's room, both he and Tang Lei were preoccupied with the matter at hand, resulting in a lack of conversation as they retreated to their respective rooms. Why has he taken so long to return? Upon entering, Meng Yao, who was resting on the bed, immediately peeked out. I had some matters to attend to, which delayed my return. Why are you still awake? Chung Tian inquired as he approached the bedside, tenderly caressing Meng Yao's cheek. I can't sleep without you here, she replied. Wait for me while I take a shower, and I will join you shortly. No, I want you to lull me to sleep first, Meng Yao said, wrapping her arms around Chung Tian in a playful manner. However, I haven't bathed yet. I'm all sweaty and rather unpleasant, he protested. Even if you're sweaty, I still adore you, she insisted. Reluctantly, Chung Tian acquiesced to her embrace, adjusting her position so that she could comfortably nestle in his arms. Indeed, it wasn't long before Meng Yao drifted into slumber. Once she was sound asleep, Chung Tian gently released her and turned to take a shower, subsequently lying down beside her and succumbing to sleep himself. The night passed peacefully, but the following morning, Chung Tian's phone rang, jolting him awake and rousing Meng Yao as well. Hello, what is the matter? Chung Tian answered, still groggy and somewhat irritable. Tiange, there has been an incident at the kindergarten, Zhang Chong informed him. The moment Chung Tian heard the words kindergarten incident, he became fully alert, hastily dressing without attending to his morning routine, and rushed outside where Zhang Chong was waiting. Together, they hurried to the kindergarten. Upon Chung Tian's arrival, Huang Ji, who had been hiding in a corner, immediately ran to him and embraced him, her body trembling, clearly shaken. Chung Tian quickly wrapped his arms around her to provide comfort. Just then, officers from the local police station arrived. According to their investigation, the incident stemmed from a gas leak in the kindergarten's kitchen, which led to a fire. Fortunately, as it was early in the morning, the children had yet to arrive, and only 2 kitchen staff were present, preparing breakfast, along with a teacher who arrived late. They all managed to evacuate in time, and the fire was swiftly controlled by the watchful security guard. Although part of the kitchen was destroyed, there were no significant damages or injuries, which was a fortunate outcome amidst the misfortune. Despite no one having called the fire department, they dispatched personnel to conduct an inspection. Upon thorough examination, it was discovered that the kitchen facilities were alarmingly inadequate. Consequently, the fire department ordered the kindergarten to close for rectifications to eliminate potential hazards, ensuring that children could enjoy a safe and joyful childhood in their learning environment. The police station concurred with the fire department's assessment. Although this disaster did not claim any lives, it revealed numerous risks that, if left unaddressed, could lead to a far more dire situation in the future. Given Huang Ji's distress, Chung Tian did not feel it wise to allow her to return to her rental accommodation alone. Instead, he took her to the Yuntian Hotel, a scene that Meng Yao happened to witness. As Chung Tian escorted Huang Ji to another suite, Meng Yao seized Zhang Chong and pulled him into her room. Now, tell me, what is the story behind that woman? What is the relationship between your boss and her? Given that your boss has brought someone here, do you still wish to conceal it from me? Realizing that he could no longer keep it a secret, Zhang Chong reluctantly confessed, she is our boss's girlfriend. You must not tell the boss that I revealed this. Once he spoke, he felt a sense of unease and turned to leave. Go summon Chung Tian for me, and tell him I am waiting here. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong hurriedly exited, leaving Meng Yao alone in the room. Girlfriend? She's his girlfriend? What am I then? Zhang Chong has known about this for quite some time, and surely his comrades are aware as well. I alone have been left in the dark. The greatest fool in the world. I still love him so dearly. Dear heavens, what have I done wrong? Meng Yao muttered to herself, tears streaming down her face. Ultimately, she succumbed to despair, crying out in anguish within the confines of the room. Zhang Chong swiftly departed from Meng Yao's chamber and dialed Chung Tian's number. Chung Tian was in his room, comforting Huang Ji when his phone rang. Upon seeing Zhang Chong's name, he sensed urgency and told Huang Ji to rest well in the room while he stepped out to attend to some matters. Once outside, Chung Tian promptly answered the call. Hello, Changzi, what is it? Does Miss Meng Yao know that you brought Miss Huang to Yun Tian Hotel? What? How could she know? Did you tell her? Why would I tell her? You brazenly brought Miss Huang to Yun Tian, making no effort to conceal it. It would be impossible for her not to find out. Then she must know about my relationship with the Ji. What should I do? I cannot say, but I can assure you that Miss Meng Yao is very upset right now. You should hurry over. I have no idea how to handle it or assist you. You must confront this yourself. After hanging up, Chung Tian felt overwhelmed, particularly with such a situation arising at this moment. Yet, since it had happened, he had no choice but to face it head-on. With a heavy heart, he steeled himself and made his way to Meng Yao's room. The door to the presidential suite was unlocked. Standing at the threshold, Chung Tian took a deep breath, reflecting that what was meant to happen would eventually come pass. Summoning his courage, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. "Do you love me?" Seeing Meng Yao's tear-streaked face, Chung Tian surmised that she had learned everything. With an expression of regret, he replied, "Yes." "And do you love her?" Chung Tian could not meet Meng Yao's gaze. Lowering his head, he gritted his teeth and uttered a single word, "Yes." Chapter 62. Meng Yao's injury at last. Meng Yao heard the words she dreaded the most, yet which rang with undeniable truth. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears streamed down her face as she unleashed a heart-wrenching cry. "Chung Tian, you scoundrel, I despise you." With that, she struck Chung Tian across the face and fled, not daring to look back. The sudden slap left Chung Tian momentarily stunned. By the time he turned around, Meng Yao had already dashed outside, prompting him to chase after her urgently. Meng Yao sprinted toward the hotel entrance, only to be intercepted by 2 guards stationed there. Earlier that morning, Long Chung had instructed them to prevent anyone from leaving unaccompanied. Seeing Meng Yao alone attempting to exit, they blocked her path. However, they were no match for Meng Yao's determination. With a fierce shout to clear her way, she startled the guards into hesitation, seizing the opportunity to escape. Yet, the brief delay caused by the guards provided Chung Tian a precious moment. As Meng Yao burst through the hotel doors, Chung Tian followed closely behind. "Yao Yao, wait for me. Don't abandon me," he called out, desperately pursuing her. Just as he was about to catch up, a group of over a dozen armed men surged toward him. The guards at the hotel entrance rushed to assist Chung Tian while shouting for reinforcements. But they were too late. In that critical moment, Meng Yao suddenly turned and shielded Chung Tian with her own body, sustaining several wounds from the assailants. A blade even grazed her face, leaving her drenched in blood. It was precisely during this moment of sacrifice that Meng Yao afforded Chung Tian's guards the time to encircle the attackers. The ensuing confrontation was swift and brutal, with the assailants soon lying on the ground, pleading for mercy. Chung Tian, however, had no time to spare. He scooped Meng Yao into his arms and rushed toward the hospital. If it hadn't been for Zhang Chong, who drove up and called out to him, Chung Tian might have run straight to the emergency room, carrying her. The vehicle halted at the emergency entrance, and Chung Tian rushed inside with Meng Yao, with Zhang Chong following closely behind. Upon assessing Meng Yao's condition, the emergency physician immediately began to staunch her bleeding while inquiring about the circumstances. Upon learning the details, he swiftly arranged for surgery to stitch her wounds. Once again, Chung Tian found himself waiting anxiously outside the operating room. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Yun Tian Hotel, the attackers who had ambushed Chung Tian lay subdued on the ground, and the guards were at a loss as to how to proceed. They called Zhang Chong for guidance, but he too was uncertain and sought Chung Tian's direction. With his mind in disarray, Chung Tian contemplated contacting the authorities, reasoning that as a victim, reporting the incident would be prudent. Yet, upon further reflection, he deemed it more beneficial to reach out to an old classmate for assistance, thus perhaps repaying a personal favor. Chung Tian promptly retrieved his phone and dialed his former classmate, Zheng Ya. "Hello, old friend. Why are you calling me at this hour? How have you been?" "Not well. To be honest, I'm calling you for assistance. Please, spare me the jest. I am but an ordinary police officer. What assistance could a prominent figure, such as yourself, the owner of Yin Tian Group, possibly require from me? I have a friend who has been injured. I am presently at the hospital, and I genuinely seek your help. What transpired? Kindly elucidate the matter." "Half an hour ago, I was ambushed by a group of thugs outside the Yin Tian Hotel. Had it not been for my friend shielding me from harm, you might never have seen me again. Currently, I am at the hospital attending to my friend, while those who ambushed me have been apprehended by my associates at the hotel entrance. I would greatly appreciate it if you could send your men to detain them and inquire as to who possesses the audacity to attack me so brazenly in broad daylight." "Understood. I will address this matter immediately. Await me at the hospital, and as soon as I resolve it, I shall come to you." After ending the call, Chung Tian positioned himself at the entrance of the operating room, awaiting Meng Yao's emergence. Just yesterday, he had stood in this very spot with Meng Yao, waiting for Chung Dong to emerge from surgery. This recollection caused Chung Tian to reminisce about the words of an elderly gentleman he had assisted with medical fees, who had warned him of impending misfortune. "Xiangzi, do you believe in the words of fortune tellers?" "Tiange, as a retired soldier, I have never subscribed to such beliefs. Yet yesterday, while aiding Dong with his medical expenses, an elderly man foretold of a calamity approaching me, one that would also endanger those closest to me. Naturally, I dismissed it as mere nonsense, but now, just a day later, such an event has transpired. How can I not believe? Perhaps it is merely coincidence? Is there truly such a thing as coincidence in this world?" At this moment, Zhang Chong found himself at a loss for words and chose silence, as did Chung Tian. The two men stood quietly, awaiting Meng Yao's return. Chung Tian offered Zhang Chong a cigarette, lighting one for himself as well. They stood at the entrance of the operating room, smoking despite the prohibition. A nurse on duty contemplated approaching to extinguish their cigarettes. Yet, intimidated by the imposing figures behind Chung Tian, she hesitated and halted in her tracks, while Chung Tian and Zhang Chong indulged in their cigarettes. Their minds were preoccupied with their respective thoughts, and silence enveloped them. Meanwhile, Tang Lei had instructed Long Chung to accompany him to the Bishwa Junion project of Chun Xinhua Group early that morning. He also contacted the Quality Supervision Bureau of Zhonghai City and requested personnel from Jianxi Road to conduct inspections. Within Chun Xinhua Group, representatives from the Finance Bureau, Tax Bureau, and Prosecutor's Office arrived in succession, creating a chaotic atmosphere within the organization. At that moment, Chun Xinhua, nestled in his office, addressed his subordinate. "Jin Gang, what is the status of Yin Tian Group?" "Boss, the southern faction has deployed a considerable number of personnel within the Dongshang territory of Yin Tian. According to reports, they successfully attacked the general manager of Dongcheng Construction, Chung Dong, yesterday, and this morning, they ambushed Chung Tian. The girl accompanying him, named Meng Yao, has sustained serious injuries. However, it remains unclear whether Chung Tian himself was harmed. And what of that fellow named Tang Lei? He has sustained injuries, and at present, he poses a considerable threat to us. That fool Chung Tian is utterly clueless. I am certain that the mastermind behind this is none other than that old scoundrel Tang Lei. We must devise a strategy to eliminate him first. That old rascal is not easily dealt with. Yesterday, Sang Biao dispatched 2 vehicles to follow him, only to be detected on the spot. Ultimately, he even colluded with the police, resulting in one of our cars being intercepted and seized by the municipal police department, along with its occupants. Had it not been for the driver of the other vehicle who sensed danger and fled early, that car would have suffered a similar fate. Damn it. Sang Biao is utterly incompetent. He can't even execute a surprise attack. He needs to send more men to Chung Tian's territory immediately. When they see Chung Tian's people, they must engage, regardless of the consequences. We have gradually seized the initiative. We cannot afford to give Chung Tian a moment to breathe, or else he will retaliate, and we will find ourselves in a precarious position. However, boss, Sang Biao mentioned that 5 of his men were captured yesterday, and today, over 10 more were injured and apprehended. Therefore, he is currently, speak plainly, do not beat around the bush. He claims that the funds you provided are insufficient, and he requires an additional 5 million to mobilize men to assist you against Chung Tian. That son of a dog, Sang Biao, is attempting to ensnare me at this critical juncture. I have given him so much money, yet he has never accomplished a single satisfactory task for me. Now that I am in dire need of his assistance, he has the audacity to demand more. Once I regain my footing, I swear I will make him pay. You should transfer 3 million to him first, and inform him that if he delivers results, I will continue to support him financially. He must not think solely of money without delivering on his promises. Furthermore, the capture of his men is due to his own incompetence and has nothing to do with me. If he continues to fail, he must not blame me for severing ties. Shortly after Jin Gang departed, he returned to inform Chun Xinhua that he had conveyed everything as instructed. Sang Biao assured him that he has been keeping a close watch on Cheng Tian and vowed that his subordinates would spare no effort to eliminate Cheng Tian at the first opportunity. Upon hearing this, Chen Xinhua felt a slight sense of relief and inquired about the current state of the four kings under Black Dog's command. Currently, Black Dog's followers have split into two factions. The monkey and Ague remain loyal to Black Dog, hoping for his return, while Along and Black Panther have begun to prepare for their own ascendancy. The two factions are locked in fierce conflict. Just a few days ago, Ague was ambushed and killed, leaving only the monkey to lead a desperate resistance against Along and Black Panther's onslaught. Both sides have suffered significant losses. Yesterday, I sent word to the monkey that if he was willing to serve you, we would support him in claiming the position of the leader of Xiqing, but regrettably, he declined. I am now preparing to reach out to Along and Black Panther to gauge their intentions. Excellent. It seems that the monkey cannot hold out much longer. Keep a vigilant eye on him. Do not let his entire force be annihilated, and be prepared to assist him if necessary. Why not simply let Along eliminate the monkey, as he is unwilling to heed our counsel? We could then approach Along for negotiations without any hindrance. Though the monkey currently rebuffs us, he still believes that he possesses the strength to contend with Along and his companions. In his most desperate hour, should we extend a helping hand, even if he does not pledge his allegiance to me, he would likely stand by my side. Furthermore, even if he ultimately falls to Along and his faction, their power would surely diminish, allowing us to confront them directly. Should negotiations falter, we are capable of vanquishing them, and at that juncture, Xiqing will rightfully belong to us. Indeed, the boss's foresight is commendable. I shall dispatch individuals to closely monitor the situation with the monkey and his associates. Just as Jin Gang concluded his statement, the phone rang. He answered it, then promptly handed the phone to Chen Xinhua. Boss, it's the headquarters calling for you. Hello, this is Chen Xinhua. What is the matter? Upon realizing the call was from headquarters, Chen Xinhua sensed something amiss and hurriedly picked up the phone. Boss, I am the assistant to General Manager Wang. Today, numerous government officials have arrived at the group for an inspection. General Manager Wang has been taken away by the prosecutor's office, and they have begun freezing the company's accounts. They are about to seal off the group. What should we do? How could this happen? These individuals entered the group as if they had conspired in advance. The prosecutor's office directly cornered General Manager Wang, rendering him incapable of fulfilling any duties. The municipal finance and tax authorities have proceeded to audit the Group S finance department. Striking at the heart of the matter, financial misreporting and fraudulent VAT invoices. What about Finance Director Zhang and Accountant Liu? Haven't they come to address this situation? Neither Finance Director Zhang nor Accountant Liu reported to work today, and our calls go unanswered. Previously, General Manager Wang dispatched individuals to their homes, but no one was there. Upon hearing this, Chen Xinhua was seething with frustration, fully aware that Cheng Tian's counterattack had commenced, striking right at his vulnerabilities with a truly malicious blow. Chapter 63. The heartbroken Meng Yao. Without giving Chen Xinhua a moment to breathe, a call from behind Yunjin informed him of an incident, causing him to angrily hurl his phone to the ground. Bisui Yunjin was not only his lifeblood, but also a pivotal project in Xiqing, a high-end residential complex to which he had devoted considerable time, energy, and financial resources. Just as he was on the verge of completion, this unexpected setback delivered a devastating blow, catching him completely off guard. However, Chen Xinhua had no time to ponder other matters. He needed to swiftly contact someone to resolve the current predicament. Meanwhile, having achieved his objective, Tang Lei returned to the Yuntian Hotel and, upon learning of Meng Yao's injury, hurried to the hospital. At that moment, Meng Yao lay on a hospital bed, having just undergone suturing surgery, still under the effects of anesthesia, while Cheng Tian stood vigil by her side. Liu Hao, who was also keeping watch at the hospital, rushed over to glance at Meng Yao, but was later pulled away by Zhang Chong, the two of them standing guard like sentinels. Tang Lei and Long Cheng arrived in haste, only to be ushered inside. As Tang Lei gazed at Meng Yao on the hospital bed, a wave of emotion washed over him. Just as he was about to speak, Cheng Tian interjected, leading them out of the ward. The group stood in the corridor. Before Tang Lei could utter a word, Cheng Tian recounted the events of the day and his own situation with Huang Ji. Since the incident had occurred, it needed to be addressed properly, yet he was uncertain how to proceed and sought their opinions. However, given the complexities of romantic entanglements involving three individuals, none dared to offer a decisive suggestion. It was the composed and prudent Tang Lei who spoke first. Both of these young women harbor affections for you. What are your feelings towards them? To be frank, Aji and I have a history. Had I been bolder during our school days, we might have been together by now, and she still waits for me. How can I betray her trust? And what of Meng Yao? What are your feelings for her? I am deeply enamored with her, and I am aware of her affections for me. Through our time together, I have come to realize that I cannot bear to be without her, he replied. Historically, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Your indecision may harm both of them. You must arrive at a resolution. Regardless of how you handle it, your internal affairs must remain stable. I have temporarily stalled Chen Xinhua. He won't be able to confront you for a while. Use these next few days to sort out matters with both of them. When it comes to matters of the heart, I cannot assist you. Understood, he acknowledged. Moreover, Meng Yao's parents will inevitably learn of this situation. You must prepare for that. They are not easily deceived. I will return to Yuntian Group to keep an eye on things. You must be prudent. As Tang Lei concluded his remarks and departed, Cheng Tian returned to the ward to find Meng Yao slowly regaining consciousness. Upon seeing Cheng Tian, tears began to stream down her face uncontrollably. He hurriedly wiped away her tears and gently cradled her in his arms. I'm sorry, Yao Yao. I love you. Lying in Cheng Tian's embrace, Meng Yao remained silent. Whether due to her recent surgery, leaving her weakened, or simply her reluctance to engage with him, Cheng Tian gazed into her eyes and urged, Look at me. Speak to me. Tell me what you wish. I am here to listen. At that moment, the door swung open, and a nurse entered for her rounds. Family member, what are you doing? The patient has just undergone surgery and requires ample rest. Please allow her to lie down and recuperate properly. Upon hearing this, Cheng Tian gently laid Meng Yao back down. The nurse approached to examine her and asked a few questions about her condition. Satisfied that everything appeared normal, she turned to Cheng Tian, saying, The patient is still quite fragile after the surgery. Although she seems stable, it is essential that you monitor her closely, especially tonight. Our nursing station is staffed at all times, so feel free to report any concerns. The priority now is for her to rest undisturbed. I assume there are no women here to assist her among you gentlemen? Cheng Tian replied, Understood. We have already notified someone who will come to care for her soon. Thank you, kind nurse. All right then. I shall return to my duties. If you need anything, please do not hesitate to call for assistance from the nursing station. Once the nurse departed, Meng Yao opened her eyes briefly before closing them again, perhaps weary or unwilling to see Cheng Tian. Undeterred, he fetched a basin of warm water and began to tenderly cleanse her body, meticulously attending to every detail from head to toe. Chapter 64. Zhengya's outburst at that moment. Cheng Tian's phone rang. Upon seeing it was a call from Zhengya, he answered promptly. Hello, old classmate. What's going on? I'm at the entrance of the ward. What are you up to? If you have nothing on, come out. I need to discuss something with you. After hanging up, Cheng Tian emerged to find Zhengya waiting at the door, holding a bouquet. Why aren't you going in? She is a girl. I feared it might be inconvenient, Zhengya replied, handing the bouquet to Cheng Tian. Please take this in for Miss Meng Yao as a small gesture of goodwill. All right, Cheng Tian accepted the bouquet and handed it to Zhang Chong. You didn't come here just to deliver flowers, did you? Is there any news regarding what I told you? I was just about to tell you. Let us find somewhere else to talk. Okay, let us go to the rooftop. It's usually quiet there. Thus, they made their way to the rooftop, with Long Cheng trailing behind, stationed at the staircase door. Suddenly, Zhengya struck Cheng Tian with a punch, causing him to fall to the ground. The blow was evidently severe, leaving traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. Have you lost your mind? I have indeed lost my mind. What kind of nonsense are you up to? I shouldn't have ever tried to bring you and Huang Ji together. You're treading on both sides, and you're going to ruin both of those girls. Do you even realize that? Do you still like Huang Ji? And if I do, what of it? Why didn't you take the initiative to pursue her back then? I tried, but alas, her heart has always belonged to you. So, I ceased to bring it up. Besides, I understood she only regarded me as a friend. Why should I complicate matters further? My affairs are not for you to meddle in. And my affairs are none of your concern either. Who wants to meddle in your trivial matters? If you and Huang Ji could grow old together in harmony, that would be wonderful. Yet here you are, creating such a mess. Do you truly believe you can reach a happy ending? How do you know we want to end up together? Do you doubt us so much? Or are you waiting for us to break up so you can pursue Huang Ji again? I have always hoped for your union. Otherwise, I would have tried to reconnect you. Moreover, I haven't been in touch with Huang Ji lately, nor do I intend to pursue her again. I simply wish for your happiness. However, enough. I didn't come here to listen to your pointless chatter. I have important news to share with you. This morning, the individuals who attacked you outside the Yuntian Hotel, as well as those who attempted to confront Mr. Tang Lei from your group yesterday, are affiliated with Sang Biao from the south side. Our municipal bureau is taking this matter very seriously. Furthermore, Director Chung from the East City Public Security Bureau and Director Zhang from the south side were summoned to the municipal bureau for a meeting. I've heard that Director Chung expressed considerable anger towards Sang Biao for causing chaos in their territory, leaving both public security bureaus caught off guard, ultimately requiring intervention from a municipal bureau to resolve the situation. He appeared quite tense when he left the meeting, evidently quite upset. How does your municipal bureau intend to address the individuals who have been apprehended? We have reviewed these individuals, yet they steadfastly assert that they accepted money on their own accord, with no connections to Sang Biao whatsoever. Moreover, Director Long personally contacted Sang Biao, who claimed ignorance of the situation. However, Director Long has cautioned Sang Biao to exercise restraint. He has also warned Director Zhang from Nantu to rectify matters within his jurisdiction. As the municipal committee has begun to take this issue seriously, why not simply take decisive action against Sang Biao? Why complicate matters so? It is not as straightforward as you suggest. Do you not understand the concept of a ripple effect? Furthermore, we have yet to uncover any incriminating evidence sufficient to warrant a death sentence. Apprehending him now would merely result in a few years of imprisonment, failing to achieve the desired impact. Moreover, a sudden arrest would undoubtedly incite chaos in Nantu. Thus, it is not yet opportune to detain Sang Biao. However, the municipal bureau has made its stance clear. Sang Biao's arrogance cannot persist much longer. I find it perplexing that capturing a criminal requires such convoluted deliberation. I wonder what your bureau is truly contemplating. How we think and act is of no concern to you. Conversely, it appears that rumors of your fierce rivalry with Chun Xinhua from Xiqing are rampant. It seems you have reached an impasse. Do not even mention him. He is the one who conspired with Sang Biao to orchestrate an attack against me. My conflict with Chun Xinhua has escalated to a point of no return. I must inform you that the municipal committee is now taking an interest in your affairs, so you ought to exercise caution in your actions. Do not allow trivial matters to jeopardize your well-being. What do you mean by that? It is of no consequence. I will convey one more piece of information. Before I arrived at the hospital today, I heard that many departments received reports concerning Chen Xinhua's group. Are you implying? I have said nothing. However, I warn you, should I find that Chen Xinhua meets his demise at your hands, I will ensure you are apprehended. Be prudent. I must take my leave. Upon finishing, Zheng Ye departed, leaving Cheng Tian contemplating Zheng Ye's words. In the distance, Long Cheng observed Cheng Tian standing in silence and rushed over to assess the situation. Long Cheng interrupted Cheng Tian's thoughts, prompting him to regain his focus, and together they returned to the entrance of Meng Yao's hospital room. Chapter 65. Heart to heart with Meng, Yao Cheng Tian instructed Lu how to invite more people to the hospital for oversight, while he asked Long Cheng and Zhang Cheng to return to the hotel. He then entered to keep Meng Yao company. Upon his arrival, Meng Yao's eyes remained closed, yet the tears on her face betrayed her. She was awake, but simply chose not to see Cheng Tian. Cheng Tian gently wiped the tears from her cheeks and tenderly tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear. He spoke softly. Yao Yao, you are awake. Why can't you open your eyes to see me? You know that I love you. It is all my fault. Just look at me. If you can forgive me, I am willing to do anything you ask. Slowly, Meng Yao opened her eyes, tears shimmering within them, poised to spill over at any moment. She gazed at Cheng Tian and asked, "Can you promise to love only me and leave that girl?" Upon hearing this, Cheng Tian fell silent, uncertain of how to respond. Realizing his silence spoke volumes, Meng Yao shut her eyes again and said, "All right, I understand the answer now. You may go." Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. Chung Tian raised his hand to wipe her tears, but Meng Yao pushed his hand away. However, having just awakened, she lacked the strength to resist, and Chung Tian gently grasped her, supporting her against himself. Weakened, Meng Yao could only surrender to his embrace. "Yao Yao, you know the depth of my feelings for you. I am aware that you love me too. It is my fault, and I realize this is unfair to you. But I truly cannot bear to be without you. Please, do not leave me. I love you dearly, but I cannot humiliate myself by sharing you with another woman. That is something I cannot accept, and I believe no girl could either. You stood before me and took a knife from me, willing to sacrifice your life. The moment you turned to shield me, I vowed that I would never let you go. But that is different. My love for you compels me to do anything, even to die for you willingly. Yet, now you are with another woman, which feels like a betrayal of our love. How can I come to terms with this reality? I love you so deeply. Why must you seek out other women? Am I not enough for you? Let me share a bit about my past with her. We were classmates in middle school. In our third year, an age of innocence. She was the school belle, and we were in the same class. I was close with a boy named Zanya, whom you have met. We both secretly admired her. Many boys in school were infatuated with her. Zanya confided in me about his feelings for Huang Ji and sought my advice on confessing. I naively encouraged him to pursue her, yet I, who secretly adored her, lacked the courage to confess myself. Wasn't I foolish? Since you liked her, why didn't you tell her? How could you know her feelings if you never spoke up? What if she liked you too? How could I not share the same sentiments? Yet, I fear her rejection might lead to the loss of our friendship altogether. At that time, I was deeply insecure. My parents had departed early, leaving me to grow up under the care of my grandparents. Are you an orphan? How come I've never heard you mention it? There's nothing noteworthy about it, and I'm not an orphan. My grandparents have treated me with great kindness. However, they are advanced in age and have no substantial income, relying solely on their meager farming to barely sustain ourselves. They lack the means to support my education. Although I excelled academically, with teachers proclaiming my potential to gain admission to prestigious universities, I ultimately chose to leave school after junior high to work instead. Did you not have any encounters with that girl? When Zanya confessed to her in the classroom, many classmates were present, and I could not bear to witness the scene, so I hid in the restroom. Huang Ji outright rejected him, revealing her affection for me. However, she did not find me at that moment. After school, she cornered me in the classroom, demanding to know my feelings. Overwhelmed by insecurity, I did not respond, nor did I reject her. I merely suggested we discuss this after the impending exams. After I spoke, she left, but she did not seem angry. Rather, she appeared quite pleased. Subsequently, I left to work, and at that time, we had no means of communicating. Additionally, I deliberately avoided her, and for several years, there were few opportunities to connect. It was only recently, upon encountering Zenya, that I learned of Huang Ji's situation, and upon re-establishing contact, we discovered she had been waiting for me all along, leading us to be together. Is she aware of our relationship? She likely remains unaware. What do you think her reaction would be if she found out? I cannot say. So, your lack of communication with me during your time in the provincial capital was due to her? At that time, I was uncertain of how to proceed or how to explain things to you, which made me hesitant to reach out, fearing I might inadvertently reveal too much. What do you plan to do about this situation? If I had not become involved with either of you, this matter would be far simpler. Isn't that merely stating the obvious? Let me tell you, not only can I not accept this reality, but that girl would also find it impossible to accept. Are you asking me to choose between the two of you? Indeed, making a choice sooner would be better for you, for me, and for that girl. If I choose her, what then? Why her? Can you not select me instead? Even if it were just a pretense? You know I cannot deceive you. It is beyond my capacity to forsake my feelings for you. Do you wish for me to compromise, to acknowledge and accept your relationship with her? This is not about compromise. If I were to choose between you two, I could never abandon either of you. That would be too cruel for me. I understand this situation is also unfair to both of you, yet I find myself powerless. Is it not a cruel ordeal for me as well? When that girl discovers the truth, will it not be equally cruel for her? I love you, and I would do anything for you. However, I cannot accept your betrayal of our love. No woman would tolerate such treachery, including the one you hold in your heart. Can you truly abandon me and forsake what we share? I have not relinquished our bond. It is you who cannot let go of that girl. Therefore, I shall graciously withdraw, allowing you both to pursue your desires without my interference. If you choose to leave me, it would be akin to delivering a fatal blow. My heart bleeds at your actions. Your betrayal is as if a dagger has pierced my chest, causing my heart to bleed profusely. Meng Yao finally succumbed to despair, collapsing into Cheng Tian's embrace, weeping inconsolably. The anguish within her heart overshadowed her physical wounds. I'm sorry, Yao Yao. As long as you do not abandon me, I will comply with any of your wishes, Cheng Tian replied, observing the sorrowful Meng Yao, feeling equally distressed and uncertain on how to comfort her. Eventually, Meng Yao's tears subsided and exhaustion overwhelmed her. She struggled to rise from Cheng Tian's arms, yet he, unable to bear her distress, gently assisted her. She urged him to step aside while she slowly reclined on the bed. Chapter 66. Meng Yao's compromise. May I meet that girl? Of course, but I do not wish to see you right now. Please leave my ward. Yao Yao, I leave. With no alternative, Cheng Tian had no choice but to exit Meng Yao's room, only to find Lu Hao still waiting outside. Hao, you need not stand guard personally. Just arrange for a few brothers to watch over. It's fine, Tiange. I'm here at the hospital anyway. It matters not where I stand. Moreover, if anything arises, I shall be the first to know. You've worked hard. Go fetch a few brothers to keep watch, and then take me back to Yin Tian Hotel. Understood. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao departed to gather some men. Cheng Tian dialed Huang Ji's number. Tian, where are you? Is everything all right? Ji, I have a matter outside, but will return shortly. I need your assistance with something. I wonder if you would be willing to help? Speak freely. As long as it is within my capacity, I shall certainly oblige. There is no need for such formality between us. Well, a female colleague at our hotel has sustained an injury and is currently in the hospital. Her family is unable to visit, and the few men among us find it inconvenient to care for her. She is a kind person and has always treated us well, so I hope you can come to the hospital to look after her. Very well, I shall help. Good, then prepare yourself. I will come and pick you up. All right. After arranging for personnel to stand guard outside Meng Yao's room, Lu Hao drove Cheng Tian back to Yin Tian Hotel. Cheng Tian instructed Lu Hao to take Huang Ji to the hospital while he made his way to Tang Lei's room to find him. Tang Lei was leisurely sipping tea, seemingly unfazed by any troubles. Cheng Tian couldn't help but feel that he had yet to reach Tang Lei's level of composure, reflecting on the many lessons he still had to learn. Isn't Shingu with you? He left shortly after we returned, mentioning he had matters to attend to. Very well, I shall call him over. Once Cheng Tian finished his call and noticed Tang Lei still sitting there without a care in the world, he approached and sat beside him, unable to restrain himself from asking, "You sit here so leisurely, as if nothing troubles you. What do you wish for me to do? I have fulfilled my duties. Now we await the outcome. What is Chun Xinhua's current condition? How is Yao Yao? Have you clarified matters with her? What are thoughts now?" Instead of responding directly to Cheng Tian's inquiries, Tang Lei shifted the focus to Meng Yao's situation. She is fine. She will be observed in the hospital for a couple of days. If all goes well, she can return to recuperate. I meant how you plan to handle matters between you, her, and that girl. What is your strategy for the three of you? I have already advised Yao Yao. She mentioned needing some time to process. We shall discuss specifics later, but rest assured, I will keep her close and will not act in a manner that would betray her trust. I find myself at a loss when it comes to the matters of you young people. It is best that you handle them on your own. However, should you ever mistreat Yao Yao and cause her distress, I shall have no reason to assist you in the future. I understand, Mr. Tang, and you need not worry. It is important for you to realize that my willingness to help stems solely from the connections of Meng Yao's family. Without their involvement, it is unlikely that our paths would have crossed. Nevertheless, I sincerely wish for both of you to grow old together. Thank you for your kind words. I too believe that Yao Yao and I are destined for a lifelong union, and I hope you will officiate our wedding when the time comes. We shall be truly happy. Very well, you must ensure that your words turn into actions. I certainly will. Chapter 67. Collaborating with the monkey from Xiqing, let us address the matter at hand. What is your plan for dealing with Chen Xinhua? He finds himself in quite a predicament. Last night, I apprehended his financial and accounting personnel at Yintian. Early this morning, I collaborated with others to report the Chen Xinhua Group for tax evasion, underreporting, fraudulent accounting, and the issuance of false VAT invoices. The relevant authorities promptly initiated an investigation at the Chen Xinhua Group, seizing their financial records. Their accounts have been frozen, and the group has been temporarily shut down. Moreover, his most relied-upon project, Bishui Yunjian, is also halted pending investigation. He must be in a state of utter disarray. However, we must remain vigilant. He has entrenched himself in Xiqing for many years, and his strength and influence are formidable. If given a moment's respite, he could easily resolve these issues. Thus, this presents us with an opportune moment to confront Chen Xinhua. Should we allow him a chance to recover, our subsequent efforts to contend with him will be far more challenging. Upon hearing this, Cheng Tian lit a cigarette and began to contemplate. They had endured considerable oppression recently, and it was high time to demonstrate their strength and retaliate, lest others perceive him as a mere sickly cat that refrains from showing its claws. Cheng Tian promptly called Brother Hao, requesting him to come to Yuntian for a discussion. Upon receiving the call, Brother Hao hastened to the location, joined shortly thereafter by Long Cheng and Cheng Yong. Cheng Tian spoke directly, addressing the group. Gentlemen, we have been consistently subjected to Chen Xinhua's aggression, and even the formidable Sang Biao from the south has disregarded us, directly sending his men to assault our people in the East City. This is exceedingly audacious. Therefore, I have resolved to launch a counteroffensive starting tomorrow morning. What are your thoughts? Given our current capabilities, confronting both Chen Xinhua and Sang Biao simultaneously seems unwise. Our chances of victory are negligible. Long Cheng articulated his concerns first. Sang Biao from the south has already attracted the attention of the municipal bureau, so we cannot act against him at this moment. Fortunately, he is preoccupied and cannot focus on us. My primary concern is to retaliate against Chen Xinhua. Chengge, please enlighten us about the situation in Xiqing. In Xiqing, the former four kings of Haigu, Along, Heibao Monkey, and Ague, have seen Along and Heibao establish their own factions, now backed by Chen Xinhua, and they have seized most of the territory in Xiqing. Monkey and Ague have been resisting under the banner of supporting Haigu, but Ague was eliminated by Along's men a few days ago. Currently, only Monkey persists, but his endurance will not last much longer, Long Cheng detailed. In Xiqing, it seems Chen Xinhua is currently too preoccupied to concern himself with Along and the others. If we were to support Monkey and send reinforcements, what are our odds of success? Cheng Tian inquired. Even if we intervene, our chances remain slim. This is not our territory, and the opposition will be prepared. We have lost the initiative. Nevertheless, we do not necessarily need to ensure Monkey's victory over Along and his faction. By aiding Monkey, we can at least stall Along and delay his progress. This will prevent Along from eliminating Monkey and subsequently aiding Chen Xinhua against us. Our immediate focus must remain on Chen Xinhua. Once we neutralize him, Along and his crew will pose no threat to us. Cheng Tian, with determination, retrieved his phone and dialed Wu Bin, an associate of the Monkey, who could facilitate a conversation. Hello, Wu Bin. Is your brother Monkey available? I wish to converse with him for a moment. What do you need my brother for? That is of no concern to you. Could you assist me in reaching him? Very well. Hold on a moment. I will have him take the call. Greetings, Boss Cheng. This is the Monkey from Xiqing. Monkey, it is a pleasure to finally speak with you. May I inquire the reason for your call at this juncture? Are you unaware of my current predicament? It is precisely this situation that prompted my outreach. Initially, your former leader, Brother Black Dog, refused to acquiesce to Chen Xinhua's demands to confront me. This favor has remained etched in my memory. Now, with your brother in trouble, Along has swiftly allied with Chen Xinhua, forsaking his former loyalties and is intent on annihilating you. You alone continue to uphold your brother's reputation and resist valiantly. I genuinely admire that. Boss Cheng, if you have something to say, please be direct. There is no need for subterfuge. This is not your usual manner. Moreover, given my current circumstances, I lack the luxury of time for idle chatter with you. Understood, monkey. I shall be forthright, should you desire it. I am willing to send assistance to help you deal with Long and his faction. Boss Chung, that may be rather inappropriate. Historically, Xiqing and Dongsheng have maintained a respectful distance. Your sudden intervention could lead to unwarranted accusations of overstepping boundaries. Are you suggesting that you wish for me, the monkey, to submit to Dongxing henceforth? Monkey, such implications are unwarranted. I hold profound respect for your loyalty and valor, which is why I sincerely wish to extend my assistance, while simultaneously repaying a debt to Brother Black Dog. Your words are touching, Boss Chung. However, I am no novice in this realm. I am aware that there are no free lunches. If you have conditions, I invite you to state them plainly. You misconstrue my intentions. I seek no conditions from you. I merely hope that in the future, should I encounter any difficulties in Zhonghai, you would stand behind me as I would for you in times of trouble. Is it truly that simple? Indeed, your willingness to undertake such a thankless task has garnered my respect, Boss Chung. However, let's be candid. I suspect your ambitions extend beyond this matter. Please, feel free to express your true intentions without reservation. In that case, I shall be candid. You are aware of my favorable relationship with Chen Xinhua, which, I must confess, is also the source of your current plight. To be transparent, my enmity with Chen Xinhua has reached a point of no return. My assistance comes with a personal interest. Should you eliminate Long and reclaim the territory of Xiqing, I would be free to confront Chen Xinhua without interference from Long's men. It would be a mutually beneficial arrangement. Furthermore, upon success, I would require possession of Chen Xinhua's conglomerate and his assets, while you would retain all remaining territory of Xiqing. Subsequently, I would entrust the management of my enterprises to your people. Such an advantageous proposal falling into my lap is truly beyond belief. There is nothing to doubt, Monkey King. If you refuse to accept this, within 2 days, your subordinates will face utter destruction, and your fate will remain uncertain. Do you truly believe I have any reason to deceive you? Reflect on this carefully. Very well, I shall agree to your terms. Yet I will never pledge my allegiance to you. My allegiance solely belongs to my elder brother, Black Dog. Of course, I will send someone to you by tomorrow morning, and you'll be contacted then. Furthermore, I have inquired, and it appears your brother, Black Dog, may not be able to return. I suspect that Xiqing will soon belong to you. I would like you to relay a message to the outside. What message? As long as the men of Sang Biao appear in Xiqing, regardless of the circumstances, you must ensure they do not leave standing. Are you not effectively declaring war on Sang Biao? If Sang Biao allies with Long against me, with your assistance, I would stand no chance of victory. Are you not driving me to my demise? Fear not. Sang Biao cannot possibly send anyone to Xiqing at this time, and I have already resolved to declare war on Sang Biao. I shall not allow them any respite. Moreover, when you have dealt with Long and his men, I hope to count on your support when confronting Sang Biao. Are you truly so confident? Indeed, if you doubt me, simply observe. Once my people arrive tomorrow, you need only focus on Long, and the rest will unfold before you. Very well, I shall adhere to your instructions. Agreed, let us seal this pact.